morning, everybody. How's everybody today? My name's Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are on part 2 of the Michael Peterson trial. Unfortunately, it stormed yesterday, so my power went out and we got interrupted in the middle of one of the witnesses. The third witness, I think. It was a fireman. Waiting for other people to start filing in. But right now it's just me and Judy, I think. Oh, there's somebody. Hey, Jill. So I watched some more of The Staircase last night. I watched I think I have 2 more episodes to go. So I am up to the part where the judge has granted him a new trial. And what I found, I'd love to know more about it, but they just touched on it briefly. Kathleen's sister, at the beginning of the hearing for a new trial, because, this is like 10 years later, right? 8 years after his conviction, but 10 years after her death. Her sister stood up before the hearing started, and I mean, she was pissed. She was so pissed. She asked the judge for, I guess she wanted a continuance for the current ADA to get caught up on the case, because she said that she wasn't ready. So the victim's sister asked the judge, I don't know if she was asking for a continuance or if she was asking the judge to put a different ADA. It was so bizarre. Hey, Paul. I was like, what just happened? What just happened? That was the weirdest thing. It's like, I've never in my life, as many trials and hearings as I've watched, I have never seen a family member stand up and ask a judge to replace the ADA. That was the most bizarre thing I think I've ever seen. I found the hearing on YouTube, but it lasted for 4 days, so I don't think that's the whole hearing. If I can find it, I would like to watch it after we get done with the trial. Another thing that I found, was about Clayton. Clayton is his oldest son. Clayton was the one that found the blowpoke in the garage. And in the documentary, it shows him talking about not wanting to put Clayton on the stand. And the reason they give is because he had a DUI and a suspended license, and they didn't want them to get into that on the stand. But that's not all he had. They gloss over that in the documentary, like, oh, he just had like, I guess, kids in college get drunk and get a whatever, it's not a big deal, is the way they made it seem in the documentary. This is what Clayton did. He's a felon. He had been in prison because when he was in college at Duke, he lost his fake ID that he had to buy beer. Also, the college had passed a policy, no kegs on campus. So he was mad about that too. So he stole a bunch of equipment from one of the offices, like office equipment he was gonna sell. He was gonna steal it and sell it. But it's like a protest for the no kegs thing, and I think also he was gonna sell it for money to try to buy another fake ID too. But then, as I guess as protest about the no kegs thing or something, he decided or to cover his tracks or both, he set the building on fire. So he got charged with domestic terrorism. And this was in 2001. So, of course, you've got 9/11 in 2001. So they didn't want to put him on the stand because he had been charged with domestic terrorism. This family, man. And through the whole I'm up to like episode 10 or 11. I'm almost done with it. All these kids keep saying, "Oh, you're such a good father. You've raised us to be the best people we can be." And his oldest son's a domestic terrorist. This is such a good documentary, though, y'all. I thought I would be bored because I thought I knew this case, but this is a good documentary. Y'all need to watch it. But like I said, it doesn't tell. I'm watching other little things on YouTube about this and finding out all kinds of stuff that the documentary doesn't tell you about. Mr. Deaver. This is also okay. I'll read you this and then I'll tell you what else is this is in the documentary. This was the basis for their retrial. So this ties into that. So let me read you Judy's trivia for today. Dwayne Deaver worked for the North Carolina SBI as why is it SBI? What does the S stand for? SBI as a blood spatter analyst for many years until he was fired in 2011. Judge Hudson agreed to a new trial as Deaver was found to have given materially misleading and deliberately false testimony regarding the bloodstain evidence in this case. Hudson also found he had exaggerated his professional experience, particularly regarding his blood spatter expertise. An investigation of the SBI by North Carolina AG, an official audit revealed the blood spatter analyst falsified evidence in a total of 34 different criminal cases throughout his 25-year career. What brought this about? State Bureau of Investigation. Okay. What brought this guy the liars list? The Brady list? Is it called the liars list in North Carolina? What brought this guy to light was, thank God, I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a guy that was in prison for 11 years. He and a friend of his, they were in Maryland, it's called the liars list. Okay. I know in some places it's called a Brady list because of Brady material. Like if you don't turn material over that could exonerate your client, could exonerate the defendant, it's Brady material. So some places it's called a Brady list. But yeah, liars list is actually more accurate because if you can't, like with Deaver or Dever, whatever her name was, in the Karen Reed case, Alan Jackson wanted her put on the Brady list, I guess. Maybe, I don't know if it's called Brady in. God, my brain doesn't work this early in the morning. I'm out of coffee too. Where was the Karen Reed case? Massachusetts. I guess it's called a Brady list there because Alan Jackson wanted her put on the Brady list in Massachusetts. But anyway, so this guy and his friend, they were out smoking crack and doing drugs and whatever, just hanging out. And he got his truck stuck. It was like an old abandoned cul-de-sac somewhere. He got his truck stuck. And then they realized that there was a body had been dumped in this old cul-de-sac. I guess it was like old abandoned houses or something, and someone had dumped a body out there. So they saw it. They didn't report it because they were out there doing drugs. And they just left the truck. Well, so they didn't call 911 about the body. They didn't call a tow truck for their truck. And then the guy went back later and told the police that that was his truck. And so, of course, they pinned the dead body on him. And this Dwayne Deaver guy made the evidence fit him by lying and say that her blood was on his truck and all kinds of stuff. So he was in prison for 11 years and he didn't kill this woman. So that was his lawyer fought and brought all this to light. And that's how this guy got, they figured out that he lied so many times in all these cases. But it got me to thinking, if that man had not lied, not only would innocent people not have gone to jail, but this guy wouldn't have got out of jail. He'd still be in prison for killing his wife. But instead, he's out now. So I was thinking, like, you think about people like Proctor, former Trooper Proctor. Like, he may have sent innocent people to jail, which is horrible. Absolutely horrible. But you don't think about the other side too. It never dawned on me until this case, and I hadn't thought about it because I'd not done a deep dive into it like I am now. But he actually set a murderer free, because if he hadn't got a new trial, he wouldn't have got the plea deal that got him out of prison. And so it can go both ways, and I never thought about that before. Because he needs to be in prison. Because I think he killed her and the woman in Germany. So, but it is what it is. The man's 82 years old now. I don't think he's going to kill anybody else. I think I've got it queued up to around where my power went out yesterday. And we are almost done with this segment. This is the firefighter that was one of the first responders.
And you understood at that point that it was important to try to get the details accurately in here, correct?
The best that I could, my ability.
And of course, that was right there within a couple of hours of you having been at the house, right?
That's right.
And nowhere in that report that you filled out on December 9th before 7 a.m., the handwritten notes, did you say anything about the blood being dry, did you?
Not that I recall.
Let me just give it to you, because take a look at it.
Okay.
That's all I have.
That is correct. I did not.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank
Redirect, Mr. Horn. Yes, sir. Captain Pascal, if some of the other members of the team there had checked their clothing or the equipment that they had to determine whether there was blood on it, you wouldn't necessarily know that, would you?
I would not.
No other questions?
Anything else, Mr.
No,
Rules?
sir.
All right, sir, you can come down. Thank you.
The City of Durham's Fire Department.
How long have you been employed with the fire department?
Going on 3 years now.
What is your job in particular with the fire department?
I'm a firefighter on the back of the engine truck. I handle all operations as far as extinguishing fires, and I'm cross-trained in EMS training.
Okay. If you will, Pete, please just take a few moments and describe to the jury what your educational background is, what your training is with respect to your profession as a fireman.
I'm a firefighter 2 here in the City of Durham. That is a level above firefighter 1. Most volunteer services are firefighter 1. To be employed with the City of Durham, you have to be a level 2, which has a little more in-depth training. I'm also hazmat certified, hazardous
What is
materials,
hazmat? Okay.
hazardous materials certified. I'm allowed, with as far as my training, I'm allowed to go into certain situations and certain scenes and suit up in those class A, B, and C suits, level suits. And I'm also EMT certified, EMTD certified, defibrillation level.
And what does EMTD mean exactly? Defibrillation at
Uh,
the defibrillation level. Where is that in the pecking order of all the different levels that you can possibly have?
Right underneath defibrillation level is EMTB, which is a basic CPR. Most Red Cross individuals are Class B certified, but with the defibrillation level, we are allowed to actually put pads on the body and sort of jumpstart the heart again if it stops working.
Okay. Now, with respect to your profession as a firefighter with the City of Durham, were you employed in that manner on December the 9th of 2001?
Yes, I was.
Were you actually on duty?
Yes, I was.
With respect to that date, let me further focus in on approximately 2:40 in the morning of that day. Were you part of a team that got a call from the 911 dispatch to a location known as
David?
1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, sir. It was I and 2 other gentlemen who rode the truck with me.
Now you're gonna have to speak up a little bit.
It was I and 2 other gentlemen who drove the truck in with me.
Yeah. Who else was with you on the truck?
It was Captain Pascal and driver Andrew Johnson.
Okay. And exactly what type of truck were y'all in?
We were all on fire truck number 5.
Okay. Go ahead and describe what information you received that caused you to respond to that call.
That morning at about 2:40, as you stated, it came in as an injury from a fall, and we all jumped on the truck and started to respond. And en route to the call, it got upgraded from an injury from a fall to a code 5 response.
Okay. Now go ahead and describe what you did and what you saw when you got to that location.
Right before we pulled in, the EMS truck pulled in right before us and proceeded into the house, and we followed them no more than the length of the walkway. We saw them go in and turn to the side, take a left into the house, and at that time, we saw another gentleman pass them into the house, I believe it was, and as we proceeded into the house, I led Captain Pascal and Andrew into the house. And as I turned in, I sort of turned around to my immediate left and sort of tried to hold the door to guide them to where we were supposed to be going, to where the patient was laying on the floor. And as they walked by at that time, I held the door and whatnot. And we sort of stood around the patient walked towards the patient until we were told what to do and what we needed to do.
Okay. Now, John, man, let me show you several photographs, if I may. Let me show you what's marked as States Exhibit P1, States Exhibit P29, and States Exhibit P26 and ask if you can identify all of those, please.
Yes, this is the front of the residence walkway and the front door.
Now, I know that you and I are real close, so you're going to have to speak up. All right?
Okay. This is the front of the residence, front door and the walkway.
Well, before you describe it, just do you recognize these?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Now, let me also show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P11 and P12 and ask whether you can identify these, please.
Yes, I can.
How can you identify them?
This is the front door that I proceeded to hold, sort of stand by when Captain Pascal and Andrew Johnson were behind me coming in the house.
And where's that door located?
Right at the front of the house.
On which
very
side?
front door.
Excuse me?
Right at the front door. That's
Okay.
the front door.
You know, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit P11 and P12. Now, if I could, I'd like for you to come down and we're going to use the diagram and these photographs to show the jury exactly what you did. All right? Gentlemen, with your permission, can you do that?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Yes, sir. What I want you to do is to describe to the jury what you did and use the photograph and diagram to describe it, all right?
Okay. When we got off the truck, we entered from here straight into the residence of the front of the house.
Okay.
Went in through the front door, and as I walked in first, I grabbed the door to keep it open and make sure there was nobody else falling in and out. That's just what we do. We're trained to make sure we have an exit way whenever we go into anywhere, and that's just a habit we have. And as I did that, I grabbed the door, and Captain Pascal and Andrew walked by me, and walking away from the door, I sort of turned back to look at the door just to shut it halfway, and I noticed it was blood on the door, right above the door handle.
Well, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P11. And if you would, please take that and show the jury exactly what you did and what you saw.
I grabbed right above the
Turn this way so they can see it.
I grabbed right above the door handle, right around that area, and
You know, speak up.
I grabbed right around that area of the door, and when I turned around to sort of close the door, I looked back at the door and I saw the blood on the door right above the handle, and that's basically where I had my hand at the whole time I was standing there and holding it until I noticed it was there, and I moved and looked at my glove and there was no blood on my glove. So,
What was the condition of the blood on the door in that location?
it was dry because it was not on my gloves. It wasn't on my hand at all.
If it had been wet
It would have
or
been on.
tacky.
It would have been on the rubber gloves we had on.
Okay, would you step down here and show this area of the jury what you did?
I proceeded to grab that door handle, the door right on and as I grabbed it, I looked back at the door to walk as I was walking away and let go of the door. And noticed there was blood on the door, so I looked down at my hand and there was none there.
Okay. Is this what is marked as State's Exhibit P12, something you recognize as well?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That is the same spot, location I had my hand.
All right, now, go ahead and continue to describe, if you would, please, what you did and what you saw.
We proceeded into the house and me behind everybody else.
Now, excuse me, let me back up. When you came into this area, did you see any other person other than EMS and the gentleman that you say came in about the same time as the EMS folks?
Yeah, I saw him sort of walk by the door inside the house as we went in, right as we went in, and saw two dogs out in the yard, and those two dogs out in the yard. And other than that,
What type of dogs were they, do you know?
it looked to me as like English pit bulls or something like that. That's about what I remember.
Where were they located?
If that's the front door, they were out here in the yard right beside the house,
Okay.
right in front of on the side of the front door.
What were the dogs doing, do you know?
They were just sitting there in the yard.
Hey, Michelle.
Did they react to you all when you came up?
Not at all.
Okay.
Didn't really notice them until we looked at them. We just happened to look over. I just happened to look over and see them.
David, this guy killed his wife She was found dead at the bottom of the stairs, and he says that she fell, but she had lacerations on the back of her head that didn't look like just from a fall. It looked like a beating, and there was blood everywhere, which usually, like a fall down the stairs, it's usually not a bunch of blood, unless like there's been an open fracture, like with bones sticking out and stuff. So it was just really suspicious. Uh-oh, I said the word. It's too early. And one of the witnesses, the blood spatter expert, lied, and he was in prison for 8 years and was granted a new trial, but then he took a plea and he got out. He got time served for voluntary manslaughter and got out. Yeah, you would think. Yeah, but she died of blood loss from blunt trauma injury. Yeah, and one of the that stupid dog. One of the witnesses said that they had seen one other fall that had resulted in death, but it was a broken neck. Every other, I think it was one of the paramedics, said that every other fall they'd seen, there wasn't a death except for one, and it was a broken neck.
So, now go ahead and describe what you did when you got into the front door.
After everybody proceeded by me up, we started to walk down the hallway. And after holding the door and seeing that, I have a tendency to look down. And so I noticed little drops of blood on the way down the hallway, about halfway down as far as I was walking. And I looked up.
Where they located, do you know?
Oh man, maybe about 6 feet away from the front door, 7 to 8 feet away from the front door. So,
Okay.
And
how many drops did you see?
I remember one distinctly because I almost stepped in it.
Okay. But do you recall any others in that area?
Yeah.
Okay. And go ahead and describe what you did once you saw.
As we proceeded down the hallway, saw the body laying down at the end of the stairwell, and EMS was on. Each EMS personnel was on one side of the body, on either other side of the body, and I went further down into the hallway, and I stopped maybe 4 to 5 feet away from the legs of the lady laying at the bottom of the steps.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P29, and again, with each area of the jury, use this photograph to show them where you were and where everybody else was located.
I stopped close enough to see the bottom of her foot, partial this side of her body, on the other side where EMS worker Paige was standing on the far right side of her body, and I was on this side of the body, located on this side of the body, right underneath the bottom foot here. I could see.
Before you go on, go ahead and describe this side of the jury. So.
I was right, maybe 4 to 5 feet away from this side of the body, right underneath the foot. I could see the bottom of the foot, and then partial this side of the leg and the floor on the side. As far as I was standing.
Okay.
Go
ahead and continue to describe what you saw. And is it easier if I hold it? Okay. And turn around so your back's not to these drawers.
As I went down the hallway, I could see the blood on her, as far as her clothing and how soaked everything looked on her. I could see the blood on the bottom of her feet, impressing to the bottom of her feet. I could see it was shoes and socks and sandals and paper towels laying beside her. And from the angle I was standing at, I was standing closer to the back wall, not the stairwell wall, but the back wall. I could sort of see around the bottom of the steps, and I could see the blood on the wall midway down from the. It was a picture hanging up in the wall, and I could see it sort of right underneath the picture, and it sort of looked odd to me.
Now, with respect to
No
the,
object to what looked odd to him. What looked odd? Yeah, overly.
why did it look odd to you?
Because of my profession, we're trained to look at everything in the room around us and be familiar with our surroundings. And we're taught to, if anything looks out of place to us, we're supposed to keep note of it in our minds.
All right, and what specifically looked odd to you?
Just the blood everywhere, the amount of blood that was around in that little area.
Now, when you say that little area, can you be more specific?
The,
if you want to use this diagram, you're certainly welcome to do that.
Right here is the stairwell. Is a wall right there, stairwell up, but right here in the landing, there was blood on the walls. And for her to be at the bottom of the steps, maybe 2 or 3 steps out that way, led us to believe that
Object to what
we were told that
Object.
He objects. Go ahead and describe exactly what you saw.
You talked louder when they
relates to the
objected.
conditions
Dude,
in this area around the on the walls.
you've been a witness before, I'm sure.
Go ahead and describe what you observed as the condition of the blood on these walls in the
it appeared to be dry to me.
Yeah, you'd indicated you'd see blood in other locations as well. Can you point that out, and if you describe what the condition was of the blood?
HBO has a series
On
too.
the opposite side of where I was standing, on the right next to her body on the floor, it appeared to be dry.
Okay, you want to use the picture to point that out?
Right here in this area, right next to the body.
Okay. Now, there are obviously other things in this photograph, and I think you've described some of those.
There were shoes and socks and paper towels on that side of the body, laying on the floor.
Okay. Did you have the occasion to look at the shoes and the socks?
I got a chance to sort of to look at them while they were laying there.
HBO has a movie.
You notice they were sitting right beside the body.
Okay. What was the condition of them?
They also had blood on them.
With respect to the flip-flops or sandals, did you look at those as well?
Yeah, I did.
Could you tell what condition they were in?
Right off the top of my head, I cannot recall exactly if they were soaked in blood, but I know that they were. It was blood around the area.
Okay.
I can't hear him right here.
You're going to speak up.
We saw that there was blood on the paper towels and the socks and shoes right there in the area.
I think the last question had to do with the sandals, not the socks and shoes.
He needs to repeat my questions.
Repeat the answer.
Now, I'm going to ask you to repeat the answer about the sandals.
What was the condition of the sandals?
I did not recall seeing blood on the sandals.
I'll go into this. Now, while you were there, did you observe anyone move anything around this body?
No EMS or fire department personnel moved the body at all, or anything around the body.
Did you actually touch the body?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, after you got to the location where Miss Peterson was and was standing over her, as you've already described, what did you do?
We stood by. We normally on an EMS call, we stand by until EMS asks us to either help out with what they're doing, patient contact, or go get a stretcher or anything like that of that nature. And on this particular call, we didn't have to do anything. By the time we got there, and by the time when we asked EMS what we needed to do, they told us we didn't have to do anything. They said that she was gone already.
Okay. So as far as you were concerned, based upon your observations, did they take any actions that indicated she needed any kind of assistance like CPR or anything else?
No, they didn't. As far as evasive actions and trying to keep life going, they put the monitor on her, and I suppose they saw no need to proceed.
Objection. Your Honor, may we instruct the witness that when he hears an objection, to cease speaking until Your Honor can move on it?
Yes, if you hear objection, you need to stop and
I apologize.
let the lawyers make whatever argument they're going to make. He also, Mr. Hart, needs to relate to the jury what he saw and not what we or they
Yes, sir.
saw. All right.
Thank
Now, once you had seen this activity and were provided with information about Ms. Peterson's condition, what did you do?
Can you repeat the question?
Once you had made your observations about what the EMS folks were doing with Ms. Peterson, and they told you what her condition was, what did you do?
I went back to the front door and stood by with Captain Pascal and Andrew.
Okay, and for what period of time did you stay there?
Oh, maybe a few minutes or so.
While you were watching at that area or standing with Captain Pascal at that area, did you see or did you all let anybody go down that hall?
We tried to sort of be a wall, a barrier between the front door and the patient on the floor. We didn't let anybody in that particular way or that walkway.
Okay. Could you see any activity in the kitchen area?
No, I could not.
Okay. Now you say you were only there at that point for just a few more minutes. Is that right? Did you see the police officers arrive when they arrived?
I recall one police officer who showed up on scene shortly after we did.
Okay. Do you know who that police officer was?
I did not know who it was. It was a female police officer. I'm not sure who she was.
Okay. Did you all have any interaction about what you had seen? And
Oh, by the way, the behavior panel have 2 episodes on Michael Peterson, and it has I only watched one of them. There's one from 4 years ago and one from 3 years ago. I watched the one from 4 years ago, and it is all clips from the documentary that they analyze, if you're interested.
what you all were doing?
I don't remember any conversations later on about it.
Okay. Now, was that all that you had to do with this particular situation on that date?
Yes, sir, it was.
At some point, did a police officer ask you to write down what your observations had been?
Later on that morning, a police officer came by the station and asked us to write statements.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 124 and ask, excuse me? This is the 9th. 124 and ask whether you can identify that person.
Yes, sir, I do.
How can you identify it?
It's my statement. It's my handwriting.
Okay.
Hey, Tricia.
And when did you prepare this?
This was later on that morning.
I know, right? This
December
weather
9th.
is crazy.
And where in particular did you prepare this statement?
Fire station number 5.
Okay, so you're actually at the statement.
I was at
the station.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 124.
Okay. So,
Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 125 and ask whether you can identify that.
I do.
How can you identify it?
It's also another statement and with my handwriting.
And when was that made?
This was given later on, a few days later.
Okay. Well, the same officer did not.
Same officer.
Okay. And that was taken at the station as well?
This was taken at police headquarters.
And do these both generally describe what
Yes, sir.
you testified to and what your observations were?
Yes, sir.
At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 125. Now, after you completed these 2 statements, did you have any other direct involvement with this case?
None at all.
We have no other witnesses. Questions of the witness, please.
yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Crane.
Good morning.
My name is Dave Rudolph, and before about 15 minutes ago, we didn't know each other, did we?
No, we didn't.
I want to go back a little bit. to your experience. As I understood what you said, right now you've been a fighter for about 3 years.
The first year I was in training at an administration building on West Club Boulevard for about, I would say, almost a year.
Yes, sir.
I had the ability to be able to ride with the fire engine during the day, and when my shift was not working, I was in the administration building working with the inspection agency they also do fire arson investigations and things of that nature.
Yes, sir. And then
And later on, we went through our academy, and I've been on a fire truck, assigned to a fire truck under a captain for the last 2 years.
okay, so at the time that this happened,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been about 18 months ago, you had only actually been on a truck for about 6 months.
Yeah, about 6 months. Well, no, because the first year I was actually on the truck. I wasn't able to do any firefighting or EMS work, but I was allowed to observe and be on scene at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had about a year's worth of training, and then 6 months as in essence, as a regular firefighter.
That's right.
At the time this happened.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many scenes of falls downstairs you had been to at that point?
I had been to a few.
Well, how many?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall them. So,
Well, 2, 3.
a few more than that, maybe 5 or 6.
Wooden stairs?
Yes,
All of them?
not all of them. Some dormitories.
Mm-hmm.
Some brick steps.
I'm sorry, somewhat.
Some brick steps.
Brick steps.
Yeah.
In other words, like 2 or 3 steps.
Right outside porches and houses.
How many stairways had you been to that had like 18 steps with wood and a metal chairlift on the side?
None with the metal chairlift on the side.
Now, and your training at the fire department, that didn't include blood spatter interpretation.
No,
Didn't include anything about blood, did it?
as far as
Your training.
no.
Now, I want to follow up on these statements that you gave. On the 9th, police officer, I guess it was Fialco, right?
Yes.
Investigator
That was
Fialco.
it.
He came to the fire station, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all of you guys were there, right? You and Pascal and Johnson.
Yes, sir.
And he had a conversation with you all, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Asked you some questions.
He didn't really ask us any questions as far as what. He just asked us to write down what we saw and give statements.
And he told you, of course, that it was important for you to write down as much of what you could remember as possible because he was conducting an investigation, correct?
Right.
And you did that, right?
Yes, I did.
You tried to be accurate.
Yes, I did.
You tried to get all the important facts you could recall at that point.
Yes.
And then you signed it
Yes, sir.
and dated it the 9th.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you said that a few days later, you went down to the police station.
Right.
That was on the 13th.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
By
I
that
don't know what the
point, all the
temperature is.
newspapers
I'm
were
freezing.
filled with stories about how Mr. Peterson was a suspect, right?
I have no.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't read the newspaper.
Well, you certainly heard that Mr. Peterson was a suspect by that point, right?
Yes.
And
36.
you knew that that was a meeting to talk about whether you might have evidence to add to the police case, right?
Repeat the question.
You knew when you went to the police department.
Objection. That's a fact, not an evidence.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Judge.
Overruled. Ask your question.
You knew when you went to the police station that your purpose in going there was for you to see if you had any information that could add to the case that they were building against Mr. Peterson, correct?
Yes.
And did you all drive down there together, you and Mr. Pascal?
No, we didn't.
And did you meet there at the police station?
No, we didn't necessarily meet. As a matter of fact, I didn't really know they were going to be there. I got a call and was told to be there.
Okay. And when you got there, were they there?
Captain Pascal was. Andrew was not.
Okay. And When you got there, did the two of you, Captain Pascal and you, meet with Investigator Fialco at that point?
I met Mr. Fialco in the lobby, and he directed me to a room to where I could sit and gather my thoughts about what I had done and saw.
Now, I want to focus in on the statement you gave on the 9th.
Okay.
All right. Do you have a copy of it up there with you?
No, I don't.
Jim?
Thank
Oh, by the way, before we get to that, did you say that there wasn't any blood at all on the sandal? On the sandals?
I don't recall seeing any blood on the sandals.
Let me show you what's marked Defense Exhibit 12. You see those?
Yes, I do.
Those look familiar to you?
I don't recall seeing them before.
You don't know if these are the sandals?
I don't know if those are the sandals that were there.
Did you see any police officers take a hold of the sandals that were lying there?
No.
Let's go back to the statement. Now,
Hey,
by
Jen.
the way, I take it that this whole Peterson thing was the topic of some conversation at the fire station, right?
It was brought up.
And so between, say, the 9th, when you filled out your statement, first statement, and the 13th, when you went down there, you and the other guys at the fire station had some conversation about that, right?
I don't recall really having any in-depth conversations about it. We all knew that we didn't have to do anything but write down what we saw and basically tell the truth about what we did.
Well, I didn't ask you about in-depth conversations. I asked you whether or not you had some conversations about the fact that you guys had been to the scene of this event that was getting so much
St.
publicity.
Patrick's Day.
I mean, other guys in the station asked you about it, right?
Right.
Asked you what you'd seen, right?
Right.
And you all worked together.
Right.
Now, on the 9th, you, in your statement, you said, I myself noticed blood on the front door leading down the hall to the patient, right?
Right.
But you didn't say anything about that blood being dried, did you?
No, I did not.
And then, and you also didn't say anything about having to hold the door open for anybody, did you?
No, I don't see that.
And you certainly didn't say anything in that one about putting your hand on the door where the blood was, did you?
No, I didn't.
And then if we go down a little bit further, can we get this up on the screen? Can we zero in on that first, the second
have the
paragraph there, which
screen?
says, I myself noticed? That's your handwriting, right?
Yes, it is.
Why haven't they been using the screen?
And I see there's a little
This whole
correction
time?
there.
Yes, sir, it is. It was my handwriting is rather sloppy, and the door looked like an H. The R looked like an H, so I
Yes,
scratched
sir.
it out.
And you initialed it?
Yes, sir.
And what did you initial it?
I was told if I made any corrections on my paper, I should initial to notify, to notarize it.
And who told you that?
I believe it was Mr. Fialco.
And the reason for that, of course, is because it was important for this to be accurate.
Right.
And you understood that just from the fact that you had to initial any cross out.
Right.
I don't remember if I initialed or
And
signed at the
that's
end.
where you said you noticed blood on the front door leading down the hall to the patient, but nothing about it being dried or you touching it, right?
Right.
And then you said there was a lot of blood on the inside of the stairwell wall midway down.
Right.
Once again, you didn't say anything about it being dried.
Right.
If they didn't touch it, how did they know if it was dry or not?
Now, and you didn't say anything about seeing any drops of blood on the floor, did you? In that statement?
No, I did not.
Now, on the 13th,
Mhm.
when you went down, that's when you said, I noticed dried blood above the door handle, right?
I don't. Thank you. Yes, I did.
And then you went on to say, can we put that one up, please? And go to the, it's that second paragraph, that when we, yeah, that right there.
He said it was dark in there.
Said, as soon as I walked through the door, I noticed dried blood above the door handle, right?
Right.
So that's a little bit different than your first statement, which didn't mention the dried blood, right?
Right.
And then you go on to say, and I saw it because I turned around at the door to hold it for my captain and driver as they walked in,
Right.
right? Now, why did you put that in there? About,
Because I was told to put in detail everything I had done and saw.
and you needed to explain in this statement why it was that you would have noticed that blood at that moment in time, right?
Right.
But in fact, sir, that door was wide open.
Right.
You didn't have to hold it at all, did you?
No, I didn't have to.
It was swung all the way open. And when you all walked in, you walked right through, didn't you?
It wasn't all the way open. It was,
Wasn't?
no, it wasn't.
So if Captain Pascal yesterday, we have a tape of him yesterday saying that it was wide open and no one had to hold it open for him, would he just be inaccurate about that?
No, he wouldn't be inaccurate, but when I came in first, I was the reason it was wide open for him.
Oh, I see. Well, let's suppose that the EMS people were in there before you, weren't they?
Yes, sir, they were.
And if they said it was wide open when they got there, would they just be inaccurate?
No, they wouldn't be.
They brought in equipment with them, didn't they?
Yes, sir, they did.
And they went through that doorway without touching the door because the door was wide
Hey,
open.
Debbie.
Yes, sir, they did.
May we have the pictures?
I don't, but I think that's because I
Isn't
watched
that the way the
documentary.
doorway looked when you all pulled up, sir?
Objection, there's no evidence about when that was taken with reference to when this officer had.
Well, actually, he asked him, was that the way it looked? I don't think it would matter. Over.
Isn't that the way the doorway looked when you pulled up?
I don't recall it being that like that.
You don't?
No.
How do you recall it being?
When I walked into the door, I remember putting my hand on the back, holding the door right there
Sir,
at the door.
I asked you, how do you remember the doorway?
The only time in the documentary where I thought he was an a-hole was when his tech guy couldn't get his exhibits in the order that he wanted them. He laid into the guy. And he waited until the night before opening to practice. They practice in the courtroom the night before opening, and his exhibits weren't in the right order. And he was pissed and he screamed at his tech guy, I am pissed off. These should be in order. I have to do my opening in the morning. That was the only time I thought he was an a-hole. All the other things he did, I thought were okay. I was fascinated by the behind the scenes stuff because I've always wondered, how do defense attorneys know all the things they know? So he didn't really bother me. I imagine as the trial goes on, he probably will get on my nerves. But other than that, but I think the documentary did paint the defense in more of a favorable light than they probably should have been. I guess I'll put it that way.
Looking.
Objection, he declined to answer the question, he should be allowed to explain it.
All right, overruled. Answer the question.
When I walked up to the door, I remember stepping inside and pivoting around to grab the door as to guide the people who were behind me sort of around to the left. And I stood there just had my hand on the door just to be standing there to walk that way.
Do you know which way that door swings?
I believed it opened up to the left.
And do you remember whether or not it was already swung open so that the doorway was open?
I do not recall that.
You don't remember that?
No.
Well, if every other person who's seen that picture says that's the way it was when they pulled up, do you think your memory is better than theirs, or are they just wrong?
No, I don't believe they're wrong. I don't believe I'm wrong. Perception, whoever remembers how they remember it.
Can we have the other close-up? No, sir. The close-up of the door.
Of course you can.
Now, you see the hinge there on the left-hand side?
Yeah, I want to see it too.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
waiting
See that?
after I watch the
That
documentary.
indicates that the door would swing to the left, right?
Right.
And if you were going to open that door up wider,
Right.
what you'd be pushing on would be the outside of the door, wouldn't you?
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
You don't understand?
No, could you explain it?
Yes, sir. This is P11. Let me show you P11. May I approach?
He really believes that
Just so we're
Michael
clear, if
Peterson
that door swings to the left,
Right.
when it's swung inside, it's the outside portion of the door
That's
that's
inside.
facing inside, right?
Okay. Right.
The back of the door would be facing
The
the
wall.
wall, right?
And when
I can see why he's getting on your nerves. He, like Marty said yesterday, he's trying too hard. Absolutely. Like every little teeny tiny detail. Yeah, I can see why he's getting on your nerves. Yeah, you're right. The door thing is getting on my nerves right now. He's going into too much detail.
Excuse
Okay.
me, sir.
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
ask you a question.
Go ahead.
The back of the door would be facing the wall, correct?
Right.
And so if you walked in there and pushed open the door a little wider so that you could guide the other folks, what you'd be pushing on would be the front part of the door, not the back part of the door, correct?
That is correct.
Maybe. No, the other side. Can you zoom in on that, please? The blood was on the back side of the door, wasn't it?
Right.
And that back side of the door was against the wall, wasn't it? Sir.
Not completely.
Let me ask you this, sir. You can take that down. After you gave your statement on the 13th of December,
Yes, sir.
when was the next time you
Oh, so he impeached him that the blood was on
Hold on
the
one second.
opposite side of the door he said it was on. Big deal. Oh, so he couldn't have killed her because the blood was on the other side of the door.
By the way, in his statement on the 13th,
Yes,
you
sir.
never said anything about grabbing the door by the blood, did you?
No, I did not.
Or looking at your gloves and seeing there were no blood on it? You didn't say anything about that in this statement, did you?
No, I didn't.
Now, after that, when was the next time that you spoke to either the police?
Note to self. If anything happens to me, never count on Judy to be a character witness.
Or the district attorney's office about what happened on December 9th, 2001?
I did not speak to anyone else until maybe a few
Case
months
dismissed. The
ago.
blood was on the wrong side of the
Months-
door.
And who did you speak to at that point?
Talked to the district attorney.
And when you say a few months ago, are we talking about before the jury selection started here?
Yes, sir.
And was it at that point that you remembered that you had touched the back of the door with your hand?
No, sir, it was not.
You remembered it before then,
I remembered it before then.
but sometime after the 13th.
No, it was it was that time, but I did not elaborate in my writing what I should have done. I should have elaborated more.
Well, I thought you said that Investigator Fialco told you to put all the details down that you could remember.
He did.
And it would certainly be important, wouldn't it, if you touched the door right where the blood was and didn't see any. That was an important detail, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So why didn't you put that in here?
I just did not elaborate. My first time doing anything like this.
Well, you made some corrections on this statement, right? And initially,
Right. Yes, sir, I did.
And actually, this wasn't the first time you'd given a statement like this. It was actually the second time, right?
Right.
So the first time, there wasn't enough detail, so they asked you to come down and give more detail, right?
Right.
And then you just forgot that particular extra detail the second time too?
I wouldn't say I necessarily forgot. I just did not elaborate like I should have.
So it wasn't in the first and it wasn't in the second.
Right.
And when you realized it wasn't in either of them, did you call up anybody and say, there's an important detail that I need to come down and tell you about?
No, I didn't.
Now, I think you said that you were standing by the front door with Captain Pascal
Yes.
after the EMS people indicated that they couldn't do anything for
Yes.
Peterson. And did you hear Captain Pascal tell the police officer to keep people out of the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
And had you seen those people, the couple?
Yes, sir.
And had you seen the middle-aged woman come in?
Yes, sir. She sort of stuck her head in the door, and we asked her to step back out the house.
Well, but she actually went into the house, didn't you?
I don't recall her coming in while we were at the front door.
Or if Captain Pascal said that he remembered her coming in, would you have been in a position to refute that? Or
No, I do not. I just don't remember her doing that.
the couple went right through the door, didn't they?
They came right in. They stopped and talked to myself, Captain Pascal, and EMS while they came in and stopped and started talking to us and were asking us questions, and we weren't able to tell them anything.
And the police officer was right there, right?
Right.
Didn't stop them, right?
Right.
Which officer was that?
I'm not sure. It was the first officer on scene, I believe.
The
I
woman?
believe that's who it was. Yes. And I believe she wouldn't let them come our way where we were standing, where we were blocked in at the front door.
Mhm.
She wouldn't allow them to come back down that hallway.
So they weren't allowed to go back to the hallway, but they were allowed into the house.
They eventually worked their way around the back, around the
Right.
corner. Right.
Worked their way around back to the stairway.
Right.
And did the police officer stop them when they worked their way back there?
I don't recall them stopping them.
Do you have any training in contamination of scenes?
Yes, sir, I do.
So you knew that wasn't proper, right?
Right. And we asked them not to.
But they went into the house anyway.
Right.
And the police didn't stop them.
I don't recall them stopping them.
And the reason you know it wasn't proper and you're trained not to do that, not to allow that,
Why do people
is
do that?
because when people wander around a scene like that, they alter the scene, right?
People should know better.
And that can then be misleading for the investigators who come after them, right?
Possibility.
Anything else?
Yes.
Let me show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 13. And ask you to take a look at it.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And you see that as a picture of Kathleen Peterson and the towel and the sneakers that you talked about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And do you see underneath her left foot what there is?
Yes, sir.
What is there underneath her left foot?
There's a sandal.
And can you compare what's there with what's here and tell me if it appears that what's in the picture is the sandal that's underneath her left foot looks like?
They look identical.
Offer Exhibit 12 and 13 as evidence. We'll put this up on the Elmo. Oh, thank you. Oh. Can you zero in on the bottom there? Judge, perhaps may I pass this to the jurors? I'm not sure they can see it as well. And that's all.
That's Kathleen's daughter.
Thank you.
Hey,
Do you
Carla.
want to look at the exhibits or do you have redirect?
I have a little bit of redirect.
Just we're looking up there. The sandal is right there, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you on the social question.
Yes, sir. Mr. Crank, when the police officer initially got to the door, I have the impression that you were standing near the front door of Captain Pascal. Is that,
Yes, sir.
and that's when she arrived?
Well,
Yes, sir.
Well, I think you answered the question. Overruled.
And any time did you see the officer go down and actually look at Miss Peterson while you were there?
I don't recall what she was doing and where she was going. I know that we, after we were told there was nothing we could do, we stood by at the front door.
Did you see her leave that area?
The police officer?
Yes.
No, sir, I did not.
Did you all tell her what you had seen?
Yes, sir.
Based upon what you had told her, did she give you any indication of what she was going to do?
Objection.
I don't recall her saying much of anything to me personally.
But she didn't leave that area.
No, sir.
Okay. And that was based on your conversation with.
Objection as to what it was based on. He has no way of knowing what the officer based her.
You mean why she didn't leave?
Right.
I don't know how he would know that. Sustain.
Well, you or Captain Pascal did tell her that Miss Peterson was dead and that the scene.
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
You or Captain Pascal did tell her tell the officer that Miss Peterson was dead and that the scene needed to be secured, right?
Yes, sir. That was Captain Pascal.
Okay. And at some point along in there, while you're still standing there, this couple arrives. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you all did allow them to go in, but around the back, didn't you?
Yes, sir. We as we stood at the front door, Captain Pascal didn't want him to walk behind us or walk down the hallway leading directly towards the patient.
She had medical training?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that play into your thoughts about allowing them in?
No, sir.
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
Did that have anything to do with you allowing them in?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when you open the door, use your hand. Use one hand as the door.
Mhm.
Take your other hand and show the jury exactly how you would have opened the door further so that Captain Pascal could have come in there.
As far as the door being open, it was sort of lined up with the door hinge slightly turned in. And when I came in, I grabbed it and sort of pushed it back because when you come in, she was laying sort of right behind that hallway. And so I came in and I sort of pushed the door back a little more with my hand and waited until everybody went around me.
Okay. So you actually curled your hand around the door?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And as you curled your hand around the door, would that have included specifically the area where the blood was located on the back of it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Crank, you're not an investigator, are you?
No, I'm not.
In fact, you don't have any planning in police science or
No, sir, I
basic
do
law
not.
enforcement or anything like that.
No, sir.
When Investigator Fialka asked you to write down your statement, exactly what did he tell you?
He said, just be as, just try to recall everything that we did and said or saw at that time.
Okay. But do you have any way of knowing exactly at that time what may or may not be important?
No, I don't.
18 months later?
No, I don't.
But what you've testified to is what you recall seeing and hearing that evening?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. You're not on any other questions.
Now, did you say that when the couple came to the door and then walked in, that the best you could do was block them from going down the hallway because you weren't police officers?
Yes, sir. I was told to stay at the front door, and
But there was, in fact, a police officer there, right?
yes, sir.
So she certainly had authority to simply tell them that they couldn't come in at all, right?
Yes, sir.
But she chose not to do that, right?
I don't recall her saying anything to me or anyone else. I
Or to
just
them.
don't remember that.
And what you're telling the jury is that assuming you had to open the door anymore at all after the EMS people had come in with their equipment and gone down that same hallway, you didn't just push it open. You somehow grabbed it and moved it that way?
Are you asking me what I did?
Yes.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can we
what
quit
your
talking
testimony
about
is
the
that you didn't
door?
just push it open. You grabbed the door and walked it open? Is that what you did?
When I came in, I
No wonder this
stepped
trial
one foot in
lasted so dang
and
long.
grabbed the door with my hand and spent around so that when I would be standing there and Captain Pascal and Andrew would be leading the way sort of down the hallway.
And what I'm asking you is you didn't just walk in. The door was to your left, right?
Right.
It was open. You didn't just push it.
No, I didn't.
You walked to the edge of it, grabbed it, and then walked it around that way? Is that what you did?
I would have had to walk in and grab the door. And while walking, just swing it open a little bit more and hold it there.
I'm sorry. Show me what you did.
When I walked in, the door was like this. I grabbed the door with this way and swung around.
So you grabbed it with your right hand?
Whichever hand is
Well, you just showed us you grabbed.
Yes, my right hand. It was my right hand.
So you leaned over this way?
No,
Well, the door was over here. So you walked in this way and grabbed it and then did what? Walked it that way?
I went straight in, pivoted, grabbed the door, walked back a few steps backwards, and they walked in behind it and walked to the patient, down the hallway.
And when did you put the gloves on?
I put those on before we got off the truck.
Before you got off the truck?
Yes, sir.
And where are those gloves?
They're located in the seat beside us.
No, where are they now?
Oh, where are they now?
Yes, sir.
In the garbage.
In the garbage?
Yes, sir.
You didn't save them?
I didn't know it was necessary.
No.
Well, you saw Fialco that night, right?
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything about saving your equipment?
When we dispose of EMS gloves and that nature, we put them in a hazardous materials bag on the
Glove.
EMS truck, and they dispose of them.
By the way,
glove?
while you were at the scene with the police officer there,
Yes, sir.
did you show her?
I don't-
Blood? Oh, excuse me, let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
Did you show the police officer where the blood was that was all dry?
I don't remember showing it.
That's all I have.
Other questions, Mr. Harvey?
Yes, sir. When you go on a call similar to the one that you received here. you
Oh,
all-
good Lord.
as a
This
matter of
judge is
policy,
going to let them bounce back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Yes, sir.
In all of those occasions, what do you
Hate
do
that.
with the gloves after you finish the call?
Dispose of them in the EMS truck in the hazardous materials bag.
No, I don't have any other questions. or witnesses.
You don't save
Well,
gloves.
sir, if you had spoken to the police officer, you still had the gloves on when the police officer got there, right?
You wouldn't.
I don't recall if I took them off and held them
Hazardous
because I
material
knew we weren't doing any more
application.
patient care, so I wouldn't have had any reason to keep them on.
Well, you wouldn't have thrown them away there in the house, would you?
No, I would have. No, I
So you
wouldn't
would
have.
have had them with you.
Yes, sir.
And if you had happened to mention to the police officer that you touched this blood and it was dry and it didn't get on your glove, then you could have given the police officer those gloves as potential evidence, right?
Right.
You would have still had them then, right?
Right.
That's all I have.
Anything else, Mr. Harvey?
No, sir.
All right, sir, you can come down.
How are you employed?
I work for Nortel Networks.
Tell us, please, where is Nortel Networks located as far as your location?
I work in Research Triangle Park. Do you want the street address?
Yes, please.
4006 East Chapel Hill Nelson Highway
And you have worked for that corporation for how long?
for 6.5 years.
Tell us, please, what was your first job title?
I began as an administrative assistant in the Information Services Organization.
And what were your responsibilities in that?
I supported a director in his organization.
Now, what other duties have you held there at Nortel?
I was in that position for approximately 3 years, and then I joined Human Resources and acted as a data analyst primarily for about a year, and then moved into generalist support in Human Resources.
Tell us, please, about the Human Resources Department at Nortel. How is it made? Who is involved in that department? What do you all do?
We support the management and implementing the strategic direction of the company. Can be a whole variety of things, dealing with employee issues, dealing with compensation issues, dealing with benefit issues, a real variety of things.
All right. Now, in conjunction with that particular employment, have you familiarized yourself with certain issues that involved Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, I have.
Tell us, please, have you reviewed her file there, her personnel file at Nortel?
I have.
And have you familiarized yourself with a number of the different things dealing with her benefits and different death benefits that she had?
Yes, I have.
Tell us, please, in researching Ms. Peterson's file, are you able to give us a rough idea of when she was hired at Nortel or how long she had been at Nortel prior to her death?
She had almost 17 years of service with Nortel.
And are you able to tell us what her salary was in December of
What
2001?
does it matter?
She was earning $145,000 a year.
Oh, it does matter. Never mind.
Now, are you familiar with
Wait
the
a minute.
terminology, stock options as it relates to Nortel?
Yes, I am.
Tell us, please, how that works at that corporation.
This is something that's granted to employees. It's the option to purchase stock at a later date at the price of the grant. So if a grant is made, for example, in 1999, you get the grant price of that time, and then you're able to purchase those options, that stock, later, up to 10 years later, at the original price. So ideally, the employee could really earn a great profit from that.
All right, and have you looked into Ms. Peterson's situation to determine whether she, in fact, had exercised some stock options?
Yes.
Chairman, approach the witness. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 126. Tell me, please, if you recognize that exhibit.
I do.
What is it?
This is a summary of Kathleen Atwater Peterson stock options.
And did that actually come from her personnel file?
Yes.
Have you reviewed it to determine whether it appears to be accurate?
Yes, I have.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit 126 into evidence. Now, I noticed that the caption of that statement says optionee statement.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
The optionee in this case is Kathleen Atwater Peterson. And this is just a summary of the grants, the different occasions when she had been given stock options.
Your Honor, I have copies for the jurors that I'd like to ask to be distributed so that they can follow along with her testimony about this. Should be in there. Now, let's first of all, let's begin with the first line of this particular document. It states Exhibit 126. Tell us, please, first what categories we have here, what the document means first.
Okay. It starts on the left with the grant date. This is the date when the employee was given the particular grant in this case. The next column is the expiration date. Typically, a grant is valid for 10 years. However, in this case, because Kathleen died, the grants expire 2 years after her death. So that's why they all have the same expiration date of December 9th, 2003. The plan ID, this is a Nortel acronym for how we title our different plans and how they're filed and so forth. The grant ID, again, that's just another Nortel item identifying each individual grant. The grant type, in this case, says NQ, which stands for non-qualified. And that's a type of way that stock options are categorized for tax purposes. So this is a category of stock options, and they're called non-qualified. The number of options granted is exactly that. That's how many options she was granted at that point. So you can see, they're often 2,000 or 3,000, something like that. The option price is the price of the options when they were granted. So for example, the first one there, January 25th, 1994, the grant price there was $3.94. So that's the price that she could exercise those stocks at. The options outstanding, this varies from the options granted for a number of different reasons. She may have exercised the options or depending on how they're vested, because when you receive a grant, you can't exercise that entire grant at one time. You have to, you're able to use those grants, exercise those options over 3 years. You get a third each year. So in the first case, again, in that first row, she was granted 4,800 options. She has 1,600 outstanding. In that particular case, she's exercised a portion of those options, so she only has 1,600 of the 4,800 left.
What does that mean when you say she exercised?
She actually went and bought the stock. So she had the option to exercise or to buy 4,800 shares of stock, and she did that with all but 1,600. The next column, again, is the options vested and available for exercise, because, again, the options vest over 3 years. So she may have not been able to exercise them all as of her death. There was a certain number that were vested or available to be sold.
And what does vested mean?
They're available to be sold.
All
right. And then the cost of the vested options. This is the column that is the options vested and available for exercise, that 1,600 in the first example, times the option price, the 3.94. And that is the cost of exercising or purchasing those stock.
Now, going back to the option price, how is that determined?
That is the price of the stock, the market price of the stock on the date they were granted. There is one, it's a little bit complicated because Nortel's stock has split a couple times. So the price that's listed here is the post-split price.
Now, when you say the price that the market would have, are you talking about the stock market?
That's right.
Okay. Now, then, in going down the chart then so that we can be complete, tell us please about what each line will show.
Okay, so again, the first line is her first grant in January 25th of 1994. She was granted 4,800 options, and she was able to exercise those at a price of 3.945. She had exercised a portion of those, and she had 1,600 remaining. The cost for her to exercise those would have been the $6,312. You want to go through each line?
Let's do that.
Okay. So the next one, she received another grant on January 24th of 1995. This time she was granted 5,600 options at a price of $4.2113. She had not exercised any of those, and I can tell that because she was granted 5,600. She still has 5,600 outstanding. If she had chosen to exercise those, it would have cost $23,583.28. The next line is the third grant, which she received on January 25th of 1996. In this case, she was granted 4,800 options at a price of $5.6175. And again, she has not exercised any of these. She still has she had the entire 4,800 remaining, and the cost would have been $26,964. She next received a grant on January 30th of 1997. That grant was 5,600 options at a price of $8.8513. Again, she had not exercised any of these options, and the entire 5,600 was remaining with a potential exercise cost of $49,567.28.
The point is, she had money. That's what the point of this is. It's boring, but this is a point. But I don't think he killed her for money. I think he did it because she found out that he was bisexual and was using male escorts.
Next, she received a grant on January 29th of 1998. In this grant, she was given 6,000 options at a price of $11.29. Again, she had not exercised any of these options, and the exercise price would have been $67,740. She received another grant on April 29th of 1999. This grant was for 4,000 options at the price of $17.43. Again, none of these had been exercised, and the exercise price would have been $69,720. She also received another grant on January 30th of 1999. This was 2,000 options at the price of $37.94. In this case, the next couple of columns are zeros. This is because of the Nortel program where she could have traded in these options, which she did sign up for, but then it was canceled. So I don't know if you want to go into that, but I know that she had not exercised any of these 2,000 options, and the entire 2,000 were remaining.
So you're saying this cancellation applied to all employees?
Yes, it's something Nortel in 2001, in the summer of 2001, because the stock price had risen so high, or it had gotten so high originally and then dropped so very low, most employees' stock options weren't worth any money anymore. And so employees were rather dissatisfied about that. And so Nortel implemented a program whereby employees could trade in their stock options and get a new grant at a lower price, at the current price, instead of having their old price, which, as you see here, these prices get quite high, $37, $57, and $80. So she would have been able to trade those in to get the market price in 2001. So she had signed up to do that in, I think, either June or July of 2001 with these last three grants. But the program didn't complete until January of 2002, and she had died before that. Therefore, it was canceled, and the the options didn't get traded in.
All right.
Okay. So she had the 2,000 options still remaining from that third from the last grant. And then she had another grant on April 27th of 2000, another 2,000 options at $57.41. Again, all of those were remaining. And then she had a final grant in July of 2000 for another 2,000 options at $80.69.
And was it my understanding from you that shortly thereafter, during that year in 2000, is when the stock took a plunge?
That's right, in approximately September of 2000.
All right, now let's turn to the second page of this statement. Page entitled Exercise Summary Statement
Yes,
from January 1, 2000 to April 2nd, 2003.
yes.
Tell us what this is, please.
This is a summary of each occurrence when Kathleen Atwater Peterson actually exercised her options. So she took the options that she had received on the front page and bought them and therefore exercised the options.
Okay.
Now, she
Yeah.
may have also sold them right away and taken the profit. I don't know.
Could you tell us, please, then, what this page would show?
Okay. So we can see here that she did this on 5 different occurrences. Beginning, unfortunately, my copy's a bit run off, but beginning in 2000, ending in 2001. And you can see the grant type again. We talked about that. These are all non-qualified, the grant ID and the plan ID. And then we have the options exercised. This is the number of options that she chose to sell, because although she might have had, I think it was 4,800 options available to sell, she didn't have to sell them all at once. She could do small portions at a time, and that's what she's done here.
Now, let me stop you there. When an employee of Nortel would choose to sell options, how would they go about doing that?
They would work through a broker. We have a standard broker now with Payne Weber, but at that time, I think they could have used any broker. And they were able to, that broker would work with Nortel to buy the stock at the grant price. So let's say, for example, in 2000, maybe the market price for the stock, well, we can see here, the market price was $36.75, but she bought them for only $3.94. So she's made quite a profit there between those two prices, because if she buys them at $3.94 and she can turn around in that very same day and sell them for $36.75 a share. So the broker handles all of that for you, for the employee. And then the employee gets a check after that, post taxes.
All right, what else can you tell them for what she did in 2000?
Okay. So again, in this first example, she has bought 500 shares at $3.94. You see the option cost there was $1,972.50. And then the market price, which is the current stock market price, was $36.75. And that market price, if she had actually bought those shares in the open market, would have cost $18,375. So the compensation, which is her net profit here, is the $16,402.50. And then the last column is the amount of taxes, income taxes, that would have been deducted from that, $5,814.69.
All right, then looks like then there was a second transaction in 2000.
That's right. Again, looks like maybe just a couple weeks later, she sold again 800 options this time. Same price, because these are all coming from the same grant, $3.94. And this time the market price has dropped to $32.75, and she's made a profit of $23,044.
And how much were the taxes on that?
$8,169.10.
All right, then let's move to 2001.
I love her
First
accent.
transaction in that year.
I can't read the exact date here, but she sold 500 options, she bought 500 options again at $3.94. Sold them. Now the market price is $37.625, and she's made a profit of $16,840 with taxes of $7,013.86.
All right, then there was another transaction in 2001.
Yes. She again sold 200 options this time, again from that same grant, at the price of $3.94. The market price at this point was now $31.94, and she made the profit of $5,599 with $2,331.99 going to taxes.
And then does it appear that she made a final transaction in 2001?
Yes, she did. She made a final transaction exercising 1,200 options this time, again at $3.94. The market price is now $19.40, and she's made a profit of $18,546 with $7,724.41 going to taxes.
All right. Now, did Ms. Peterson have other benefits with Nortel?
Yes, she did.
Could you summarize those for us, please?
She had a pension plan. She had a 401k plan. She had life insurance. She also participated in Nortel's deferred compensation plan.
Okay.
Health insurance, of course, as well.
Let's talk first about the 401k plan.
Okay.
May I approach the witness? Take a look, please, at State Exhibit 127. Do you recognize the papers that are clipped there together?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This is a summary of her 401k plan.
And have you reviewed those to be certain that they accurately reflect that plan?
Yes, I have.
And do they come from Ms. Peterson's personnel file?
Yes, they do.
I move to introduce State Exhibit 127 into evidence. Now, in looking at that exhibit, then, first of all, Your Honor, may we pass copies to the jury? All right, now, take a look, please, at State's Exhibit 127 and tell us, first of all, let's just begin with the first page.
Okay.
What does that say, please?
This is a summary of her accounts as of a certain date. I think the date here, I think, has been fudged out, but this says as of a certain date what her 401k plan was worth. I think it's somewhere earlier in 2001 in this case.
Okay. Tell us, please, can you tell, first of all, explain for the jury how a 401k account works with Nortel.
Okay, it's a benefit that's offered to Nortel employees. It's something that many employees use to plan for their retirement. It's the employee can choose the amount that they want to deduct out of their paycheck, and that then goes into this 401k fund. And then the company matches those funds, I think it's at 50%, up to 6. So for each dollar that the employee puts in, the company puts in 50 cents. And the company will do that for the first 6% of contributions that the employee makes. Then the employee can contribute more than 6% of their salary if they so choose, but they just won't be matched above 6%. And then those funds are invested at the employee's discretion through a number of different funds that the company provides, and then they may earn or lose money depending on how the market goes.
Now, how does an individual employee decide who would be their beneficiary if they were to die with monies in the 401k account?
When they sign up for the form to participate in the 401k program, they fill out a form designating the beneficiary, and then they could change it at any time by filling out a subsequent form if they chose.
Now, specifically in regards to the 401k,
Mm-hmm.
Did you look through Ms. Peterson's personnel file to determine who her beneficiary was of this particular account?
Yes, I did.
It was whom?
It was Michael Peterson.
And were you able to determine then ultimately on the date of her death or after her death, how much money he received from this particular plan?
Yes. If in the packet that you have here, if you turn to, let's see, they're not numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, to the 5th page, we can see in the second section account activity in this period. And we can see that the account at the beginning of December, on December 31st of 2001 was worth $40,119.68. You can see the different contributions, the employee contributions and the employer contributions. And then we see the distribution. This is the distribution to Michael Peterson of $36,700.47. And the reason that's less than the above amounts is because we can see on that next line, investment gains or losses during this period was $6,464.20. So the market had gone, or her investments had gone down.
Can you tell us, please, on what date he received that sum of money?
Well, he received it less taxes. Okay, so
How much for the taxes?
I have the amount less taxes. I don't have the amount of taxes.
What is the amount less tax?
$29,360.38. And that check was issued paid on February 7th of 2002.
Okay, now let me ask you this: is there a reason, or do you know why these monies didn't go through Ms. Peterson's estate as opposed to directly to Mr. Peterson?
Because Michael Peterson was the beneficiary, so
Okay.
they went directly to him.
All right. Now, in regards to other benefits, did she have a pension plan?
Yes, she did.
How does that work?
Again, this is something that the company provides, again, as a retirement benefit. And the employee makes a selection during the flex benefits, during the benefit selection period each year as to which plan they're going to participate and so forth. And then the calculations are determined based on their years of service, their average salary, and things of that nature.
Now, how does an employee make a determination then of who would receive any monies within the pension plan upon the death?
Again, there's a beneficiary form.
And in looking at the records belonging to Kathleen Peterson, were you able to determine who her beneficiary was for any proceeds in the pension plan?
It was Michael Peterson.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you what has been marked States Exhibit 128. Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This is a summary of her pension benefits, and as well as the exercise or withdrawal forms that Michael Peterson completed.
And have you reviewed those to make sure that they accurately depict what came from her personnel file?
Yes, I have.
I move to introduce States Exhibit 128 into evidence. May I have copy of tax certificate? Now, looking at States Exhibit number 128, first of all, in the top right-hand corner, this document actually tells us what her date of hire was. Is that right?
Yes, June 8th, 1987.
Okay. Now, could you tell us then what the rest of these papers mean to you
Okay.
that make up that tell us about the pension plan?
So the first page here is the benefit calculation statement. This determines the value of her pension, and how much was available for withdrawal after her death. The next, did you want to go over anything else on that page at this point?
Well, what was the value?
It's a combination of two values here. In approximately the middle of the page here, under immediate qualified retirement benefits, you'll see the value in the lump sum of $121,379.98. So there's that value. Plus, in the section below, under immediate non-qualified retirement benefits, the lump sum there of $2,903.89. So the total value was both of these amounts together. That totals $124,283.87.
And that was the value as of this plan on the date of the death.
That's correct.
Now, in looking then through the documents, are these supporting documents to actually set up the plan?
No, these are actually the documents that Michael Peterson submitted to withdraw the funds.
Are you able to tell on what date he submitted documents to withdraw these funds?
Yes, it's in here just a moment. January 26th of 2002.
All right. And these would have been considered survivor benefits for him. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, were monies paid to him representative of this sum of money?
Yes, they were.
Are you able to say on what date he was paid money out of this fund?
On February 15th, he was paid $94,455.75, which is less taxes in this case.
Now, you mentioned also deferred compensation.
That's correct.
Do you want me to begin this now?
That might be a good point to stop. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, not even among yourselves. Stay clear of the witnesses, the lawyers involved in this case. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television about the case. Don't do independent research. I'll need to have you back at 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock. The documents you have there, you're going to use them when you come back, apparently. So if you just put them in your chair, just put them in your seat. And then if everyone else will remain, the jury's excused until 1 o'clock. You can come down, man.
No, actually, I was asked to collect those because we're going to move on to the next one.
Okay, well, then hand the documents to the deputy, then we'll see you at 1.
Now, before we took the lunch recess, we were talking about Ms. Peterson's pension plan.
Yes.
And you had told us that Mr. Peterson was the beneficiary of that plan.
That's correct.
What would be the reason that the proceeds of that plan would go to him instead of Ms. Peterson's estate?
Because you would have filled out a beneficiary form stating that.
All right. Now, you've mentioned deferred compensation.
Yes.
Tell the jury, please, what that consists of.
That's something that's available to employees of Nortel who make higher amounts of salary, and there's no set threshold there. It's by approval basically, and it gives the employees something of a tax break. Instead of getting those funds directly from each paycheck, a portion of the check is put into this separate account, and then a company that Nortel hires manages that account, invests it, and does different things with it. And then the employee can select different methods to receive those funds 5, 10, 15 years down the road. And it's a tax advantage is the reason why someone might want to do that.
And are there also options for an employee as to how much money they want to put into deferred compensation?
That's correct, up to a maximum of 80% of their salary.
And what would be the minimum?
5%.
And Ms. Peterson did defer some of her compensation. Is that
Yes,
correct?
she did.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you what has been marked Stacy Exhibit 129. Tell me, please, if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a summary of the payouts of her deferred compensation.
All right. And have you looked through those documents to see if they match the original documents within Ms. Peterson's personnel file at Nortel?
Yes, they do.
All right. I move to introduce State's Exhibit 129 of evidence.
So,
May I have copies of that package? All right, now let's take a look, please, at the documents here. State's Exhibit 129. And let me first turn your attention to actually the 5th page.
Yes.
Tell us about the information on this 5th page in regards to the year 2001.
This is an email that was sent. It's sent from TGB, which is the company that Nortel hires to administer our deferred compensation program. And it is acknowledging the deferral elections that Kathleen has made for the year 2001.
What were those elections?
She was choosing to defer 80% of her annual bonus and 80% of her annual salary.
Tell us about what an annual bonus would be at Nortel.
It's something we call now the success bonus. It's based on performance of the company. It's available to some portion of our employees. Not all employees, but a majority are eligible for this bonus. And the higher you are in the organization, the larger your bonus might be.
So this 80% election was effective during what time period?
This is for the year 2001.
All right. Now turn to the next page, if you would, please.
Yes.
What does that page represent?
This is another acknowledgement from TBG. They are acknowledging Kathleen's elections for the year 2002.
Okay. Now, what election did she make for that year?
And this year, she's changed her elections to be a 10% deferral of her bonus and 10% deferral of her salary.
Okay. Now, on what date was that submitted?
It was submitted on December 6th of 2001.
Okay. Now, I see here that it says that on further down there, it says at termination quarterly over 5 years at termination. Could you explain that, please?
At termination, meaning when Kathleen no longer works for Nortel, she would then be able to start getting withdrawals from this deferred compensation fund. And depending on the elections from year to year, it's going to determine how those withdrawals are made. In this case, she's chosen to take quarterly withdrawals. So she'll get a withdrawal every 3 months for over 5 years. So they'll divide the funds that she had for that year by the 5 years and by 4 installments per year.
All right, now if you go back to the page that we had previously regarding the 80% election,
Yes,
that says at termination quarterly every 5 years. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, turning to the next page after the page that talks about the 2002 plan year,
Yes,
it is entitled Beneficiary Designation Form.
that's right.
Who was her beneficiary as to the deferred compensation?
Michael Peterson,
And she completed that form on what day?
December 5th of 1999.
Now, in conjunction with your research as to her deferred compensation, how much money then did she have accumulated in that fund on the date of her death?
As of her death, she had $223,182.46
And those monies were forwarded to whom?
to Michael Peterson
And was there a reason why they would go to Mr. Peterson instead of to Ms. Peterson's estate?
because he was her beneficiary, which she had filled out that form.
Are you able to say, out of that primary figure, how much money he actually got from her deferred compensation?
He's received this entire amount. He's received this entire amount.
Okay. Now, did Mrs. Peterson have a life insurance policy with Nortel?
Yes, she did.
How does that work for Nortel employees?
She had all employees are automatically given 1 times their salary in a basic life insurance, and then employees have the option to select to increase that up to a maximum of 5 times their salary.
And how do they go about doing that?
Annually, well, she would have made the first selection when she first began with Nortel, and then you can make changes based on doctor evaluations and things like that every year annually. We have an open period for making changes to your benefits.
There you are.
And when an employee of Nortel dies and they have a life insurance policy in effect, how does that get effectuated such that the beneficiary receives the proceeds?
You're asking for the process? Okay. When the Nortel is informed of the death, then we ask for 2 copies of the death certificate, which we then provide 1 copy of that to Prudential, who's the company that administers our life insurance program. And then Prudential would send out a letter typically to the beneficiary saying, you are the beneficiary of this amount, and give them the details as to how to collect and so forth.
So does Nortel become actively involved in delving out those proceeds at that point in time?
No, we don't. It's handled by Prudential.
Now, have you looked into Ms. Peterson's personnel file to determine what type of life insurance she had with Nortel?
I have.
And have you looked into her file to see who her beneficiary was as to the life insurance proceeds?
I reviewed those forms.
May I approach the witness? I'll show you what's been marked State Exhibit 130.
Okay.
Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This is a summary of her benefits selections, this first page. The second page is a summary of the people that were covered by her health insurance, and then her beneficiary designation form.
And have you reviewed those such that you've compared them with her personnel file to determine whether they are accurate?
I have.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit 130 into evidence. I'd like to ask that copies be passed to the jury. Now let's take a look, please, at the front page of State's Exhibit 130.
Yes.
Let's just start at the top and tell us, please, tell the jurors, please, what they're looking at.
Okay. This is a summary of what we call our flex benefits, which it's called flex because employees are able to decide how much of the benefits they want to select, how much do they want to pay for out of their own, and what's provided by the company and so forth. So this is just a confirmation of when she made her 2002 selections.
Okay.
was it, you want me to go through?
Well,
Next.
first of all, I see here it says flex earnings, $145,000.
That's right. So that's her,
her
salary for that year.
Okay, now let's go down here to the 2002 confirmed after-tax selections. Explain this portion of the form, please.
These are benefits that she has selected that are deducted. The cost to the employee are deducted after taxes.
Okay, go through each of those lines, please, and tell us what those mean.
Okay, so the first one we have here is core employee life insurance. This is that basic life insurance that the company provides for everyone. And again, it's 1 times her salary or flex earnings. So it's $145,000 worth of coverage.
Now, did she have to pay for that?
No, she did not. You can see to the right that the employee cost is 0.
Okay, next line then.
Next, we have the optional employee life insurance. This is, again, where she can make the selection on how much she would like to have coverage for. And she has chosen 4 times her flex earnings or 4 times her salary, which is $580,000.
Did she have to pay for that?
Now, she did have to pay for that. And you can see to the right, she paid $40.15 per pay period, so every 2 weeks.
All right. Next line then.
She also had dependent life insurance for her spouse in the amount of $50,000, which she paid $9.92 per pay period for that.
All right. What is the next line?
The next category is dependent life insurance for children, but she had no coverage in that category.
And the final line then.
Finally, she had accidental death and dismemberment insurance in the amount of 5 times her flex earnings or 5 times her salary. And this came to the amount of $725,000.
And how much did she pay for that?
$9.20 per pay period.
All right, let's go to the next page then. What does that page represent?
This is a summary of everybody besides the employee who is covered by her health insurance.
All right. And those would be what persons listed on the form?
Caitlin Atwater, who was her daughter, I believe. Margaret Ratliff and Martha Ratliff, I believe, lived in their home, and Michael Peterson, her spouse.
All right, now let's go to the final page of this exhibit. Entitled Life Insurance Beneficiary Designation Form.
Yes.
Tell us, please, who does that list as her beneficiary?
List Michael Peterson.
Now, is that form signed?
No, it's not.
Is it dated?
No, it's not.
Can you tell what date it was actually entered into a system, or either Prudential or the Nortel system?
Looks to be July 29th, 1997.
All right. Now, based on your experience with Nortel, do you have any idea as to what significance there would be as to this form being unsigned?
The issue is raised because we actually have a previous form which had a different beneficiary, which was signed. She then submitted this form, changing it to Michael Peterson, but did not sign it. So at this time, Prudential has not made a decision as to who will receive these funds.
All right, and that would be Prudential's decision, or ultimately perhaps the court's decision.
That's right. That's right. It's not a decision made by Nortel.
All right. So as far as the life insurance coverage, then, what would be the total amount of money that would be due to the beneficiary under the life insurance plan?
She would receive, or the beneficiary would receive, both the core employee life insurance and the optional life insurance, which total $725,000. They'd also receive the accidental death and dismemberment.
How much is that?
Which is another $725,000. So it's $1,450,000.
And it's my understanding from you that those proceeds have not yet been dispersed.
That's correct.
Now, have you had the opportunity to look at a diagram that actually sort of totals up these figures we've been talking about in regards to all the different plans that Ms. Peterson had on date of her death?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness?
Do you need help? Okay.
Take a look, please, at State's Exhibit D8.
Yes,
Recognize this?
I do.
Have you actually seen a smaller version of it?
I have.
And do you agree with the different categories that are here and the sums of money that are totaled up here?
Yes, I do.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit D8 into evidence.
Wow.
May she be allowed to step before the jury? Come on down if you would, please, ma'am. This is sort of a manual diagram, so I'm just going to hold it.
Okay.
If you would just start then at the top and explain to the jury the different categories here and the different sums of money that are displayed here?
Okay, so down the left, we have the different types of funds that were available to her beneficiaries. The first being the Nortel 401k plan. The next column we have is the amount available before the deductions, which for the 401k plan is $36,700.47. The amount received is the amount received by Michael Peterson. And of the 401k, he received $29,360.38 on February 11th of 2002. Those amounts differ because of tax withholdings. The next section we have is the pension plan, which again is worth $124,283.87. And Michael Peterson received after withholdings $94,455.75 on February 15th of 2002. Then we have the deferred compensation, which the grand total of that is $223,182.46. Michael Peterson received these funds in 3 different payments. The first being $6,708.45 on January 25th of 2002. He then received $202,790.67 on March 26th of 2002, and then $3,683.34 on May 31st of 2002. Then finally, we have the life insurance plan for $725,000 and the accidental death plan for $725,000, neither of which have been paid out.
So do you agree with the total amount here of money that Michael Peterson has already received as a result of Kathleen Peterson's death to be $346,998.59?
I do.
And would you agree with the other total figure of $1.8 million or over $1.8 million as to being available to the different beneficiaries?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
with him being the beneficiary on a life insurance plan, that would be potentially the amount of money that he would gain from her death.
If that form were signed.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-exam.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Tom Maher. Before you came into court today, we hadn't met, had we?
No.
But Nortel's been accommodating enough to provide both sides with a bunch of various documents relating to Ms. Peterson's employment.
That's correct.
And you're familiar with those documents?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start off with, on December 7th of 2001, her salary was $145,000 a year.
That's correct.
And if she had not died that weekend, she could have come in on December 9th and continued to earn that salary.
Yes.
That salary, as long as she worked there, would have continued.
Yes.
And these benefits you've talked about, for example, the 401k plan, the pension plan, and even the deferred compensation, those would have increased as long as she continued to work there.
Not necessarily. Because they were invested, some of them might have gotten down.
Depending upon how the investments did.
Yes.
But for example, she would have continued to put in 10% of her salary for the deferred compensation.
That's right.
She would have continued, if she wanted to make deposits to the 401k plan.
Mm-hmm.
And
correct.
the pension plan took into account years of service and things of that nature.
That's right.
So typically one would expect your benefits like these to increase over time if you continue to work.
Typically.
Now, Nortel still operates.
Yes.
You still work there.
I do.
A lot of people still work there.
Yes.
People perform the functions that Kathleen Peterson was performing.
Yes, to my knowledge.
Let's talk a little bit about how Kathleen Peterson got to the level where she was making $145,000 a year. She didn't start off at that salary, did she?
No.
In fact, she'd been at the company for quite a number of years.
That's right.
Long before you ever came to
Yes.
work there. And Nortel keeps track of basic information about employees.
That's correct.
In fact, you're able to print out a kind of a salary and job list for an employee such as Kathleen Peterson.
That's right.
Okay, and let me approach, mark this as Defense Exhibit 14. It's 7073 and 7073. If I could approach, let me ask you to take a look at what I've marked as Exhibit 14 and ask you if that's the job and salary history for Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what this shows is if her job changed, for example, or if her salary changed, that would be recorded.
That's correct.
Okay, and while it's not in strict chronological order in the sense it starts at the top in the year 2000 and then
Right.
kind of shifts partway through, the dates are provided for each of these events.
That's correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move this point for the admission of defense to Exhibit 14. Now, to go through this, and rather than have the jury try to read it, I've tried to put it together on PowerPoint if I can, and we can just work our way through it. Now, if you look at the earliest date on this, which is June of '87.
Okay.
What you have is that she was hired as a tech. No, I want this up on screen. Yeah. I'm sorry. She was hired in June of '87 as a technical writer, making $33,000.
That's
a
correct.
year.
Yes.
Okay, and she progressed through this organization for a long time. In November, for example, she became an audio-visual specialist. Is that what that means?
Yes.
Still making $33,000.
Yes.
But then in May of the next year, she changed jobs to, is it a marketing administrative
Yes.
position where she got a raise to $39,400?
Yes.
And then in February, she got another raise to $42,600.
Yes.
And then in September, she became, was that a manager of marketing? That was
Yes.
And it was a company raise to $47,600.
In September of '89,
Yeah,
I think it's just 47,000.
I may have mistyped. Okay. And then in July, did she go up to $50,300?
Yes.
Okay. And then in December, she got a raise to $55,300.
Yes.
Okay. Now in July of '91, she was a senior advisor marketing. Is that
That's correct.
making $61,500?
Yes.
By the way, are these like the base salaries?
I wouldn't know without doing some research.
Okay. But she got a raise in any event in June of '92 to $64,900.
Yes.
Okay. And up to this point, she hadn't not yet gotten any options.
That's correct.
In June of '93, her salary went up to $68,150.
Yes.
And then in January of '94, she got her first set of options where she got these 4,800 options.
Yes.
And so we can have the dates clear, because I think there's an optionee statement that you have kind of cut off on the left side.
A little bit. I don't have a copy of it right now, though.
Let me provide this. Let me approach and hand you Exhibit 15, see if that's comparable to the optionee statement you saw before, but now we actually have the dates visible on the left.
Yeah, it's the same information.
Okay. Now, so she got these options. So we all understand what this gave her is a right, if she wanted to buy up to 4,800 shares at that price.
Over 3 years.
Right. But ultimately, when her right had vested, she didn't have to buy any shares. But if she wanted to, this was the price she could buy them at.
That's correct.
And as the price of Nortel stock went up, obviously there'd be a profit if she bought it $3.94, whatever that is, and then sold at the higher price.
That's correct.
Conversely, as price of Nortel stock starts to drop, the option starts to lose value.
That's correct.
So, for example, if you've got a bunch of options that are profitable and you have a feeling that the stock may drop, it may make sense to exercise those options and go ahead and take some or all of the profit that you've already got.
Someone might choose to do that.
Now, in May, she got another raise to $78,000, May of '94.
Yes.
Okay, and then in November of '94, is this the first time she becomes the status of director?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, and at that point, she's making $85,000 a year.
Yes.
Plus, there might have been bonuses or something that just aren't reflected there.
That's correct.
Okay, and then once again in January, she now gets options. Let me ask you, was the option plan that you would get them at the existing market price when you got them?
Yes.
So what that would suggest is back in January of 95, Nortel stock was selling at 4.2,
That's
split
actually
adjusted.
split adjusted.
Right.
Yes.
What that means is occasionally companies, when they're doing well, will do a stock split, meaning they'll give you 2 shares, for example, for the 1 share you already have.
That's right. And split, and the stock price goes in half.
Right. So roughly in half. Like if it's selling for $10 now, it's $5, but
Right.
you have 2 shares.
That's right.
And options, because otherwise it would hurt people with options when there's a split, they in essence double the number of options and have this stock split applies to the option. Your price is adjusted to reflect that you now have a lower price stock out on the market.
That's correct.
Okay. Now in November of 95, she was making $88,400.
Yes.
Okay, and then she once again, looks like at least at that point, it was almost every year there was at least the potential to get options.
Yes. At that time, it was typically, options were typically given to people at the director and higher level.
Mhm.
Sometimes the senior manager level, which is the level she was at before this, once a year.
Okay, and the price, I realize this is split adjusted, had gone up at least somewhat from the prior year, but not hugely, gone from 4 something to now 5.6.
That's right.
Okay, now in March of 96, she got a raise to 93,000.
Yes.
And then her position changed from director of marketing to director of technology.
That's correct.
Okay, and she got somewhat of a raise to 97,000.
Yes.
Got more options. This time the price has gone up to 8.8.
Right.
And in the March of 97, she's up with a raise to $106,200.
Yes.
September, she goes up to $111,200.
That's correct.
And then this time the options, 6,000 options, are at 11.29.
Yes.
Raise that June to 122,000.
Yes.
Raised to 128,700 in March of 99.
Yes.
Now she got options in May. Do you know why that was done in May of that year, as opposed to the January previous grant?
At about that time, I can't say for sure off the top of my head, but about that time, Nortel changed how they granted options, and they granted them more frequently and to more people.
Okay, and you can see here that Nortel stock price has been going up. We're now at 17.43. And then in November, she got some more options, and the price had gone up a fair amount to $37 at
Yes.
that point. Now, in March of 2000, her title actually changed to consultant,
Yes.
and she was making $135,000.
Yes. She was still a director at that time, though.
Boring.
It's based on the function that she was a part of. It's something it's an internal Nortel thing. That's how we determine what salary range she's in and things like that.
Because there's kind of set ranges for a given position that you'd pay somebody in.
Exactly.
Okay. Now at this point, she's getting more options in May of 2000, and now the stock's up to 57.41 at that point.
Yes.
And then in July, stock had gone up to $80 a share.
Oh,
Yes.
comment.
Which meant if they were vested, her prior options that she'd gotten at $3 or $4 were worth a fair amount.
Yes.
Now, in November of 2000, she became director of information systems,
Yes.
and that was $140,000.
Yes, that's
Now,
correct.
it's not reflected on here, but obviously her salary went up. And is it right that in September of 2001, she got that final $5,000 raise?
That's correct.
Okay, and also during 2001, she received what was called a success bonus of $10,750.
I don't have the exact amount in front of me, but the timing is correct.
Okay, let me. If I did not, I would move to introduce Exhibit 15, which is the optionee statement that actually has the dates visible, I believe. Let me approach with Defense Exhibit 16 and ask if this is W-2, in essence, statement for the year 2001 for Kathleen Peterson.
Yes, it is.
And does that reflect, at least in some categories, the compensation and deferrals and things of that nature that she received for 2001?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 16. And here, what I'm getting it from says success bonus $10,750.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that was paid to her as a bonus during 2001.
That's correct.
And at no point going through this history did Kathleen
Right?
get a cut in pay?
No.
In fact, her
I wouldn't
pay
be here.
progressively went, as we saw, from $33,000 back in 1987
Yes,
to
I would. Oh my-
$145,000 at the time of
I'd
her
be
death.
right here.
Yes.
We've talked about on direct about various benefits here. I'd like to start off talking a little bit more about the options system.
Okay.
If you look at the second page of Exhibit 15, it appears that the last date that options were exercised was March 6th of 2001.
Yes.
Okay, and at that point, the market value for Nortel stock was a little over $19.
That's correct.
And previously in February, when she exercised it, it had been $31.
Yes.
Okay, and before that in January, it had been $37.
That's right.
And what, looking backwards, you now know is that Nortel price was dropping.
Yes.
It was no longer at the $80 level it had been before.
That's right.
So holding on to options risked losing money as a stock.
Potentially.
Yeah, as a stock. Unless it turned around, if it went down, you would have lost money by not exercising the options.
Well, they have 10 years to exercise. So there's no, if you received a grant in 1994, which was I think her first one, then she would have had until 2004 to exercise those.
Right. But if you had the opportunity to exercise your option when the stock was worth, say, $37 a share, and you believed that the stock would go down and maybe or maybe not come back up, there was a risk that that option would become less valuable if you didn't go ahead and exercise it.
If you believed that, yes.
Right. And in fact, for a period of time, Nortel stock went down fairly steeply.
Yes.
Now, once Kathleen Peterson had the vested right to exercise an option, she could exercise it at any time.
For up to 10 years.
Right. There wasn't a limit. They couldn't say, well, you can only exercise 100 shares or 500 shares. She had the ability to exercise all of her vested options.
That's correct.
What happened upon her death, though, was that the value of some of those options was altered.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, for example, I think you said that the reason that when we look in the expiration date that they all expire this coming December
Yes.
is because she died.
That's right.
Otherwise, some of those expiration dates would be farther out into the future.
That's true.
And of course, the farther your expiration date goes into the future, the more chance or more time for the stock price to go up.
Yes.
I mean, given a choice between a 10-year option and a 2-year option, you would choose the 10-year option.
I would suppose, yes.
And in addition, you explained to us that the last 3 grants that occurred in November of 1999 and then the 2 grants in 2000,
Yes.
those indicate that currently there's no options outstanding.
Those zeros are misleading there, though.
But that's because of her death.
Yes, but those options are still there. But because of the way the trade-in happened, they still have those options. Those options were at one point, because she signed up for the trade-in, they were canceled.
Mm-hmm.
But then upon her death, they were reinstated. So those options still exist and are available for the 2 years as well.
Okay, but they're available only for a 2-year period.
That's right.
Now, let me talk a little bit about
How are they available?
stock prices. Nortel, for example, is a publicly traded company.
Yes.
Anybody who wants to check on the stock price can find that stock price any number of places.
Yes.
And in fact, you can go to a Nortel site and get historic quotes.
Yes.
Now let me show you what I'll mark as Defense Exhibit 17. I'll tell you, this is something that I actually found last night.
Okay.
And see if this looks familiar in terms of a snapshot of Nortel stock prices back in 2001.
Yes, it does.
And what this reflects is the various stock prices from November 1st of 2001 up through December 7th, 2001, which was the Friday before Kathleen's death.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and let's take a look at November. Your Honor, I would move the admission of Exhibit 17.
No, we object.
All right. Let's take that. You take that. Deliberation here.
This information that he apparently printed out last night would be beyond her area of expertise. She's not a stockbroker. She works at Human Resources at Nortel. I don't quite know where he's going with this particular document, but I believe that she's not going to be able to answer probably some of his questions because this is beyond her area of expertise. That's the nature of my objection.
I don't think you need to be an expert to answer the series of questions I plan to ask, which is about the direction of the stock price. She's identified this as being a reflection of historic stock prices. We've heard about options at length on direct. I think I'm entitled to explore the value of those options and the direction those value is moving at the relevant time.
Well, Ms. Black, this is a very intelligent witness. She's fully capable of telling us whether she can answer these questions or not. So.
Your Honor, I also would object on the grounds that there's been no foundation laid as to the preparation of this document, where it actually came from.
Well, he hadn't done anything at this point. So, overruled. We'll bring him back.
Sure. I'd also like to move, I think at this point. Okay. Looking at Exhibit 17, what was the closing price for the Nortel stock on November 1st of 2001?
$5.85.
Okay, and at that point, what you had, I'm going to use the Alamo. Yeah, actually, if we could have just one moment, Your Honor, to bring in a pad of paper, that might help. Okay, so on November 1st, we had a closing price of $5.85.
That's correct.
And what that meant, looking at the exhibit with the optionee statements, is that only those options that gave her the right to buy for less than $5.85 were profitable.
That's correct.
Other options were what we call underwater,
That's correct.
meaning it's nice to have them, but they're not worth much unless the stock price changes.
That's right.
Okay, now, over the period from the 1st of November to December 7th, the stock price changed.
Yes, it did.
In fact, it went up.
It did.
In fact, the closing price on the 7th was up to $8.84.
Yes.
So, doing rough math, you have about a 50% increase in the value of Nortel stock.
Roughly.
And what this meant, of course, is that options now were increasing in value.
At that period of time.
Right. And of course, she died over that weekend.
Yes.
Now, let's just look at the first set of options. On December 7th, she would have had 1,600 outstanding options at the price, exercise price of, was it $394?
Yes.
Okay.
3945.
Okay. She also had 5,600 options that had been granted that she had not yet used.
Yes.
That were an option price of $4 and roughly 21 cents.
Yes.
Okay, and then she had an additional 4,800 options that were exercisable at the price of $5.61.
Yes.
So all of these options now, as of December 7th, had the potential for profit because her ability to buy the stock was for a price less than the stock was selling for.
Yes. It was a small profit at that time, but it was a profit.
Right. In fact, it had a profit that had increased by roughly 50%.
Yes.
Okay, and the total number, just looking at these, what you had was, if my math is right, 12,000 shares.
Yes.
And so every time stock went up 10 cents, you had a $1,200 profit.
Yes.
Went up $1, you had a $12,000 profit.
That's true.
So a change in about $3 just for that month before had produced an increase in value of $36,000.
That's true.
And of course, back in 2000, for example, in July of 2000, when the stock was at $80 a share, every time you exercise an option that was $4 a share, there was $76 of profit to make.
Exactly. Yes.
And so if you had 1,600 shares, you could make over $100,000 in profit just exercising those.
I'd have to do the math. But
Okay, well, 1,000.
it's a lot of money, though. Yes.
And certainly there was nothing that prevented Kathleen Peterson, if she wanted or needed money, back when the shares were at that level, to exercise options and cash in for money.
Objection.
You can write on the screen.
It's speculation.
You can
No.
write on that screen.
I'm asking whether there's anything about the plan or her rights.
No, there was nothing that specifically prevented her from doing that.
Okay. Now, if we could have a short break, I could reorganize documents and proceed on to the next area.
Okay. What do you call short? How
10
short is short?
10 minutes is short.
All right, 10 minutes, Mr. Duffy.
We'll stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
A recess to reorganize?
We could pull that up. I want to explore a bit what the value of some of these options were back in January of 2001.
Who asked for that?
Have you got the optionee statement in front of
Be
you?
prepared,
I do.
people. Another reason I couldn't be a lawyer.
And what we know from that is that at the time she exercised those options on January 26th of 2001, the market price was $37.62.
I'm sorry. Which options are you
Let
referring to?
me, if I can approach it, Judy. She exercised some options on January.
Oh, on the
of
exercise
2000.
statement.
Right. That will show us the market value of the stock at the date she exercised.
Yes.
correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Because the market price is in essence what the going rate is for the stock, and the difference between that and her exercise price is her profit.
That's correct.
Okay, so what we know is that in January of 2001, Nortel stock was worth $37.62.
That's correct.
Okay, and what we also know from her optionee statement is that she had a number of options where her right to buy the stock was for a price lower than $37.
Yes.
Okay, and we already added up the first group of three as being 12,000 shares. But she also had an additional 5,600 shares that she could exercise at $8.80.
Yes.
And then she had 6,000 shares at $11.29.
Those might not have been fully vested in January, though.
Okay, well, they were,
They would have been fully vested at the end of January.
if they were granted in 1996, I thought you said it took 3 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the 1998 options.
No, I'm talking about the 6,000 that were granted at $11.29.
Doesn't that say 1998?
You may be right. Okay, so let's just take, some of those may have been vested, some may not.
Yes, 2/3 would have been vested.
So 4,000 shares that would be vested,
Yes.
okay? And then 1/3 of the remaining 4,000 that were at $17.43.
That's correct.
So say 1,300 just for round numbers. of
Roughly.
that.
Mhm.
Okay, so what we've got then is you had, doing the math here, if I can do that on this real quick, and then you can double check it. We had, let me just check here on my calculator. I don't want to trust my math. We had 12,000 shares plus 5,600. That's 17,600 plus 4,000. Which should be 21,600, right?
I was not told there would
And
be.
then an additional roughly 1,300, which would be 22,900 shares.
That sounds right.
Okay, so they had the ability to buy 22.
Blue. Blue.
Is it just right here? Okay, so in 2001, 22,600 shares
Okay.
at various prices. So what we would need to do is then you would add up the cost of the options. And if you look at the right hand, let me walk up there.
Yes, I know. Mhm.
Okay. What you would do is add up the cost of those options.
But recognizing that the cost noted here is for the full amount of options, not the vested part.
Right, but that would only affect the 4,000 shares and the 1,300 shares because she's fully vested in the rest.
That's right.
Okay, so let's add that up if we could, and you can follow along. We've got $6,312 for the first group of options. It would cost $23,583 for the next group, meaning that so far she would have had to spend $29,895 if she
Right.
exercised all of those. The
Yes.
next group, $26,964.
Yep.
So now the cost is up to $56,859.
Okay.
Then $49,567 for the next 5,600.
Yes.
So now we're up to $106,426 to buy all that stock at the price.
Okay.
And then you're going to get about 2/3 of the 67,000 because you're only buying 2/3 of the next stock.
That's correct.
So 2/3 of that would be
About 33,000, right?
about 44,000. 2/3.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
So let's call it 44,000. So we're up to roughly $150,000 to buy the stock, and then about $23,000 to buy the 1/3 of the remaining 4,000.
Yes.
So she could buy all that stock for $173,000 roughly.
Yes. And this is in January. We're still
Right.
talking, right? Mhm.
Now, what she could sell those shares for would be the $37. And let's be accurate here, $37 and
625.
62 cents. Correct?
Yes.
So what we would do is you'd multiply 22600 times 37.62, and she would have bought. Let's do that again. She would have bought $850,000 roughly of stock for $173,000.
She would have paid the 173.
Right,
though.
but she would now own stock worth $850,000.
Yes.
And of course, her profit would be the difference between those.
If she chose to sell them at that time.
Right. It'd be a $677,000 profit.
Yes.
And that was available to her. In essence, it would be a form of income to her, but it was available to her in January of 2001 if there was a need for money.
She could have
Categorization of need for money.
chosen to do this at that time, yes.
Or done some smaller amount of options if she needed less money and wanted to leave some in the options.
You can do any amount that you choose to that's vested.
Okay. Now, in fact, the options that were exercised, she didn't exercise any options after March of 2001.
That's right.
And during 2001, she exercised a total of only 1,900.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you also talked about a number of other benefits that Ms. Peterson had 401k, a pension plan, and a deferred compensation plan.
Yes,
And Michael Peterson was the beneficiary of all of those,
the 401k pension and
deferred compensation.
deferred comp, yes.
And it's not unusual for an executive at Nortel to designate their spouse as a beneficiary.
Objection.
But,
I wouldn't know who people typically choose.
well, are you aware, for example, that federal law actually requires that you designate your spouse unless they specifically waive it for these types of benefits?
I was aware of that, yes.
Okay, so it would be typical unless a spouse wanted to waive it, then your spouse would be the designated beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And going through the figures you gave us, I noticed that the amount of the benefit that was actually in the account
Your
was
spouse
reduced before Michael
beneficiary?
Peterson got the money because taxes were being taken out.
Yes,
So on the 401k, taxes had to be paid on that before Michael Peterson got any of the money.
that's true.
And on the pension, taxes had to be paid before he got any of the money.
That's true.
And you aware that with the deferred compensation, although none were withheld, the taxes will be due on those amounts.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
So there was a significant tax bill to have those benefits taken out in 2001, as opposed to if they'd stayed in, if somebody had continued to be alive and to work.
Well,
Is that a bad
yes,
question?
well, they owed the taxes, but they received the funds. Yes.
But there's a financial benefit, for example, to leaving money in an account and not paying taxes until later.
I wouldn't know about that.
Well, I thought you said with the deferred compensation account, it's kind of a tax benefit to be able to defer your salary and not pay taxes on it now so you can invest it and take it out later.
Yes, but if the investments were going poorly, perhaps the advantage wasn't there. I wouldn't know.
Okay, but generally speaking, people prefer to pay taxes later rather than sooner.
I would think so.
Okay. And for each of those benefits, the 401k, the pension plan, and deferred compensation, there was a tax consequence to the money coming out in 2002, actually.
Yeah, I was just going to say, yes, 2002. Mm-hmm.
Now, you also talked a bit about the health and life and dental insurance. This was company-provided insurance.
That's correct.
And in fact, Michael Peterson and Martha and Margaret and Caitlin Atwater were beneficiaries of health insurance.
Yes, they were.
And that ended shortly after Mrs. Peterson died.
Yeah, I think it continued for a couple months.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they'd have to pay, Mr. Peterson would have to go find his own health insurance or get insurance through Cobra and pay it out of their own pocket.
Objection.
That's true.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about the availability, for example, of the deferred compensation. I think you indicated that the election form said that if Mrs. Peterson if she terminated her job for any reason, quit or whatever, they would then start to receive quarterly payments spread out over 5 years.
For some of the funds, yes.
Right. Well, the two funds where we actually solved the elections, that was the system.
Yes.
Okay. And what that would mean if that applied to the full amount, if that was also the system in the year 2000, was she had roughly $220,000.
Yes.
And if her job had ended January 1st, she would have received $44,000 a year for 5 years, paid quarterly.
Is that, I don't know if that's the exact amount, but
Well, I mean, if
is that
1/5,
1/5? Okay. Okay.
1/10 would be 22,000, so we double it as
Okay.
44. So she'd be getting, if that system kicked in, she'd get $44,000 a year for 5 years.
Yes.
Okay, but that's not the only way that money can be taken out of the deferred compensation plan.
That's correct.
And let me hand you what I'll mark as defense exhibit 18. Let me hand you defense exhibit 18 and ask if this is the plan documents for the Nortel deferred compensation.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what this is
This is both definitions of it, right? Yeah.
and basically it sets out so employees would understand the kind of rules of how the deferred compensation works.
Yes.
And you weren't even eligible to be in deferred compensation unless you were highly compensated.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you indicated that 80% was the most you could defer for any given year.
That's correct.
And you would redo the election each year.
Yes, you had to redo it at each, I think, 15 days before the end of the year.
So in 2000, Kathleen Peterson elected to defer 80% of her salary and bonus.
That's correct.
And then again in 2001, shortly before the plan year, she chose again to defer 80% of her salary and bonus.
Yes.
And that was collecting in what's called a rabbi trust.
I'm not familiar with that
there's
term.
it's held in an account
Yes.
for her.
Yes.
Now, as 2001 drew to a close, she wasn't required to defer income again for 2002.
No, it's an optional program.
Right? But she chose to defer 10% even for the year 2002.
Yes, she did.
She could have deferred as little as 5%.
Yes.
Indicate? Okay. Now, if you would look, well, Your Honor, I would move the admission of Defense Exhibit 18, the deferred compensation plan.
Allowed.
Now, ma'am, if you would look at page, I think it's 14 of the plan document, it has a base stamp number of 1078 at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, this talks about the distribution rules.
Yes.
And one of the things it talks about is non-scheduled in-service withdrawal.
Yes.
And that relates to withdrawals you can make while you're still employed.
Yes. While you're participating in the program.
Right. You don't have to wait to be terminated. You could actually do a withdrawal before that.
Yes.
And you are, in fact, it says here, you may request an unplanned distribution at any time.
For penalty.
Right. And the penalty is 10%.
Yes, which is forfeited.
Right. So you could get 90% of your money out just for requesting it at any time.
Yes. And you're also prevented from participating in the plan for a while.
Right. So the $220,000 that's sitting in that account, $198,000 was available to be taken out at any time, assuming they were willing to forfeit the 10% penalty.
Yes.
And also, when there's certain emergencies, you can ask for withdrawal, hardship withdrawals.
Yeah, those are very strict parameters, though. Very rarely happen.
But in a true emergency, you can come to the plan administrator and, in essence, ask for permission to take money out and not have to go through the penalties you would otherwise go through.
It might not be emergency as you are thinking of it, though. I mean, it's a very narrow
It's defined
definition.
in the plan. Okay.
Yes.
Now, the 401k, that money wasn't dependent upon Kathleen Peterson dying to be available to her or her husband down the road.
Yes, you can take a loan or take those funds out for penalties as well.
And the pension, she had a vested interest in her pension account.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, if she was, for example, terminated, her pension benefits wouldn't just disappear. She'd have some value she could take with her.
Yes.
So none of those were dependent upon her dying to have value.
That's correct.
One benefit you haven't talked about is termination benefits.
So he's trying to say that she was worth more alive than dead, basically.
Yes.
Nortel has a termination plan.
Yes, for if someone was laid off or fired. Mm-hmm.
Okay. In fact, there is a system under which Nortel calculates how much you will be paid if you are laid off.
Yes.
Okay. And roughly speaking, is there a payment for 60-day notice?
Yes. When the person has been told that they're losing their job, generally there are exceptions, but generally the employee is still
Marty.
an active employee with Nortel for 60 days, and then they're terminated.
Okay. And it's after the 60 days that the severance payments kick in,
That's correct.
and you get 4 weeks plus a week for each year you've worked.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, though it may not, they have the ability to give you more if they choose up to 2 years.
In very rare circumstances.
But as a minimum, you get the 4 weeks plus 1 week for each year you've worked.
That's correct.
And that's your base salary.
Yes.
Okay. And Mrs. Peterson had been working there since 1987.
Yes.
And you're aware, you're not, that had she been terminated, in December of 2001, she would have been paid over $75,000 in the 60-day notice and in the severance.
I don't recall the exact dollar value, but it's the 60 days plus 17 weeks plus the 4 weeks. So whatever that comes out to be.
Well, let me ask you, take a look here. Let me approach with Defendant's Exhibit 19 and see if you've seen this printout before.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and is this, in fact, a printout showing the value of the 60-day notice and the value of the severance amount for Kathleen Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, and this was as of December of 2001?
Yes.
Okay, we remove the omission of Exhibit 19. Now, the value of the 60-day notice was $22,231.
Yes.
That's the amount she would have been paid as an employee for 60 days, although she'd been informed that she was being laid off or a reduction in force or whatever.
That's correct.
And then the severance amount was $52,808.
That's correct.
And if I'm doing my math right, that's roughly $75,000.
Yes.
And upon her death, none of that got paid.
That's true.
So had she been laid off or a reduction in force, there would have been $75,000 of income paid to her during the year 2002.
Yes.
There would have been available roughly $44,000 from her deferred compensation coming out in that quarterly over 5-year payment.
Yes.
So there would have been that $119,000 in payments during 2002.
That sounds correct.
There's a figure here for fringe costs, $19,850.
Yes.
That's because benefits are continued for at least a period of time.
Yes, the benefits, the employee would have had the option to continue benefits through the end of the severance period.
And in fact, had she found another job with an unrelated employer and started earning more income, she still could have kept the severance.
Is she frozen or thinking? Wait, what happened? Where did my bar go? Okay. What just happened? Uh-oh. Well, this is weird.
There would have been $75,000 of income paid to her during the year 2002.
Yes.
There would have been available roughly $44,000 from her deferred compensation coming out in that quarterly over 5-year payment.
Yes.
So there would have been I mean, you don't get your life insurance, obviously, unless you die.
I suppose that's true. She also received her vacation payout, which she would have received that in the case of severance as well.
And she had some unused vacation at the time of her death.
Yeah, we gave her 4 weeks,
Okay, so that was an additional month of pay, about $12,000 for her.
roughly, yes.
But the life insurance, now you've indicated that it hasn't been paid because there's a prior beneficiary who's contesting this.
I don't know about about there being a somebody contesting, but Prudential, to my knowledge, has turned it over to the courts to determine who the beneficiary should be, because we have an older form that's signed and a newer form that's not signed. And so Prudential has just turned it over to the courts to say, you figure it out.
And the prior beneficiary was Fred Atwater,
Yes, I believe so. I think
her
Kate,
prior husband.
yes.
And what happened is the 1997 beneficiary designation that was filed when she got married to Mr. Peterson, she just didn't sign.
That's right.
But that has raised the possibility that that beneficiary designation isn't valid,
That's true.
and the money would go to Mr. Atwater,
Objection.
if you know.
I don't know.
But at any rate, it's because of that issue that no money has been paid.
On the life insurance, yes.
In fact, he has filed a claim and a lawsuit seeking that $1.4 million.
Who has?
Objection.
Fred Atwater,
Objection.
if she knows.
I'm not aware of that.
Could anyone other than Kathleen Peterson exercise those?
While she was alive?
Yes.
No, she would have to do that.
In regards to the elections as to deferred compensation, could anybody else other than Kathleen Peterson, while she was alive, make decisions about what monies would be deferred, the percentages, and over what period of time?
No, she had to make those decisions.
And if she chose not to make those decisions, it just wouldn't happen. Is that right?
That's correct.
I don't have further questions.
And very briefly, she also chose what life insurance she had
Yes,
and the coverage
yes,
because those were her benefits.
that's true.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
All right, you can
Thank
come down.
God.
And make sure you release them.
Yes.
You've been employed with Nortel.
11 years.
Tell us, please, what are your responsibilities there?
I work in the Human Resource Organization. Currently, I work in a global employee learning environment. I recently moved to that role from a HR business partner role supporting the Information Service Organization.
All right, now back in December of 2001, what were your job responsibilities?
I was an HR business partner for the Information Service Organization.
Okay, tell us, please, as far as those job responsibilities, what did you actually do on a day-to-day basis?
I was responsible for the strategic resourcing plan, where it involves people, talent development, any recruiting needs that would happen, or organizational design needs that were required in the organization.
Okay, tell us, please, during 2001, was Nortel sort of going through some hard times?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
During that time, we were giving, the business wasn't going as well. And because of it, there was a need to downsize the organization so that we could survive.
Okay, when you say downsize, what did that mean on a practical basis?
That means that we had to let some people go.
Do you remember about when it was that this started becoming sort of the wave of the times back then as far as letting a lot of people go at Nortel?
We first started letting people go in the fourth quarter of 2000.
Okay.
And it increased in 2001 and in 2002. And in the Information Services Organization, we did some more at the beginning of this year.
Tell us, please, now when a person was let go back then at Nortel, how did you all go about notifying them, and who knew that the person might be leaving prior to their departure? or prior to them being told?
Could you restate that question, please?
Okay, when the decision was made that a person was going to be laid off or terminated, first of all, who would make that type of decision regarding an individual employee?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
We looked at positions versus people, first of all. And the positions that were identified were done by the leaders in that organization.
Okay, and once that was done, then first of all, is there an official word that you all describe laying somebody off at Nortel?
Optimization.
All right. Now, back in 2001, were people that were at the level of Kathleen Peterson actually being optimized?
Yes, they were.
How frequently or how often, if you know?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
I know within the Information Services Organization.
All right, tell us in that perspective.
It was done as their positions became redundant. Because of the downsizing, organizations would be merged together. And then when there was redundancy, people at that level were let go.
Now, back during this time period, was Ms. Peterson actually placed on an optimization list?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
She was.
Do you know when that was?
It was in November of 2001.
Now, were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many other people would have been aware of the fact that she was placed on this list,
Objection, lack of foundation, relevance.
if you know?
Well, Sustained, maybe you need to tailor your question a little bit more to information you're trying to find out.
Yes, sir. Now, in November of 2001, how is it that you became aware? Sir?
How many people could mean people outside the organization?
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. Now, you said in November 2001, Ms. Peterson was placed on an optimization list,
Yes.
and you were personally aware of that.
Yes.
Do you know whether there were other people that were aware of that?
Yes.
What others?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
Kathy Kaiser, who maintained the database for the Information Services Organization.
Mhm.
Francois Rodrigue, who was the HR associate who supported the organization of which Kathleen was a part, and Robert Maritzi, who was the vice president of the organization of which Kathleen was a part, and myself.
Now, how long did she stay on this list?
3 days.
And how were you made aware of the fact that she was taken off the list?
We received an email from Robert Maritzi asking that she be removed from the list.
Now, do you personally know whether or not she knew she was on the list?
I do not personally know.
Other than the persons that you have mentioned previously, would there have been others that might have known she was on this list?
No.
Objection.
Well, she answered the question.
Did you all have any type of procedure or policy about keeping these lists confidential?
Absolutely.
And with that in mind, then, once she was taken off the list, do you know whether she was personally notified that she'd ever been on the list?
She would not have been notified of that.
Now, in regards to the situation there at Nortel during this time period, there was a situation going on there where most anyone could be optimized at any point in time. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Even though Ms. Peterson was taken off that optimization list, could she have been placed on another one in the future?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
Were you worried about being optimized?
Objection.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Sure. Good morning, ma'am. My name is Tom Maher.
Good morning.
You still work at Nortel?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a lot of people still work at Nortel.
Yes, sir.
And on December 7th, Kathleen Peterson worked at Nortel.
Yes, sir.
And if she had come back to work on Monday the 9th, she still would have had a job.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, there is absolutely no way that Kathleen ever knew she'd ever been on an optimization list.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know? You know?
I would not know.
Well, ma'am, prior to trial, you were interviewed by a man named Adrian Barnett? Yes. You have to answer out loud.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, he asked you about the issue of whether Kathleen would know that she had been on the optimization list.
Objection.
You have to answer yes, sir, out loud.
Yes,
And what you told him was that there was absolutely no way that Kathleen Peterson would have known that she had ever been on the optimization list.
in my opinion, that is correct.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Maritzi, who was her superior, specifically got her off the list in November, didn't he?
We received an email from him removing her from the list.
And
Yes.
she got put on the retained list.
I guess you could say that there wasn't a retained list.
And in your position, you're familiar with Kathleen Peterson's personnel file?
Not really.
Okay, well, let me ask you whether, for example, Nortel keeps track of ratings or performance evaluations that employees receive.
Yes,
Okay, and they also keep, for example, the job application or a resume that somebody has submitted when they're getting hired to begin with.
yes.
Let me approach first, if I may. I can approach with Exhibit 20 and ask if you recognize this as being Kathleen Peterson's resume from the Nortel personnel file.
I recognize it as a resume of Kathleen's. I can't validate that it was in the personnel file.
Okay, well, assuming that in fact the evidence, let me reapproach, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
And ma'am, what Exhibit 20 reflects
does.
is that, among other things, Ms. Peterson had received a master's in civil engineering from Duke University prior to coming to work at Nortel.
Yes,
Not as
Okay. And when she came to work in 1987. Let me show you what I'll mark as Exhibit 21. Does this appear to be the offer of employment to Kathleen Peterson by Nortel?
yes, sir.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 21. Now, what she was hired was as a technical writer 3 at a salary of $2,750 a month back in 1987.
Correct.
And I'm not going to go through all of the various changes or promotions she received, but it's fair to say during the time she worked at Nortel, Kathleen was evaluated for performance in her job.
Correct.
And Nortel keeps at least some records of those evaluations in its file.
Correct.
Hand you Exhibit 22. And ask if that appears to be the type of document that Nortel would use when evaluating employees.
It was at that time.
Okay, and this was, Your Honor, I would move the admission of Exhibit 22. This was an evaluation that was done back in 1987, shortly after Kathleen joined Nortel.
Yes,
Okay, and what it says to begin with was that Kathleen has significantly exceeded what would normally and reasonably be expected of a newly hired writer.
correct.
And so that was part of her official Nortel file.
Yes, sir.
Let me hand you Defendant's Exhibits 23 and 24 and ask if these are also more recent evaluations of Kathleen Peterson's performance at Nortel.
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, and these were from the mid-90s, 92 and 93, I believe.
Correct.
And on these, there's a box, in addition to a statement about the work she's done, there's a box to check for the level of performance an employee has achieved.
Correct.
I would move the admissions of Exhibit 22 and 23. And on both of these, she was rated as having exceeded the performance that was expected.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Should be 20,
23 and 24, I'm sorry. And this will be exhibit 25. Nortel, when somebody is given a raise, there's a process that Nortel goes through in terms of evaluation of what raise the employee should get.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's kind of ranges of pay that people in a given job classification are kind of expected to earn,
Yes, sir.
and ranges of raises that are expected to be given on a yearly or whenever basis.
As determined by the market rate, yes.
Okay, and to get an exceptional raise or raise beyond that, there'd have to be some request for that and some review within Nortel.
Yes.
Okay, and looking at Exhibit 25, this is in fact memorandum requesting permission to give Kathleen Peterson an exceptional raise.
Yes.
Okay, and move the admission, Your Honor, of Exhibit 25. And in fact, based upon this request, because of her performance, it was agreed to give her an exceptional raise of 14.5% increase.
Correct.
And you're aware that Kathleen Peterson continued to advance through the ranks of Nortel while she was there.
Yes.
And by the time of her death in 2001, she had achieved the level of being a director.
Correct.
And she had a great deal of experience at Nortel
Yes.
and had gained a lot of knowledge of the business she worked in.
Yes.
And no one ever told her specifically that she was on this optimization list,
Objection.
to your knowledge.
Overruled.
To my knowledge, no.
No further questions.
Yes, sir. Now, let me ask you this. First of all, leading off with what he just asked you. I believe you told us on cross-examination that it's your opinion that Ms. Peterson didn't know,
Correct.
but you can't be absolutely certain that someone didn't tell her, can you?
No, I cannot.
Overruled.
Now, Robert Moritzi, was that Ms. Peterson's direct supervisor?
Yes.
And he was optimized, wasn't he?
Yes.
Do you know when?
It would have been the beginning of notified. He would have told people around the beginning of December.
Okay, help me out here, guys. Is the prosecution trying to get her to say that Kathleen knew that she could possibly be fired any day now? And she may have told that to Michael. And so Michael killed her so he could get her money that she has in reserve because she was about to be fired? Is that what is happening here? Okay, 'cause this is weird. This is a really weird line of questioning that I did not expect.
Of what year?
2001.
Now, are you familiar with the types of severance packages that a person might receive if they're optimized?
Yes.
Object on the scope of cross-examination.
Overruled.
Okay, was there a difference between what type of package a person might receive if they had turned the age of 50 yet?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled.
It depends on their length of years of service.
All right. Would Ms. Peterson, if she were optimized, would she have received a better package if she was optimized after the age of 50?
They were downsizing. So they were consolidating department. So if there was a redundant position, they got rid of it. And they called it optimizing. They had an optimization list, which was basically a list of people they were going to fire or lay off. And it was called optimizing. which I think is kind of crappy to call it. Optimizing sounds positive. So she was on the optimization list for like 3 months. 3 months or 3 weeks. I don't remember. Anyway, her boss then called whoever controlled the optimization list and then told them to take her off of it. But it wasn't because of her work. She was a good worker. It had nothing to do with that. It just, they were downsizing because I guess they were in a rough patch or something. I don't know. I don't even know what is Nortel. I don't even know what that is.
She may have received some additional medical benefits, retiree medical benefits.
How about
I would
retirement benefits? Did those change after a person turns age 50?
That would be tied in with the medical and the standard retirement plan that she had opted for.
All right, in regards to life insurance, would life insurance benefits carry forward if a person was fired, laid off, terminated?
The life insurance that they purchased through the company?
Yes, ma'am.
No,
They wouldn't be able to take that with them.
no.
No further questions.
And on the, if somebody was optimized or laid off, they had a period under the severance where their pay and benefits continued.
Correct,
And that period was determined principally by how long they had worked at the job.
correct,
So, for example, they would get a 60-day notice that they were, during those 60 days, they were technically still an employee.
correct,
Then they would get a month plus 1 week for every year they had worked of severance.
correct,
So if somebody had worked there for 10 years, they'd get 14 weeks.
plus the 60 days, correct.
And you just figure out, and that's the minimum guaranteed severance package that Nortel employees got.
That was the standard package.
And during the severance period, benefits continued.
Yes,
So health insurance and life insurance, et cetera, would continue during the severance period.
the benefits did. I would have to double check on the life insurance.
Life insurance was one of the benefits an employee could choose to take advantage of while they were at Nortel.
While they were still an employee at Nortel.
And at the very minimum, somebody who was optimized got 60 days of continued employment.
Correct.
No further questions.
Further questions? All right, you can come down.
Thank goodness.
Raymond Lawrence Young.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a special agent with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation.
Tell us about your educational background, please.
I graduated from East Carolina University in 1978, high school in 1974,
Canadian company?
with a Bachelor of Science in Business
Operated out of
Administration
North
degree.
Carolina?
I then, while working for the North Carolina Department of Revenue in the early 1980s, went back to NC State University at night and during the summer and took about 33 hours of accounting and business law courses in order to sit for the CPA exam.
All right, tell us, please, what types of certifications do you hold?
I am a certified public accountant. I've been one since 1986, and I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I've had that title since 1990.
Oh, yay, more
Tell
numbers.
us, please, about your past work experience.
When I graduated from college, I worked for 1 year in Atlanta, Georgia, with Georgia Power Company in their accounting department. I then returned to North Carolina and started working as an income tax auditor with the North Carolina Department of Revenue. I held that position for approximately 5 years and then was promoted to a field auditor with the Department of Revenue and held that position for approximately a year and a half. And then I passed the CPA exam and went to work in public accounting for 5 years with a CPA firm in Raleigh, McGladrey and Pullen. And after that, I started working for the State Bureau of Investigation and been with them
Well, this
approximately
is
12 years.
2000.
Now, what do you do at the SBI on a daily basis?
I'm assigned to the Financial Crime Investigations Unit of the SBI. We're a specialized unit based in Raleigh, but we cover the entire state. And we investigate mainly financial type crimes, embezzlement, false pretense type crimes. Also, we assist federal agencies in money laundering, wire fraud, and mail fraud cases. Also investigate corruption cases. I assist on murder and arson investigations that have a financial motive.
All right, now, Agent Young, were you asked to do some things in this case?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
Well, based on my background with the SBI and in those investigations, I normally analyze financial records depending on the type of case. That came into play in this case where they wanted me to review the financial analysis, doing a financial analysis concerning Kathleen Peterson and Michael Peterson. And in that respect, I would sit there and obtain bank records, financial documents, loan files, tax returns. I would analyze those, look at those type of documents.
Your Honor, before I go further, I would like to tender Agent Young as an expert in the field of financial analysis.
We have an objection. I'd like to approach.
All right, Mr. Deputy, there's some matters we'll have to take care of outside the presence of the jury. If you will take the jury to the deliberation room, please. All right, Mr. Maher, Mr. Rudolph, the substance of your objection.
We object to Agent Young testifying as an expert. If he's giving opinions, we've been given absolutely no notice of what those opinions are. We've been given no report, although we were required to have all of our experts submit reports. I suspect that the opinion will be one that a juror could equally reach just based on looking at financial records. So we object to any opinion as an expert. If he is testifying as a summary witness, which is what we were led to believe, namely there's a mass of financial records, rather than call people from each bank and from credit agencies, whatever, and take a week laying it out, we'd have a summary witness who would say, this is what the records show. He doesn't need to be an expert. I have no objection to the state putting in some of the financial records we've received in discovery through a summary witness, but there's no need for him to be qualified as an expert and give some kind of patina to his testimony that goes beyond what it is. If he's going to give opinions, I think we're entitled to know what that is. It appears, I see charts that I've never seen before that say net asset analysis, which suggests there's some analysis going on that we've never been notified, and I think we're entitled to see those before the examination continues.
And I'd go further, given the fact that we weren't given those ahead of time. I think that it is too late to get that notice at this point. Under the statute, we were entitled to that weeks ago. And I'm going to object to any analysis on the part of this witness that's in any way based on charts that we've never been given and never had a chance to have our expert analyze in terms of being able to cross-examine this expert. We have our own expert. Had we been given these when we were supposed to be given them, then our expert would have had a chance to look at them and do an appropriate analysis and help us cross-examine. We haven't been given that opportunity, and so I object to there being any testimony at this point as to any analysis.
Ms. Black, what is the nature of this witness's testimony?
This witness would intend to present basically the financial situation of the Petersons for the years 1999, 2000, 2001, regarding the assets that they held, including real property, bank accounts, those types of things. We've prepared some diagrams that basically show an asset analysis for them for those 3 years. Beyond that, we intended to present information regarding these Mr. and Ms. Peterson's tax returns from 1999, 2000, 2001, a refinancing that was done in April 2001, a credit card report that would show the debt that they had on outstanding credit cards during the appropriate time period. And also he was going to talk to a certain extent about the Nortel benefits and use a chart regarding the Nortel stock prices and how they, of course, had plummeted during the time period that we're speaking of. I think basically based on his background, he surely is qualified as an expert, even if we don't intend to ask him any question of an opinion. But in regards to Mr. Rudolph's comment about his not having a report, he now has told the court that he has an expert, and we've got no report from that person. But those would be the subject matters I'd like to cover through this witness.
Yes, sir, Mr. Maher.
We have no report from our expert because we were never told a financial expert would in fact testify for the state. We have somebody helping us gather information, try to understand it. But absent a state expert, we had no intention of calling an expert. had we been, and we specifically asked, and I was told this is just going to be a summary witness. So we're getting beyond summary witness on some of these areas, I believe, and I don't think that's appropriate. In fact, I know that's not appropriate.
Well, the court doesn't have any problem with the witness testifying, even as an expert witness, as to the summary of his analysis. Ms. Black, I'm not sure what expert opinion he's going to give. What expert opinion is the witness going to give?
Your Honor, I don't know that he is. But one reason I want to qualify him as an expert, if nothing else, would be for the jury to see that he surely is an expert in financial matters, and that to hopefully lend credibility to the information he'll be giving them about facts that he's gathered in this particular case regarding financial matters.
Okay, what the reason we're having this conversation outside the presence of the jury is because there was some concern at the bench that he was going to give an expert opinion that would the jury could reach without his help. What opinion would that be?
Well, Your Honor, reflecting further about it, I think that we've decided that we just simply won't ask his opinion, and then we'll just argue the rest left to the jury at the appropriate time.
All right, now, Mr. Maher, Mr. Rudolph, is there something on those charts that amounts to?
We haven't been given them ahead of time. It'd be nice to have a chance to look at them so we can see. I mean, these apparently are a summary of a great deal of financial information.
Yeah, but Ms. Black, what other documents do you intend to use? What other charts do you intend to use?
We have this chart that's entitled Net Asset Analysis for Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson.
We're going to need a little bit of time to look at it, obviously, compare it to our records. So
We have a chart here that is entitled Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson's credit card installment credit line debt on January 2002 per Equifax credit information. Then we have this diagram that is entitled Nortel stock prices. The other exhibits that I intended to use through this witness would include, as I've told the court, the 1999, 2000, and 2001 tax returns and a refinancing application from April 2001. I have copies here for court review if the court wishes to see those. I have given them copies of those exhibits.
we don't have any problem with individual exhibits like refinancing applications. Our problem is with summary charts that we've never been given an opportunity to look at and determine the accuracy of. And we'd like maybe 5 or 10 minutes to be able to look at those and confer and compare them to our documents.
Yeah, so for example, there's a summary from the Equifax, which, I mean, it may be accurate, it just doesn't track the format the Equifax itself goes in terms of account numbers and things of that nature that would want to double check. Same with these apps. I mean, we haven't seen this before. I need to take a look at it to make sure that that we don't have any objection to it. But this appears just to be a summary in that respect.
We just need to make sure it's accurate. That's all.
All right, the defendant's objection to the witness testifying as an expert witness is sustained at this point. Mr. Deputy, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 12:05.
We'll stay in recess until 12:05.
During the break, I had a chance to look through the 3 charts, and while we are going to end up disagreeing with some of the numbers, I don't have an objection to the state using those charts. I understand where they're coming from, so we're prepared to proceed at this point.
All right. Mr. Deputy, if you bring the jury back.
Just so I'm clear, the last thing that was put to the agent was, I think the last thing that happened was Ms. Black tendered him as an expert. Given the court's ruling with regard to opinions, we object to him being either tendered or found by the court to be an expert. It's not necessary to do that to go through these numbers.
Yeah, he could be an expert for some other reasons. It's not necessary. I understand that. Ms. Black, what is your position?
Your Honor, I've already stated my position. I think that he surely is qualified as an expert, and it would help the jury to be able to judge his credibility, among other things.
Well, yeah, he's got to be an expert in something.
Financial analysis is what I tendered him as an expert in?
Your Honor, what these charts show and what the witness will testify to is numbers that come off the documents. He didn't prepare the Equifax report, for example, or the bank accounts. He's simply gone through them and presenting it in a fashion that will help the jury understand it. You don't need to be an expert to do that. And to call him an expert in front of the jury suggests that there is more here than there is. So we would object to him being tendered as an expert in front of the jury.
Does the jury really know a difference?
Well, I don't think Ms. Black, when she qualified him as an expert, had made her decision as to whether she was going to ask him some opinions, which apparently she has made now. So,
Oh, because an expert.
Ms. Black, you tell me how you want to deal with that. You asked that he be an expert. Doesn't have to be an expert to do what apparently he's going to do now. So either I have to make a decision on that, or you have to withdraw your request.
My request to tender him as an expert.
Yes.
All right, this time I'll withdraw my tender to the court, and if I intend to ask him an opinion question sometime during his testimony, I will renew my tender to offer him as an expert and be heard further at that time.
Well, that solves
I
one.
do not intend to ask an opinion question.
That solves one part of the problem.
At present.
The other part of the problem is that questioning is hanging out there as the last thing you requested from the court before the jury went out.
So you're gonna have to withdraw it in front of the jury.
I suggest that you just tell the jury what you told me.
Yeah.
You have to withdraw it in front of the jury.
He understands he's not to offer any opinions without there being notice to us ahead of time. Thank you.
I told him to research.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready?
Yes.
Steph? Yes, Ms. Black, is there a request from the state?
Your Honor, this time I will withdraw my tender regarding tendering him as an expert witness at some point in the future that I may request that again.
All right, it is allowed. Are there further questions?
Yes. Now, Agent Young, I believe we were in the process of asking you what you were asked to do in this particular case.
That's correct.
Tell us, please, what were you asked to do and what did you do in this case?
Well, I received a request to assist y'all in the investigation against Michael Peterson, specifically regarding his financial status and that of his Kathleen Peterson. And what I did was, when I arrived here, I first looked at the information that had already been obtained by the district attorney's office, and I believe there were some bank records, an Equifax credit report, maybe some other documentation regarding that. After reviewing that information, I then conducted some interviews with some individuals that I thought might have additional information, individuals at Nortel. I looked at Nortel information where Ms. Peterson had worked. I also started gathering bank information by serving search warrants on different banks to obtain additional bank information that I thought was important to make a thorough examination of the financial status. I also, once I received information in from the banks and from other sources like the Navy Federal Credit Union, I would then prepare a document that I call as a spreadsheet. Basically, you get a lot of information in, sometimes stacks of information this high, and you go through that information and then you put it in a simple format, either on a computer spreadsheet or also on a handwritten spreadsheet. So you don't have to go through all that documentation again and again. You've got something in a very condensed format. And I would do that in this case. And based on that, if I saw that there was additional information needed, which is usually the case in any investigation I do, once I get bank records or other financial information, I determined that I see another account out there. It might be an investment account that I was not aware of. It might be another bank account. It might be something else of that matter, that then I will go and try to obtain that information. And once I get that information, I'll do the same process. I'll put it into a spreadsheet, and then I'll review and analyze it.
Okay, now in this particular case then, were there particular areas that you looked at?
Yes, there were. There were particular areas that once I got all this information gathered and started looking at it, that I thought was areas of importance regarding this case. One would be the Nortel information. Another would be property information regarding real estate that they owned. Another would be their income tax returns, which we did obtain. That was their federal income tax returns. Another was the Navy Federal Credit Union refinancing application and package, and the bank records, and also the Equifax credit reports.
All right, now with this information then, did you prepare some charts?
Yes, I did. I prepared several charts for my own use, and then charts for exhibits here.
Did you actually prepare a chart regarding the net asset analysis for the Petersons?
Yes, I did.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked State's Exhibit D9. Did you prepare this?
Yes, I did.
And this involves what type of information?
It's an overall view of the net assets, the major net assets that Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson had for a time period 1999, 2000, and 2001, and up until about the time of her death. It also shows assets that they sold during that period of time, and assets that I was able to determine based on the information I obtained that they bought during that period of time.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit D9 into evidence for illustrative purposes. Maybe he'd be allowed to step before the jury. Come on down if you would, at your name, please. Now, using this diagram then, tell us what it represents to you.
What I did was, as I explained, I gathered a lot of information regarding their financial status. And what I show here is basically assets that they held during this period of time. And then in 1999, I show assets that they sold. And based on information I have from Solomon Smith Barney, Michael Peterson sold and obtained in cash $11,157 from selling stock that he had bought. Also during 1999, it shows that through Solomon Smith Barney, Kathleen Peterson received $43,050 from stock that she had sold, which was in a mutual fund that she had at Solomon Smith Barney. It also shows here that she also sold her former residence at 1540 Hermitage Court in Durham and received money that went into her bank account for $140,897. Those were the assets, the major assets that I was able to show that was sold during 1999. I did not see any major assets being purchased during that period of time. In 2000, I did the same analysis. I saw that during the year 2000, they sold a Manulife annuity that Miss Peterson had with Solomon Smith Barney. She cashed that in, and I saw where $55,443 went into their bank account. I also saw that there were some stock options sold in the year 2000, and the net amount of money that they received and went to their bank account was $25,246. I did not see any assets purchased during the year 2000, major assets. Also, during the year 2001, I did the same type of analysis based on the information I was able to obtain. I saw where they sold some more Nortel stock options and received cash of $23,580. Also were sold some residential rental property that was held and received $29,896. This was actually some lots that they owned, that she owned. Again, in the year 2001, I did not see where there were any major assets purchased. Also, assets that they had on hand were, there's some residential rental investment property, the property that was in Mr. Peterson, Michael Peterson's name. The net value, and when I say net value, was $120,599. I obtained that through the property tax value that had been reassessed in 2001. And then I took from the Equifax report how much was owed on a mortgage on that property. And so that's the net amount.
Hey, Mike, drop.
This amount could be higher if you use an appraised value, but I used the tax value because that's what I had available at that time. And I wanted to be consistent because I had all the tax values for all these pieces of property during that period of time. Another indication was rental property, investment property owned by Kathleen Peterson and held with other individuals, maybe Todd Peterson or other individuals in addition to herself. The amount of that property after selling the 2 lots, the net value was $276,938. There again, I used the property tax value as the value for the property and then reduced it by the amount of mortgages remaining on that property. The residence at 1810 Cedar Street, I did the same process again. I took the reassessed 2001 tax value for that, deducted the mortgage that was owed on that, and came up with $547,653.
House?
There were some other assets that were also owned by the Petersons. Miss Peterson, Kathleen Peterson, had a Solomon Smith Barney individual retirement account that she had. And at the time of her death, the balance in that account was approximately $49,846. I was able to determine that Mr. Peterson had 2 separate individual retirements account, one called a SEP individual retirement account, and the balance in that at approximately the time of Miss Peterson's death was $145,241. He had another individual retirement account, and that balance was approximately $51,027. And then there was the Nortel assets that Miss Peterson had at or about the time of her death, which was the 401k plan that she had. And the balance in that 401k plan, and this is, I use the amounts that were actually received.
You guys, it's boring now, but don't bail because it's going to get better. When the male escorts that he hired start to testify, it's going to get better. I've not seen it. I've only seen clips, but it's going to get better.
By the Peterson, Mr. Peterson, or money that was available, which was $36,700. That was the gross amount that was available. He received a smaller amount because of taxes being taken out. He had the Nortel pension plan that the gross amount was $124,283, but he received an extra smaller amount because of taxes taken out. And then the Nortel deferred compensation that Ms. Peterson had, which is $223,182 that he received. There are also several bank accounts either owned by Kathleen Peterson and or Michael Peterson and other individuals. And the balances, approximate balances in those accounts at or about the time of Ms. Peterson's death was approximately $42,900. So the overall major assets that they had, the value in those at the time of Kathleen Peterson's death, on or about the time of her death, was approximately $1,618,369. Now, like I said, if you look at the property values that I have here, those could be higher if you had an appraisal. But I used the 2001 tax assessed value that had just been reevaluated that year.
And why did you use the 2001 tax number?
Because I wanted to be consistent. I had the tax values. That information is public information. I had not gone out and had appraisals performed. That was not my job. And that was a value that I thought would be a constant value for all pieces of property that I was aware of.
Now, Agent Young, in looking there, I noticed that you have 1999, 2000, 2001. Was there a reason you didn't go back further?
Well, there was a reason. One reason is you start getting into problem getting bank records when you start going beyond a certain period of time. Plus, I wanted to stay with a period of time that was closer to the time of Kathleen Peterson's death.
All right. Now, in conjunction with part of the analysis you did you actually analyze their bank records?
Yes, I looked at the bank records for 6 bank accounts that they had, either individually or jointly. I looked at those bank records, looked at money that came in and money that went out of those bank accounts during the same period of time.
Let's do this, Agent Young. Your Honor, maybe use a flip chart, please, for him to further describe this portion of his testimony.
Hello.
Let's set this up for you.
All right, members of the jury, there a matter we have to take care of outside of your presence. Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
In.
All right, Mr. Maher, Mr. Rudolph, outside the presence of the jury, what is the nature of this voir dire?
Well, Judge, my understanding was that the state was about to get into some sort of an analysis of, in essence, outflow from accounts versus income to make the point that the outflow from the accounts exceeded the income for a given period of time. And our request is for a voir dire so that we understand what it is that the agent is relying upon in terms of what that outflow is and where it went to, whether it was expenses, transfers, or various other things, and what he's counting as income, whether it's simply taxable income or non-taxable income, and that sort of thing, so that we have some basis for understanding what the summary is really about, because as things stand right now, we have no way of determining what the summary that's about to be elicited really relates to.
Ms. Black, questions?
Yes. Agent Young, now, you looked at a number of bank accounts, is that correct?
That's correct.
Which accounts did you look at?
I looked at the Bank of America account.
Whose name is that in?
It had initially been in Kathleen H. Atwater, but then Michael Peterson's name was added to it at a later date.
All right, what other account?
I reviewed the CCB account with the name of Michael Peterson. At a later date, Kathleen Peterson's name had been added to it. And I can give you the account numbers if that would help.
If you would.
Okay, let's start back at the Bank of America account.
The Bank of America account number is 001-5364-6179.
All right, the CCB account you spoke of, what is the number on that?
44-63419.
I looked at 6, but I only
Used 5 in the analysis.
Why is that?
The 6th account was a CCB account Michael Peterson had set up for his election campaign, I think for the mayor's race. And I was instructed not to really delve too much into that account at the request of the district attorney. And so I just skimmed it.
All right. Now then, in looking at those 5 accounts that you did analyze, what did you do with the information you received from analyzing bank documents?
They were entered on to Excel spreadsheets showing deposits and funds coming into the accounts. And then also information concerning checks being written off of that account.
Okay, now did you do that for the 3 years that we've been discussing, 1999, 2000, and 2001?
Yes, and I actually went into a little bit of 2002 on some of the accounts also.
Tell us, please, then, first of all, let's look at 1999.
Okay.
In regards to your analysis of these checking accounts, were you able to tell basically how much money was coming into these accounts during that year?
Yes, I looked at all the deposit information and transfers into the accounts and determined an amount that came in during the 1999 period.
And what amount did you determine?
I determined for the year 1999 the total amount received from the salary of Kathleen Peterson, from rental income, from IRA distributions to Michael Peterson, and other sources of income from VA disability and military disability. The total of those amounts were approximately $276,790.
All right, in further analyzing the records for 1999, were you able to determine how much money came out of those accounts?
Yes,
All right, what total did you come up with there?
I came up with $461,400.
All right, how did you make that determination?
I looked at the individual bank statements and also the analysis of the checks that were paid out of those accounts.
All right, then let's turn your attention to 2000. In analyzing those bank accounts for that year, were you able to determine how much money went into those accounts during that calendar year?
Right. The amount of money that came in from the same sources as I stated earlier, from normal flows of income coming in and other funds coming in, the amount of money in 2000 was $203,390 rounded.
And how about monies coming out of the accounts during that year?
$300,760 rounded.
Let's look at 2001 then. Did you do the same type of analysis for that year?
Right. The money received from salary, rental income, disability benefits, IRA distributions, and normal sources of income was $180,480.
And how about monies coming out of the accounts?
$288,000 rounded. And you're going to note there's a negative difference on each year.
Those were the nature of my questions that I intended to ask him regarding this portion of testimony. That was the nature of it.
I take it you've done spreadsheets for each of these steps in your analysis of the income and the check and the bank accounts for each year, for each account.
What I've done is I've gone back and done a spreadsheet on what the beginning balance was, what came into the account, what left the account, the ending balance. I did that for each month for the period we just discussed. And I also have the same type of detail, information in more detail as far as what made up each of those deposits and what checks came out of the account.
Yeah, we're going to need to look at these before we can conduct any kind of meaningful questions. We've not been provided them beforehand. I think we should have been, but we haven't been. And it's going to be necessary for us to look at them before we ask any questions. So I would ask a chance to examine this.
And frankly, I think we're talking about a significant amount of time. If we're talking about 3 years, every deposit and all the transfers out, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should have been given weeks ago. And there's absolutely no reason to be, again, sandbagged by this kind of behavior where an agent
The word is
spends
ambush.
obviously a lot of time putting together some
They
numbers,
right, Rudolph. It's
and
ambush.
we're not given
Trial
the
by
raw
ambush.
material that he's used so that we can cross-examine him in a meaningful way. We're not going to play that game. We're going to ask every single time they sandbag us for the amount of time we need to adequately prepare. And if that delays the trial, that's on Mr. Harden and Ms. Black, not on us, because we're not going to be put in a position where we're defending someone's life and we're not given the time and the information we need to conduct a fair cross-examination of a witness on motive. And I think that they ought to be admonished by the court to provide this kind of information to us ahead of time so that we're not in a position where now we're going to have to tell the jury that they're going to have to be delayed or even let go for today so that we have a chance to do what we need to do. And I think the jury also ought to be instructed that that's because the prosecution didn't provide the defense with what should have been provided at the time that it should have been provided.
Now, are you talking about information that you need to cross-examine him for purposes of the voir dire, or?
Well, both, but because what we've gotten is these gross raw figures. He says the income comes from salary, military benefits, and other normal sources of income. I don't know what he's referring to, and I don't know what numbers he's plugged in. He's added up 5 different accounts without any segregation from them. One of those accounts had to do with Martha and Margaret Ratliff and had government benefits going in that they had gotten and should be treated separately. We haven't gotten any of that analysis to show that taking these gross numbers presents a misleading image to the jury. I mean, we know that no checks bounced, to my knowledge. Nobody sued them for not paying debts. They want to show what the debt was at the end of 2001. That's a different issue. But to present this as if somehow their lifestyle was running hundreds of thousands of dollars extra each year without having given us the extensive analysis that apparently was done and a chance to examine it just isn't fair. And we need to be able to conduct a meaningful cross voir dire, and then if the court allows it, a meaningful cross-examination before the jury.
All right, so your request is what?
That I get to examine all of these spreadsheets that the agent has prepared for each of the accounts, and I guess for the income as well. I'm assuming there's a spreadsheet for the income that makes up the gross numbers that he's now, the state now proposes to put before the jury.
All right, well, can the four of you get whatever information he's talking about, take it right there and give me some kind of idea how much time we're talking about that you're going to need? So I guess you have to look at
Oh,
it.
we need
We have to look at it.
Booklets here, each of which I happen to think is a report, regardless of whether or not Mr. Harden thinks it's a report. Each contains about 100 pages of financial analysis, one for each account. And there is no way that we're going to be able to make heads or tails of that between now and probably a week from now, because we're going to need to sit down with our financial person and make sure that what's being done there is accurate. So once again, I'm going to renew my objection to this testimony at all. We were entitled to these reports. There are reports, there are SBI reports in the form of booklets that contain all of this information. Had we been given that when we were supposed to be given it, we could have done all this ahead of time, as we've done with other things, and been prepared to cross-examine. For example, the agent quite candidly admits that if a transfer occurred between one of these accounts and another account, that he simply didn't.
Hey, was Murdaugh North Carolina or South Carolina? He was South Carolina, right? Never mind. I was thinking, boy, they haven't got any better over the years, have they? But it's South Carolina with Murdaugh, right?
Look at, he counted as an outflow. Well, you know, I know that there are other accounts that exist. And I know that, for example, just taking this analysis here in 2001, the money, I'm sorry, in 2000, we have $80,000 going out. That money went to accounts for Caitlin Atwater. That's where that money went, to Mo Berry, who opened accounts for Caitlin Atwater. Yet this shows up as just, you know, it's gone. Presumably it shows up on his spreadsheet as $80,000 worth of money out. Well, unless I have a chance to look at each of those booklets and see what he's counting as money out and be able to consult with my financial person and make sure that it's really money out as opposed to money to another account, I can't possibly be in a position to adequately cross-examine him. So my request is, at this point, to bar this testimony with regard to this supposed cash flow analysis, because we have been prejudiced by not having the reports that we needed to have before this trial ever started. I couldn't address it in my opening statements. I couldn't address it in cross-examining this witness at the appropriate time. And I think that it is prejudicial to us to have to deal with it in any way other than to bar it. If the court denies that request, and in the alternative, we're going to request that this witness be brought down from the stand and that we be given an opportunity to consult with our financial person. And then we'll get back to the court in terms of how long we'll need to adequately look through these records and be able to cross-examine, because I just can't give you a figure at this point.
No, let's be clear, because I'm afraid that the court may have a misimpression about what this actually is. In fact, the state has provided Mr. Rudolph with thousands of documents from these accounts. This is not a report. It is merely a listing of every one of those checks, whether it is income to the account or whether it's an expense out of the account. That is all this is.
Well,
If Mr. Rudolph,
that's
well,
actually
I would
not-
really like to
Hold up,
complete
Jim.
my.
Well, why don't you
statement.
state it accurately?
Gentlemen,
If he
Their
wanted-
character, what they are,
hold on,
Judge,
hold on.
is
You can-
they
Mr.
are
Rudolph, Mr. Rudolph,
characterized.
let him finish, and you can have your say.
This is merely a listing of those checks. It's not a report. It doesn't offer an opinion. We've not asked for an opinion from this agent. If Mr. Rudolph had wanted to take the time, as we did, to take all of those checks and to make decisions about listing them so that he could figure out where it all went, then he could have certainly done that. We're under no obligation to do that for him. We gave him the information, and he makes decisions about how he's going to use it. Not us, he does. So he has it, he's had it, some of it for more than a year. Some of it he got with the first batch of discovery back almost 18 months ago now. So I really take great offense at him saying that we have sandbagged him. We've given him everything that he's entitled to. We've done it as timely as we could with these records. This is a lot of material. He has it. He's just chosen not to use it in a way that is relevant or appropriate for his own decision-making. And that's his problem. It's not mine.
Your Honor, we have gone through the records. We've actually been preparing spreadsheets. We're entitled to know what they've done ahead of time to prepare to cross-examine to see if this is accurate. I specifically asked whether there were going to be spreadsheets because we'd gotten one rough draft, and that was it. And I was told there weren't any others. These are clearly prior statements of the witness. This is how he's arrived at these numbers. We're entitled to see how he arrived at these numbers. They don't want to put in two bankers' boxes of checks and allow the jury just to go through it. So they've had this witness do this. We're entitled to see how he's gotten to that numbers. So we are being sandbagged. And I specifically asked, are we going to be getting spreadsheets on this? Not to do our work, so we could take the time to analyze whether their work has been done correctly. So it is not a fair situation for a witness to get up and say, well, now I've just added all these things up and you haven't seen how I've done it. You haven't seen how I've categorized it. And although there's reports that exist showing that, and then we don't get a chance to see that. We are entitled to those and should have been provided that in sufficient time to look at.
If this is a report, then what they have done along the same lines is something we would be entitled to, and I've not gotten the first page.
And if we intend to offer a
Oh, we're gonna
witness
point fingers
to
now.
give testimony about a spreadsheet,
That's
they will
Kathleen's
get it.
sister, the blonde
but
right
what
behind
is
the
here
AJ.
are categorizations of expenses and income, things that the agent has decided are, quote, normal, and things that he's apparently decided are not normal. He's not, for example, in his testimony here, distinguished between recurring expenses and extraordinary expenses. Now, we're entitled to the backup documentation. There's not any doubt about that. A summary witness, if you look at the rules of evidence, a summary witness can't get up and just give conclusions and not provide the other side with the basic information to cross-examine. Mr. Hardin knows that, and whether he takes umbrage or not, he was under an obligation to give us the basic information. And there's only one reason he didn't, and that was to prevent us from conducting an adequate cross-examination. Otherwise, he could have given us this document last week before the July 4th weekend. He knew he was calling this agent and said, here's what we're going to base the opinion on. Here's what we're going to base the analysis on. But he chose not to do that, and that is his problem, not our problem.
Sounds like you have a problem with it. Sounds like it's your problem.
Mr. Hardin, Ms. Black, if the state is going to proceed with the examination of this witness, then we're going to recess and we'll give the defense an adequate amount of time in the court's discretion to proceed with an examination whenever the witness's testimony ends. Does the state intend to proceed on this line of examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we're gonna take a recess until 9:30 in the morning. Mr. Rudolph, you come in at that time and tell me what your situation is. All right, Mr. Deputy, we'll need to take these down so I can address the jury, right? Yeah, let me why don't you take these down for me, right? Just put it down so I can. Yeah, you can
I
just,
also asked the judge that we be provided with a exact duplicate of each of these booklets so that we can take it back to our financial expert and consult with him.
Your Honor, if that's the case, then we would ask for their analysis of everything that they've done so that we are in a position to cross-examine that expert when he's called.
And
I would
if we-
assume that because we've called a financial expert, and apparently they've spent a great deal of time, money, and resources on obtaining one in their case, that they intend to call him, it would be a little bit ridiculous with this exchange now for them to say that they don't intend to call him.
Actually,
So we'd
I-
like the information.
Actually, I intend to conduct a adequate cross-examination of this witness. And at the end of that, I don't anticipate a need to do anything more on finances because we'll get whatever we need from this witness.
all right, anything else?
Well, I think that's a convenient way of saying that he's not going to make the decision or make it available to us at this time. Is he saying he's absolutely not going to call the financial analyst?
I'm saying that I don't have to make that decision until I make that decision, and I haven't made it yet.
All right,
Okay,
well,
you
you all
guys
know what the
win.
issues are now, so.
Butthole.
You can come down. You can come down. All right, can we agree on what it is you're gonna turn over to the defendant? He said he wanted copies of
I have the
the,
impression he wants the listing of all these checks. We'll give him the listing of all these checks. Let's say he's got all the checks, but we'll give him the listing.
well, he made reference to booklet. Is that what's in the booklet?
What the agent has done is for each account, he's put the listing in a separate book just for convenience sake. And we'll make those
Yes.
copies and give them to him before the end of the day.
All right, anything else? Mr. Rudolph?
No, sir.
All right, bring the jury back. All right, members of the jury, it looks like you'll get to eat lunch a little bit early anyway. So we're going to recess for today. Keep in mind the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of all the parties and the witnesses that have been identified by the court. Don't do any independent research. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television about the case. And I'll need to have you back at 9:30. 9:30, got it? 9:30, not 11 o'clock. Don't come back in here at 11 o'clock. No. 9:30. Okay, 9:30. If everyone else remain, the jury's excused until 9:30. All right. How are we proceeding this morning?
Judge, before we get started with witnesses, I want to put something on the record. And I want to hand this up to the court eventually, but we got yesterday a statement of Stephen C. Lyons, who is a retired U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Division agent. The statement is dated May 29th, 2003. So it was well over a month old by the time we got it. And obviously the district attorney's office had this, or at least the police department had it, during the course of voir dire, before voir dire was ended, and certainly before I rose to give my opening statement.
I say that because in this statement, there is clear exculpatory evidence, Brady material, which the case law makes absolutely clear has to be given to the defense in a timely manner. And that has been interpreted by the cases to mean in time for the defense to make use of it to its fullest extent. This particular document, and I'll hand it up to the court in a second, was prepared by the agent who went to the house in Germany on November 25th of 1985 to investigate the death of Elizabeth Ratliff. And this agent, it's a 4-page report, but the key sentences are as follows. My examination disclosed nothing that would lead me to believe Ratliff's demise was other than by natural causes. Specifically, I did not observe any blood, hair, skin fragments, etc. at the top of the stairs, on the adjacent wall down the entire length of the stairs, on the stairs themselves, or the railing. He says that the only blood I observed at the scene was on the tile landing at the bottom of the stairs, where Ratliff's head was situated. And he concludes by saying, the result of my inquiries was, I did not observe anything, nor did any of the witnesses relate to me any information that would lead me to believe Ratliff died by other than natural causes. This is the investigating agent who went to the scene in 1985. Now,
Okay, for those of you who may not know, Elizabeth Ratliff, I think that's how you say it. The 2 girls sitting behind the attorneys right there, they are Michael Peterson's daughters, but they're not his biological daughters. He was stationed in Germany when he was in the service, and their next door neighbors on the base, the dad of they were the biological parents of the 2 girls. The dad died in the Vietnam War, and their mother died not long after. The girls were very little, like 2 and an infant, and their mother died by falling down the stairs. They were told their mom had a brain aneurysm. She could have had a brain aneurysm on the stairs, and that caused the fall. But that has been brought up because of Kathleen dying from falling down the stairs. So that's what he's talking about. They did investigate it at this time. Back then, it was ruled natural. And he was never charged with her death, ever. But it was brought up during this trial as, I guess, a pattern of behavior or whatever to try to convince the jury, because a previous acquaintance had died by falling down the stairs, supposedly. So that's what he's talking about. Spike! Shush.
I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist or a district attorney with the amount of experience that Mr. Hardin has to know that that's exculpatory with regard to Elizabeth Ratliff. Nor do I think you need to have as much experience as Mr. Hardin has to know that this is something that would have been up on the screen in opening statement in dealing with the Ratliff situation.
Well, I don't know that he knew you were going to use a screen.
Well, he may not. Well, I think he could have probably guessed that it would have been read to the jury or paraphrased for the jury.
Okay, but you received this when, Mr.
Yesterday.
Rudolph? I was trying to figure out who these actors are. You know who they are. I have no idea.
I'm sorry. Mr. Lyons was a CID agent.
I figured out now. Okay.
We got this yesterday.
Okay.
It's dated May 29th.
All right.
So from my perspective, that's a clear violation of Brady. It prejudiced us with regard to opening statement. I don't know what else is in his files that's exculpatory evidence. But I'm going to ask the court at this point, I'm going to hand this up to the court so the court can see what I'm talking about. I'm going to ask the court at this point to order the district attorney
with regard to any such materials, whether they relate to Ratliff or anything else regarding this case, that material be turned over forthwith so that we have a chance to use it in an appropriate way.
Mr. Hart, any response at this point?
Yes, sir. In order to avoid a lot of problems, as the court knows, we opened up our entire file that Investigator Holland had accumulated to a point to the defense. They were given an opportunity to come in and copy anything out of that file they wanted. And it was literally boxes of materials in addition to what we had already tendered to them. Now, with respect to this statement, we got it in early June, and I am not aware of any single case that requires that it be delivered to the defense within a specific period of time, only within a reasonable period of time so that they can use it. If we call Stephen Lyons, it will likely be months from now, certainly at the very least weeks. Now, we contend that that statement has information in it.
It's not Brady material either, because just because he didn't kill her doesn't mean he didn't kill Kathleen. So that's not Brady material. So Rudolph is wrong in calling it Brady material.
That is inconsistent with what other witnesses will say. So they can call it exculpatory if they want to. We will call it inconsistent information. It's been provided to him well in advance of Stephen Lyons testifying. Now, I think it's very easy for him now to come in and say, we'd have flashed this up on the screen and these jurors would have seen it. Well, he told them everything else about Ratliff. What little bit of information he gleans from this that he believes assists in his defense is inconsequential in the context of all of that. So we've given it to him in a reasonable period of time. It was given in a time period in which he could use it to cross-examine witnesses. And we don't believe we've committed a violation. We've given it to him as we were required to do.
Just to respond briefly, due process requires that we receive this material in time for us to be able to decide how we want to use it. It doesn't matter whether he intends to call Stephen Lyons or not. We're entitled to the material so that we can use it. And it's extraordinary to me that Mr. Hardin stands here and admits that he got it more than a month ago and basically decided, well, I don't have to hand it over, so I'm not gonna. It's gamesmanship of exactly the same sort as what we saw yesterday. And it needs to stop. And I ask the court to please order any exculpatory evidence be turned over to us as soon as he receives it.
Whether the evidence is exculpatory or not may be something that will have to be determined by the court at a later time. I understand, Mr. Rudolph, that because you got this yesterday, that you're asking Mr. Hardin to do what the law requires him to do, which is to turn over exculpatory evidence within a reasonable period of time. He has a continuing duty to do that. I think he knows that. What he considers exculpatory, what you consider, that may be an issue that the court will have to resolve at some other time. So if your request is that the court continue to order Mr. Hardin to turn over exculpatory evidence, then of course the court does that. Mr. Hardin, that is the court's order. If this issue comes up at some other time, we'll litigate it then. What are we doing today?
Your Honor, we are asking to interrupt the testimony of Agent Young in order to accommodate Helen Prislinger. She's flown in from Canada, and she would be our next witness that we would have called after Agent Young. However, to accommodate her and her flight schedule, we'd ask to be able to place her information before the jury and then go back to Agent Young. And I believe we were in the process of engaging in a voir dire with them.
Anything from the defense?
That's fine.
All right, that request is allowed in the court's discretion. You can call your witness. Bring it. All right, is there further evidence from the state?
Your Honor, at this time we are asking to interrupt the testimony of Agent Young, who was on the witness stand yesterday, in order to accommodate the next witness that's flown in from Canada.
No objection.
All right, that's allowed.
The state calls Helen Prislinger to the stand. State your name, please.
Helen Prislinger.
Could you spell your last name for us?
Prislinger.
Where are you from, ma'am?
Ontario, Canada.
Tell us, please, back in 2001, how are you employed?
I was working for Nortel Networks in Brampton.
Brampton, where?
Brampton, Ontario. It's next
All right.
to Toronto.
Tell us, please, What type of job were you performing for Nortel back then?
At that time, I was a process analyst and a project manager for various software projects.
In that regard, did you come to know Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, I moved to her group in January of 2001.
What type of work were y'all doing back during that time period?
She was involved in the software side, so I did process mapping and project management for software projects for her.
How many people were in your group when you worked with Kathleen Peterson?
It fluctuated, so I really don't know the exact number. She had people in Canada as well as the United States. Total at one time, I think it was roughly 15, but it went up to 30 or 40 and then back down as groups merged and changed.
Now, was your job site actually in Canada?
Yes, I worked in Canada. I reported to Kathleen in Raleigh.
Did you have the occasion to actually come to North Carolina to meet with her?
I came 2 times, one time for a staff meeting when we first joined her group and a second time for a project.
Outside of those 2 times when you all had personal contact, how did you engage in a work relationship?
I had other managers in Raleigh before. We were quite used to doing sort of global work teams. Our contact was mainly by email and phone. Depending on the project I was working on, it may be exclusively email for a couple of weeks, and then we would be in contact by phone frequently. And then again, I'd go off and work on a project, and it might be just email for several weeks.
So now, let's say November and December of 2001, how did you and Kathleen Peterson normally contact each other, and how often?
Again, that really fluctuated depending on the project. At the beginning of a project, it would be frequent, voicemail, by phone, and then email. Once I got into the project, frequently it would just be once a week, if that, if I had questions. So sporadic.
May I approach the witness? I'd like to show you a photograph marked States Exhibit P-162. Do you recognize the person depicted in the photograph?
Yes, I do. It's Kathleen Atwater.
Your Honor, I move to introduce P-162 into evidence. Now, tell us, please, were you aware of a trip that Ms. Peterson had planned to come to Canada?
Yes.
How were you made aware of that?
She told me she was coming for some reason. I don't know what the reason was. It wasn't related to the project I was working on, but she was going to take the opportunity to meet with me for a few minutes that day.
All right. Do you remember when it was she was planning to go?
Oh, it was the Monday, December, don't remember the exact date now, December 9th or 10th?
Okay, the 10th.
The 10th? It was
right.
Monday, December 10th.
Okay, now, let me take you back. During 2001, were you made aware of the downsizing that Nortel was engaging in?
Yes.
How were you made aware of that? Or how did it personally affect you?
Objection.
First of all, how she was made aware of the downsizing of Nortel?
Objection.
You may answer.
First, by various people at all levels being let go, by projects being canceled, by our positions remaining static, salaries not increasing.
Now, did you actually talk to Ms. Peterson about this?
Objection. Pearson.
You
Yes.
may answer.
I did. It certainly came up on staff calls, whether or not she knew what the next plans were, whether the question always.
Can we approach? All right.
All right, tell us, please, did you all have conversations about persons being laid off or fired at Nortel? Did you? I'm not asking what the conversations were. Did you all have conversations about people being fired? Did you, Ms. Peterson, and people on your team?
Yes, we did.
And did you frequently have those types of conversations during the latter part of 2001?
Objection.
Yes, we did.
Now, let's go back to this trip that was planned. It was your understanding Ms. Peterson was supposed to be in Canada on Monday, December 10th?
Yes, she was going to come in and see me at 9:00 that morning.
Now, do you remember when you all talked, either on Friday or Saturday before then?
By you all, do you mean Kathleen and myself?
Yes.
Yes, I spoke to her on Friday afternoon and on Saturday evening.
What did y'all talk about?
Well, on Friday afternoon, we talked about the project that I was working on, the fact that it was going to be delayed at the last moment, the steps we were going to take next. She was not at work that day. She'd called me, and I had told her that we were going to have a last-minute conference call on Sunday, and that I would then, since we had not decided on the time yet, there's going to be a call later Friday for us to decide that as a team. I would leave her a message on Saturday telling her what the time was and what the conference call number would be as soon as I had that information.
Now, about what time of day was it, if you remember? Did you talk to her on Friday?
Mid-afternoon Friday.
All right. When was the next time you talked to her?
Saturday evening. She had told me that she might not be in, so I should just go ahead and leave a message, which I did.
Now, were you calling her home or workplace?
Oh,
okay.
She gave me a phone number.
And about what time was it that you called?
When I don't know what time I placed the voicemail. It would probably have been early evening.
Okay.
And she called me later in the evening around 11 p.m.
Now, you called her how many times on Saturday before you actually talked with her in person?
I called her twice. Called her the first time, left her some of the details of the results of the meeting on Friday, left her the conference call number, and hung up, and then realized that I may not have left her the time for the meeting. So I called back immediately, left a second voicemail telling her the time for the Sunday morning meeting.
And what time was the Sunday morning meeting?
10 a.m.
Do you remember what time it was you called her and left a second message?
No, it would have been right after the first one, immediately after. As soon as I hung up, I thought I'd given her various details and synopsis of the Friday meeting. I couldn't remember if I'd left the time. So I called back immediately and left a second voicemail.
And then it's my understanding she returned your call.
Yeah, she wasn't supposed to, but she phoned back and around 11 o'clock and said that she'd accidentally deleted the second voicemail. I had left my home phone number in the first voicemail, so she called back and said she'd accidentally deleted the second one and didn't know what time it was at, so she called for that.
Okay. May I approach the witness? I'll show you what's marked States Exhibit 132, which I'll identify for the record as a telephone bill in the name of Kathleen Peterson. Let me turn your attention to this particular page of the bill. Do you recognize your telephone number there?
Yes, I do.
All right. And what time then would the call have been placed?
At 11:08
p.m.
p.m. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to move to introduce States Exhibit 132 into evidence. Now, tell us, please, as best you can, what the content of that conversation was that you all had at 11:08 p.m.
Not much more than what I referred to now, which was that she mentioned that she had deleted the second voicemail, didn't know what time the call would be. We went over that. I let her know there was a package that we would be reviewing of a document for that meeting and asked if she wanted me to email it to her.
What did she say?
She told me that she had not brought her laptop home with her. It was still at the office. So I asked her if she had a home email address that I could use. She said she did, but didn't know the address, and asked Michael. I asked somebody in the room, I assumed it was Michael, for his address and relayed it to me, so letter by letter, for that email address. And then shortly after, I sent her an email.
Okay, now, how long did you say that conversation lasted, as best you know?
Not more than a couple of minutes.
Was there anything abnormal about her tone of voice?
No, not to me.
Did she sound drunk?
No.
Did she sound drugged?
No.
Did she sound like she always did when you talked with her by phone?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, you say you wrote down the email address that she gave you?
Yes, I didn't keep it, but I wrote it down so that I could send the email to her.
Did you, in fact, then forward some information to that email address?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, personally.
This is what I have always heard anytime. This is the first time I've watched the Netflix documentary, but on anything else, I've always heard about this case, was that Kathleen went upstairs and used his computer for work, something for work on his computer, and she saw his gay porn and his escort emails or whatever, and that they got in a fight about it, and that was why he killed her. But I'm a little confused because she died on the 9th, and this lady says she was supposed to have a meeting, that Kathleen was supposed to go to Canada and have a meeting with her at 9:00 in the morning on the 10th. But if she died because she was supposed to have a conference call the following morning, that dates don't work out right. So now I'm confused. Unless someone's got the date wrong, it doesn't make sense.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 133. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. That's the email I forwarded to her.
All right. And that was at what time?
It's 11:54 p.m.
I move to introduce State's Exhibit 133 into evidence. Now, did you ever talk to Ms. Peterson again?
No, I did not.
Could you tell us, please, what the email address is on that document before you?
It's mpwriter, mpwriter at nc.rr.com.
No further questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. My name is Tom Marker. We haven't met before, have we?
No.
Now, I want to talk with you a little bit. You knew that Kathleen was coming up to Canada for a business trip, but it wasn't directly related to your project.
That's right.
Okay, so when she was coming up to Canada, it was Nortel business.
Yes.
But you were trying to set up a conference call for that Sunday relating to your project.
No, I was just one team member. I didn't set up that call.
Sorry, you were talking to Kathleen about the fact there would be this conference
Yes.
call on Sunday.
Yes.
And she hadn't initially known what time that call was going to be.
Even as of Friday, we hadn't known that there would be a call until I spoke to her Friday afternoon.
So some of the communication on Saturday was to let her know the time for this conference call on Sunday.
Yes.
And it wasn't until, well, let's see, can we pull up the page here? Okay. Okay, this is the page from the state's exhibit with the phone record. And if you could highlight right there.
Oh, maybe we posted it for my, take that off the screen just for
Sure.
1 second.
The record in front of you. When you actually spoke to her, it was at 11:08 p.m., correct?
According to the records, yes.
Yeah, and that's consistent with your memory that
Yes.
the call was late in the evening.
Yes.
And in fact, what happened is she had to call you because she deleted one of the messages that you'd sent.
That's what she said.
So it was at 11 that she was told the specific time for this conference call that was the next day.
Yes.
At that point, she knew she had a work call at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning.
Yes.
And at 11, she didn't sound under any stress.
No, not to me.
You heard her ask Michael Peterson, her husband, for his email address.
Yes.
Didn't hear any fighting going on in the background.
No.
Just seemed like a normal conversation.
Yes.
And you didn't speak to her again when you sent the email, which was later that night.
No, I didn't.
Didn't speak to her again at all that night.
No.
Don't know whether she drank anything after 11 o'clock. You have to answer out loud.
No, no, I don't.
And don't know what condition she would have been in later that night.
No, I don't.
No further questions.
Leader.
You were talking about programs and projects earlier in your testimony. Was there actually, or were there cancellations of programs or projects due to layoffs at Nortel?
Objection beyond the scope of cross and relevance. I didn't touch on that at all.
Could you repeat the question? It was
Were you familiar with the fact that there were cancellations of programs and projects due to layoffs at Nortel?
It wasn't just cancellations. It was the projects got downsized as you went through them and changed, and the scope of them changed. The funding for them changed.
And how did you actually become a member of Ms. Peterson's team?
Objection beyond the scope of cross. Irrelevant.
Overrule, I'll allow a little bit of overrule.
A previous team that I'd worked with, long-term team was disbanded. The project was ended, and several of us were moved to Kathleen's team.
No, no.
All right, you can come down.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a special agent with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation.
Tell us about your educational background, please.
I graduated from East Carolina University in 1978, high school in 1974, with a Bachelor of Science of Business Administration.
The SBI agent.
Yes, sir. And before I question him further, I know I once again want to tender him as an expert in financial analysis before we go further with his testimony.
Well, I have some voir dire questions I want to ask him. Sir.
All right. Well, Mr. Rudolph, what's the nature of the voir dire? I
Well,
think what the court had in mind and what the defense may have in mind may be two different things. May
Well,
not be.
It may be. It wouldn't be the first time it was two different things.
No.
Probably won't be the last time.
Probably won't.
What I thought we were going to be getting into was whether or not he had any basis for the summary with regard to cash flow analysis, and whether or not that summary would be misleading or helpful to the jury under 403. And so that was what I was going to limit my voir dire examination to. Given their tender of him as an expert, I need to know a little bit more about exactly what they're tendering him in or what they intend to seek opinions on. And if we can have some idea about that, which is what normally you would get in a report, then I'd be in a position to inform the court what I would want, if anything, to voir dire him about on that.
Ms. Black, what is the purpose of qualifying him as an expert? Did you have a particular
Well, Your Honor,
purpose other than his credibility with the jury?
surely his field of expertise should be explained to the jury. He's already told them his credentials. He's told them what he does. There's a reason we called him into the case so that he could analyze a number of documents, bank records, things of that sort.
Well, not that I speak for Mr. Rudolph, but I think he's concerned about whether you're going to ask him some opinion questions.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm not. So if that's the area of concern, that's not an issue.
Well, I think that's his concern. I don't know.
I would still have an objection to him being tendered as an expert based on what Mr. Maher articulated yesterday, but I would have no need to voir dire him on that topic. I think we can.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, briefly, we didn't object to him telling the jury his background in education. They've heard all that. The question is whether they should hear this court put the blessing that he's an expert on him and thereby raise his credibility when in fact he's not actually testifying as an expert. And so that's why we'd object. They've already heard that he's a CPA, that he's had all this work experience. They don't need to hear the court pass upon that as if somehow that met a higher standard than some other witness. And that's our objection.
If he's not going to offer opinions, then there's no need to have him tendered as an expert. He's already been qualified, and that's all that they really need to do.
All right. Objection is sustained. Other issues?
I do have some questions though on the area that we were objecting to at the end of the.
All right. If you have your witness return to the stand.
Questions?
Agent Young, my name is Dave Rudolph. I represent Mr. Peterson along with Mr. Maher. And I'm going to, as you heard, I'm going to try and limit myself to the topic that you were about to get into on yesterday with that pad up there, all right? You know which topic I'm talking about, the sort of the outflow and the cash flow analysis.
Right.
Now, just so I can set the scene here a little bit, you actually got asked to become involved in this case when?
I received a call on Wednesday, April the 2nd, 2003, from my supervisor stating that I needed to contact the district attorney's office regarding this case. And I actually met the following day on April the 3rd, 2003 with the district attorney and assistant district attorneys.
Okay, so prior to April 2nd of 2003, to your knowledge, the district attorney's office hadn't done anything in terms of contacting the SBI about a financial motive, correct?
Objection.
Correct?
I have no knowledge one way or the other.
Well, I said, to your knowledge, they hadn't, right?
I don't know if they did or didn't.
Just said he didn't know.
Well, sir, how many financial analysts, how many people in your position are there at the SBI?
In the unit that I'm in, there's
Yes, sir.
6 of us and a supervisor.
And when you got involved, did anyone say to you, gee, you need to go speak to so-and-so because he's been involved previously?
Objection.
I think he answered your question.
All right. Yes, sir. Now, as I understand your goal was to see if there was any sort of pressing financial need that Mr. Peterson may have had on December 9th, 2001, that would provide a motive for murder, right?
Objection.
My goal was to sit there and try to obtain all the financial information that I would be able to in the time period allowed and analyze that information to determine patterns of cash coming in, payments coming in, expenses going out, and other assets that they had during the 3-year time period leading up to the death of Kathleen Peterson.
For the purpose of determining whether or not there was any pressing financial need that existed on December 9th of 2001, correct?
Not specifically a pressing financial need at that date, but to see how the pattern was arrived.
Now, in determining the patterns and what the situation was on December 9th, one of the things that you analyzed was this sort of cash flow, right? In and out.
I analyzed the bank records, the money coming in
Bank
and the money being dispersed.
Right. And just so I'm clear, if you didn't have any information about how much money Mr. Peterson may have earned before 1999, did you?
No, I did not go beyond 1999 in my analysis.
So you didn't know what assets he had accumulated from hard work over, say, a 10-year period leading up to that, did you?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by assets.
You don't know what I mean by assets?
I don't know what you mean by it.
Well, what do you mean by assets when you use the term assets?
Well, I know he accumulated a house.
Yes, sir.
I knew there was residential property.
Yes, sir.
I knew there was some IRAs.
Yes, sir.
I was
Did
aware
you know
of
how much he had earned?
prior to the 1999.
Yes, sir.
No.
Did you know what his family situation was? You know, what monies his parents may have had?
No.
Did you know what he stood to inherit from his parents if they died?
No.
Well, that would certainly be relevant in determining someone's financial motive or financial needs, wouldn't it?
You asked me about cash flow coming in and out. That had nothing to do with the cash flow.
I just asked you another question, sir. Could you answer my last question?
And that was,
Objection.
and that was
That was, wouldn't knowing,
The one that had
for example, what elderly parents might have and be planning on leaving to someone be relevant in determining a financial motive for murder?
for murdering the parents or anyone?
No, for murdering his wife, sir, for financial pressures. Do you understand my question?
I understand your question, but I don't know how old his parents are. I don't know how many assets they have. I don't know what the will states.
Right.
I don't know if they're going to live to be 100 years old.
Right. You don't know any of that because you didn't investigate it, right?
I didn't see a need to investigate it based on what I was focusing on. No, sir.
Now, if someone accumulates, let's say, $1.6 million in assets, and they choose to spend some of it, let's say they accumulated over a 10-year period from, say, 89 to 99, and then they choose to spend some of those assets in 99 or 2000 or 2001, does that tell you anything relevant about financial pressures they may be under?
This is great cross-examination, as I told you yesterday. I'm not sure what it has to do with your 403 voir dire that we're supposed to be conducting.
All right, sir. Let me focus in a little bit. With regard to your cash flow analysis, would you agree that in analyzing expenses, it's relevant to distinguish between fixed expenses, expenses that someone has to pay every year, like, for example, a mortgage, non-recurring expenses, expenses that they may have to pay occasionally, like buying a car or college tuition, but which don't recur every year, and discretionary expenses such as trips or jewelry or furniture that they don't have to buy at all. Is that a fair distinction?
There are expenses like that you explained, yes, sir. And it would be nice to, if I have all that information, if I wanted to break it out, I could.
My question, sir, was, are those three different kinds of expenses that are useful in a cash flow analysis?
Yes.
And the reason they're useful is because obviously fixed expenses tell you what the person has to make every year without getting behind, right? Right?
It's expenses that they have to pay.
Yeah. And non-recurring expenses, they are expenses that come along once in a while, which may have to be paid, but you don't have to worry about them in the future, right?
Well, I don't know if you have to worry about them in the future, but they're not a regular monthly expense.
And discretionary expenses, if you have hard times, you can just cut those out if you want to, right?
If you so desire, that's correct.
Right. Now, in looking at the analysis you did yesterday in terms of the expenses, how much of the, let's go to the numbers here. Let's say 2001, I think you said that they spent $288,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
How much of that was fixed expenses?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
You have a guess?
I'm not going to make a guess.
Oh. How much of it was non-recurring expenses?
I don't know.
How much of it was discretionary expenses?
I don't know.
How much did they spend on cars?
Referring to what?
Automobiles. How much?
Gasoline repairs?
No. Buying cars.
I knew they had a lease of a Jaguar, but I don't know about.
What about the other cars?
Object to cutting them off.
Let him finish.
What about the other cars?
I saw something in one of these years about payment to a car dealership, but I don't remember the amount.
By the way, did you say yesterday that they didn't acquire any assets in the years 99, 2000, and 2001?
I stated based on the information that I reviewed and was able to obtain that I did not see where they acquired any major assets.
Major assets?
Right.
Oh, I thought you just said any assets.
When I was explaining to the jury, I said this is an overview of their major assets.
I see. Well, would you consider a car a major asset?
I did not put it on the analysis.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you whether you consider it a major asset.
No.
Would you consider a expensive piece of jewelry a major asset?
It depends on how expensive it is.
$50,000?
I would say, yes, that would be a major asset.
Do you know whether there was any purchases of jewelry?
No, I do not.
Would you consider antiques, expensive antiques, assets?
Yes.
Do you know how much they spent on antiques?
No, I do not.
You consider artwork assets?
Yes.
Do you know how much they spent on artwork?
No, I do not.
So when you told the jury yesterday that you weren't aware of any major assets being purchased, that was a little misleading, wasn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, sir, you have no information about whether they purchased art or furniture or cars or jewelry, do you?
Okay, Rudolph, You can't have it both ways. You said you thought he was a summary witness. So he's a summary witness. And now you want to know if he knows all these details. No, he doesn't, because he's a summary witness. Make up your mind. Do you want him to be a summary witness, or do you want him to be an expert witness? He's not an expert witness. He doesn't know all these details. Make up your mind. Yes, this dude is a butthole, but you know what? When your life is on the line, you need a defense attorney that's a butthole. And you got to admit, he did good because the guy only served 8 years for this murder. At least he didn't get him completely off.
I didn't have that information available, no.
And if they did, then they in fact did purchase assets, didn't they?
Yes, as if they did, which I did not have that information.
Right. How about college expenses? How much did they spend? You know they had kids in college, right?
I was told that, yes, sir.
This is great cross-examination. You're getting a dry run. You're going through your cross-examination. That's fine. But let me hear your argument as to 403. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we do this and just let the jury in and do cross-examination, because I don't want to hear this.
Is whether it's misleading.
Okay.
And if what we have here is an attempt to paint a picture of expenses as though that's a lifestyle issue or a financial burden, when this man doesn't even know what are the recurring expenses, fixed expenses, discretionary expenses, what they spent on things like gifts, college tuition. There is no relevance. If I earn $1 million over 10 years and save it, and then I'm going to send my kids to college in the 11th year, and I have $100,000 in college expenses that I've saved for over 10 years, it is completely misleading to the jury to focus only on that 11th year and say, well, let's look at that. They overspent by $100,000 that year. They must have been in financial trouble. They were living above their means. No, they had saved money. They had earned money. They had put money away. And if they then chose to spend it on trips to France or trips to Tahiti or jewelry or furniture or antiques or art or anything else, it has zero relevance to anything having to do with this case. As a matter of fact, the fact that they chose to spend money they had saved on those kinds of things would show that they're not under any financial pressure. And so the problem with this testimony is that it is completely misleading to have this man get up there and talk about outflows and inflows when he's ignoring whether or not those are expenses that need to be made, or they're simply discretionary expenses that Mr. Peterson and his wife chose to make because they had the money to make them. And that's misleading under 403, and it's prejudicial. You know, can we fix it on cross? Yeah, I guess we can fix it on cross. But if it's misleading and it doesn't add anything to the case, we're asking the court to not allow it to begin with. May I have a few more questions, Joe, just so along these lines? Okay, thank you. On the spreadsheets that you prepared, would it be fair to say that there are a number of payees that are, quote, unknown? Payees, people who receive money, who are simply listed as unknown?
You mean checks being paid out of the account?
Yes.
On the Bank of America, yes.
And credit card bills, you didn't know who the credit card charges were to, right?
As far as what the payments were made for by the credit card company, no.
Because you didn't get the credit card bills, right?
That's correct.
And were monies that Kathleen spent on work treated as expenses under your analysis?
Yes, and so was the income received for the reimbursement of that.
right?
So it would be a
So-
wash.
Yeah, but both were sort of artificially inflated then by this money washing through, weren't they?
I wouldn't say artificially inflated. The money came in, the money went out.
Right. Didn't have anything to do with their lifestyle, did it?
Well, her payroll had something to do with her lifestyle.
No. The amount of money that she paid out for travel for Nortel and received back from travel for Nortel had nothing to do with anything related to her personal lifestyle, did it?
Objection.
Overruled.
Her personal lifestyle?
Yes, sir.
I don't know what the Nortel policy was as far as paying expenses and what could be incurred on an expense account.
By the way, did you treat the exercise of options as, quote, normal income?
The exercise of stock options? No, I did not.
That's something that gets reported on tax returns, isn't it?
Yes,
Why'd you choose not to treat something that gets reported on a tax return as not normal income?
because it was unusual based on the pattern I was seeing in their 1999, 2000, and 2001.
It was unusual? What made it unusual?
Because they were selling that asset.
And that struck you as unusual?
Here's something I wanted to point out, yes.
Did you include as part of the income the capital gain they made on the sale of a house?
Capital gain on the sale of which house?
The Hermitage house.
In the year
140,000?
1999?
Yeah.
I didn't show that as normal income.
You didn't show that as normal?
No.
Objection.
But-
Cut them off.
It gets reported on a tax return, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Capital gain doesn't get reported?
If you look at the 1999 tax return prepared by Michael Peterson, it is not reported on there.
And that's because there wasn't any capital gain on that sale, right? Because the basis in the house was high enough because of divorce proceedings and whatnot. So there wasn't a capital gain, right?
You're incorrect.
In any event, you had $140,000 worth of money coming in that you simply chose not to treat as income, right?
That's not correct. You said normal income.
You chose to treat not as normal income.
That's correct.
Is there something in your mind suspicious about someone spending $140,000 of money that they've accumulated over the years?
No.
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
I've heard your argument. I'm not seeing anything different in the questions you're asking. I find that it's a low threshold as to relevancy. I think the state has met it. This proposed testimony, as summarized by the state the other day, it is relevant, is helpful to the jury. It's not misleading, although you may argue that it is, but for purposes of the court making a decision as to whether they could hear it, it's not misleading, it's not repetitive, it's not unduly prejudicial. I'm going to allow it. You can cross-examine him as long as you want to cross-examine.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Before we bring the jury in, shifting gears slightly, we have now seen some other charts, which I assume you're going to mark as illustrative, and I assume we're going to have a flip chart with these numbers written on it. So we don't have to stop in front of the jury again. I'm going to ask if there's any other areas of financial analysis beyond the cash flow that we've heard that we're going to get into that aren't reflected on the charts that have already been shown to us.
That's a question.
Question, I'm asking the prosecution if they would tell us so we can deal with it now so we don't suddenly get a new flip chart being created and have to
I
stop.
thought she showed you yesterday everything she was going to use. Are there other?
Well, we didn't see a flip
Charts.
chart that was going to be created, so that's why I'm asking whether we're going to see more of that so we can deal with it now.
You're asking her if he's going to use the flip chart to
Create any other financial analysis beyond the cash flow that we've just dealt with so that we can have some advance warning. And if there's an objection to it, deal with it now as opposed to 15 minutes from now, objecting from the jury. We also don't have to do that. I'm just trying to expedite that.
Okay. Can you answer this question?
Well, the only reason we were going to use the flip chart was for those three things we covered yesterday, 1999, 2000, 2001, in regards to income and expenses. That was the only purpose for the flip chart.
Okay.
The other documents I intend to use with him, I gave them a copy of yesterday, would be the 1999, 2001 tax returns and a refinancing application.
And we have copies of those. In that case, well, I would also like to, just so we don't take the read again, voice an objection to one of the documents. One of the exhibits is a summary of an Equifax credit report. I have no objection to the summary being accurate. As far as I can tell, it accurately reflects what's on the Equifax credit report. My objection is that the Equifax credit report itself is inadmissible. What it is another company's reporting of other companies' reports on credit information. It's a double hearsay. And if, in essence, Equifax record may be a business record as to Equifax, it's not as to the underlying credit card companies and things of that nature. And the proper way to show what an outstanding credit balance is in December of 2001 is the credit statement from the company, not Equifax's reporting of it. You would need the original document from the company under the rules of evidence, the original writing rule and hearsay. So we would object to that exhibit, not because the exhibit's problematic, but because it's based on a document which itself is inadmissible.
Ms. Black.
Your Honor, we did not intend to introduce the credit report itself. It would be our contention that he would be able to talk about the credit cards, the outstanding debt, and if he's able to testify in that fashion, then the exhibit should come in also.
He's testifying. He didn't do anything, I assume, other than look at the Equifax credit report. He just said he didn't go get the underlying credit card statements. So he's no better position to give the information in the Equifax report than the Equifax report itself is. If the report is not admissible, you can't get around it by just choosing not to put it in, but taking its contents and putting it on a summary board and having a witness testify to it. It's only relevant if it's true. So it's not a non-hearsay purpose. And it is some other company's reporting of underlying companies' statements. And the proper way to do that is to get the underlying statements. So it doesn't matter whether they have a witness say, I've read a report and I've created a diagram, but I'm not going to put the report in. The report has to be admissible for a summary chart to be admissible. Otherwise, we could all get around the rules of evidence just by making up summary charts of documents and saying, well, I'm not going to put the document in. So we'd object.
All right, so the objection is overruled. Where are you going to pick up with the witness?
So where we left off yesterday was I was asking him about checking accounts that he looked at and analyzed, and then I was going to ask him to use the flip chart.
All right, I just want you to get yourself together because we're starting back in front of the jury.
Yes, sir.
All right, further questions?
Yes. Now, Agent Young, when we stopped talking to him yesterday, we were getting ready to use the flip chart. Maybe he'd be allowed to step down. Now, in using this flip chart, first of all, I believe you testified that you had analyzed a number of different checking accounts that belong to the Petersons. Is that right?
That's correct.
How many different checking accounts?
Now, we have a continuing objection to this, so we don't need to interrupt each question. Yes, sir.
How many?
For this analysis, I used 5 bank accounts.
You analyzed these accounts for what purpose?
To determine the amount of money coming into the bank accounts, how much money was leaving the bank accounts, and the source of the monies coming into the bank accounts.
Now, once you did this analysis, did you come up with some figures?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's begin with 1999. If you would, please write on the chart for us. First of all, in 1999, during that analysis, what was the income coming into the checking accounts?
Well, I'm going to put up here as a number, and I called it money that was received into the account. I show money received into the account of $276,790. And this amount includes what I consider, from looking at the bank statements, was salary coming in from Nortel for Kathleen Peterson. I was looking at money that was coming in for payments for work performed by Michael Peterson. Also, disability income coming in from Michael Peterson through the VA and through the military. He also has an individual retirement account distribution to him each year, and there was $17,957 of that was reflected in this number. Also, rental income that was coming in is reflected in this number, gross rental income, and also payments received from the VA and civil service for Margaret and Martha Ratliff. And then there's also miscellaneous income and money received as reflected into this, which is like tax refunds, stuff like that. Also, credit card, if you had an insurance claim, there might be some insurance claims coming into this. Interest is in that they received on these bank accounts is in this number. So this number is money that was received from these normal sources, like from salary, from IRA distributions, from rent.
Okay. Now, in 1999, were you able to determine what type of expenses were coming out of those accounts?
Yes.
Objective is the term expenses unless we categorize what kind of expenses, whether they're discretionary, fixed, or otherwise.
Overruled. You cross examine.
I determined the total money leaving the account during this time period was $461,400.
All right, let's go to year 2000. What type of determinations did you make about that year, as far as the checking account?
Do you want me to show go ahead and show the difference here?
If you would, please.
Okay.
No, let's go to 2000.
Okay.
Let's just leave that. That's it. And the next page is fine.
I was able to determine, as I explained in 1999, money that was received in the year 2000 from the same type of sources was $203,390. That's rounded. And again, that's money that was received from salary at Nortel, VA benefits coming in for Michael Peterson, rent, civil service, Social Security benefits coming in for Martha Ratliff, and other miscellaneous items.
All right, now did you tell up expenses that year?
Yes.
What were they?
$376,000 went out of that account.
300,000.
$300,760. That's correct. I'm sorry.
Now let's go to 2001. Could you put that up, please? I chose to come with that.
Again, just like in the previous 2 years, money received from the same type of sources was $180,480.
Right. How about expenses?
Money coming out of the account was $288,000.
All right, so going backward in time then, with 2001 then, what's the difference? From the two numbers?
$107,520.
You've got brackets around that.
And that's a negative. So based on the normal sources of income that I explained what those sources were coming in and money coming into the account, less the money that flowed out, that left $107,520 excess money flowing out of the account and money coming in from the sources I explained to you.
All right, let's go to 2000. Tell us what the difference is in those two figures. What's the figure?
$97,370. And that's a negative number again, same as the year 2001.
Let's go to 1999.
That's also a negative number, $184,610.
All right, I'm going to take a seat. Now, Agent Young, did you obtain some tax returns?
Yes, I did.
For what years?
Years 1999, 2000, and 2001.
For what purpose?
I wanted to look over the tax returns, see what type of income was being reported on there, what type of expenses were being reported, and to help me assess the cash and financial situation for Michael and Kathleen Peterson during that time period.
All right. May I approach the witness? I'll show you what's been marked tax exhibit 131. You recognize it?
No, they don't. Apparently, someone does though.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a certified copy of the federal income tax returns for Michael and Kathleen Peterson for the years 1999, 2000, and 2001.
All right. Are those the documents that you looked at to make further, to do further analysis in the case?
Yes, they are.
All right. Your Honor, I would move to introduce State's Exhibit 131 into evidence. I have copies for the jury. May I ask that you? Now, Agent Young, first of all, let's look at the 1999 tax return, if you would.
Okay.
Tell us, please, first of all, for those members of the jury that might not be familiar with the way a tax return is set out, could you sort of just describe the return for us? There are some that may be very familiar with it, and others that might not be familiar at all.
Right. Well, this is a 1040, what is usually called a long form federal income tax return. And at the top, you'll notice that there's the name Michael I. and Kathleen H. Peterson. That designates whose tax return this is for. And then you'll go down and the next block will show the marital status or the status that they're filing, which they're filing married, filing jointly. The next block of information, if there's any dependents that are being claimed and exemptions, that's located and noted on that section of the tax return. Starting with line 7 through line 22, you get into the income portion of the tax return. And then the last section on the front page of the tax return is adjustments to gross income, which you'll note on this one, there are no notations there. You go over to the back page of the 1040 form, and you start getting into a summary of the itemized deductions, personal exemptions that they can claim, which are subtractions from the gross income. You get down to a taxable income amount in which the tax is computed. And then if you go down to the payment section, that's where it lists taxes that were withheld from wages that were paid and other taxes that were paid in. And then you get a refund or a assessment that you owe them. And in this case, there's a refund.
All right, now on this particular form, Mr. Peterson lists his occupation as what?
At the bottom of the second page, he lists his occupation where he signs the return where it says sign here as a writer,
And how about Mrs. Peterson?
as an engineer.
Now, based on the information you found on this particular tax return, could you tell us, please, what Mr. Peterson's income was for that year?
I'm going to object unless it's limited to his taxable income.
What's your question?
What Mr. Peterson, I'll catch up in those terms, what his taxable income was for the year 1999.
Well, what's being reported on here as taxable income from a job or something related like that is zero.
All right, how about Mrs. Peterson for that year?
Her taxable income from wages or salaries from a job was $149,860.
Now, is there some information here on this return regarding the rental properties?
Yes, there is.
Now, first of all, did you research the rental properties as best you could?
Yes.
How many rental properties would they have had in the year or the taxable year 1999?
There were 6.
Okay. And were you able to make some determinations about those properties or how well they were doing or whether they were actually profitable for them during that year?
Yes, I did.
What did you learn?
Based on the information Kathleen Peterson and Michael Peterson placed on this tax return, if you flip over 1, 2, 3, 4 to the 5th page where it says Schedule E in the top left corner, this is a schedule that the IRS requires you to note if you have any rental property. You're supposed to show the income from each piece of property separately and also the expenses. And there's 2 pages of that. If you flip over to the next page, it continues because you can basically only put 3 pieces of property on a Schedule E on 1 page. So this shows that there's 6 pieces of property. Based on this, it noted that there was a loss from all the rental property of $3,109, which indicated to me that there was more money going out than coming in for the property. The expenses of the property, the mortgage, the interest, what was being paid on to keep the property up, the property taxes was costing more than the rental income coming in on the property for 1999.
Okay, then let's move to 2000 for that return.
Okay.
Now, in looking at that particular tax return, tell us, please, first of all, on the back of the first page,
Okay.
Mr. Peterson's occupation was listed as what?
As a writer, again, is on the 1999 return and also on the 2000.
Okay, and Mrs. Peterson?
As an engineer, same as the year before.
All right, could you tell by looking at this return how much taxable income that Mr. Peterson had in the year 2000?
Taxable income from a wage or salary type job or something that would be writing, there is none.
Zero. How about Mrs. Peterson?
On line 7, it indicates $120,720 as her wages that were taxable in the year 2000.
All right, now in looking at the rental property, what decisions did you make and look at that portion of the form? Or what did you find on the form?
I noted that the same rental property that was listed on the 1999 tax return was also listed in the year 2000 tax return. If you look again, it starts with the 3rd page of the tax return. Schedule E is noted in the top left corner of the tax return. And then the next page is also a Schedule E showing the other 3 pieces of rental property, that the same rental property is listed. And there again, that the income coming in from the rental property is less than the expenses going out. And you see that on the 2nd Schedule E at the bottom. It shows a loss of $7,809.
Now, tell us, please, you said these are the same rental properties as those that are reflected in the 1999 return.
That's correct.
What are the addresses of those 6 properties?
The addresses as shown on the Schedule E that I'm referring to in the year 2000 is 1008 Sycamore, Durham. The second rental property is 2601 Stewart Drive, Durham. The third one is 1406 Lakewood, Durham. The fourth is 1908 Ward, Durham. The fifth one is 1910 Ward, Durham. And the last is 2352 Huron, Durham.
Okay. Now let's move on to 2001, to that return.
Okay.
Now that return was filed on what day?
The date it indicates that it was signed by the preparer, who notes to be Michael Peterson, was March 8th, 2002. You can see that on the second page of the 1040 form.
All right, so he lists his occupation as what during the year 2001?
It looks like writer/author.
And spouse's occupation?
Engineer, and it shows notes that she's deceased in where she's supposed to indicates where she signs the return. It notes that she's deceased.
All right, tell us please then for the year 2001, what does this return reflect as far as the taxable income for Michael Peterson?
The taxable income for Michael Peterson from a job or self-employment indicates 0.
How about Mrs. Peterson?
$45,151, which is noted on the front page on line 7.
All right, are the rental properties listed on this return?
Yes, they are.
What does that reflect?
It notes that they are the same 6 rental properties that were listed on the 1999 and the year 2000 return. Again, they're on the document that has Schedule E in the far left corner, and there are 2 pages of this as in the prior years. And it shows here again a rental loss of $1,706, which shows that there was less income coming in and more expenses going out.
All right. Now, did you also look at a refinancing application from April of 2001?
Yes, I did.
So with that, take a look, please. It's Texas Exhibit 134. Tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a copy of a loan application for Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson trying to obtain a loan from Navy Federal Credit Union, and is dated April 12th, 2001.
Now, why did you take a look at that document?
Well, there's a lot of information on this document that would help me determine assets that the Petersons indicated that they had at the time of this loan application. Also, it would note income from that they would state that they would receive from being either a writer or an engineer. It also indicate rental income that they would have, and it would also show expenses, debt that they had.
Okay. I'll move into State's Exhibit 134 now. Now, take a look, please, at that application, and tell us, please, what is listed there about the income of Mr. and Mrs. Peterson.
If you look at the second page of the application, at the top, you see a portion where it says monthly income. And you'll see on the far left, it says borrower. And it shows that the monthly income, which this would be for Michael Peterson, was $4,167. That's on the second page, the first section at the top to the left where it says borrower.
All right, how about Mrs. Peterson?
The column next to that to the right where it says co-borrower, it shows that income from employment was $11,250 a month plus bonuses monthly of $6,583.
Now, is there something on this application that reflects the debt that they had at that time?
It indicates to the right their monthly household expenses, and it notes that there's mortgages and other taxes involved in that.
Could you give us a little more detail about that?
Yes. There, if you look to the right, it indicates that their current mortgage, and this is regarding the mortgage that they're trying to refinance, which is $388,000, is the asking amount for the new mortgage.
Say that again, please. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. The mortgage that they're applying for, the amount of the mortgage is $380,000, and that's shown on the front of the loan application. If you look on the second page, on the right at the top, after we've looked at the income coming in monthly, there are two columns there noting what the first mortgage is on this property. Currently is $2,731, and what other financing would be for this mortgage here. So currently is $4,483, and they're trying to get the new mortgage to be a monthly payment of approximately $3,520. If you also look down on this same page, there is a section called liabilities, and this indicates liabilities that they have regarding mortgages at different banks and also credit card information.
What does that show you?
It indicates that there's a total liabilities of $676,496. And you'll see that number at the very bottom of that page on the far right.
Okay, now, did you also look into their credit situation, Peterson's?
Yes, I did.
How did you go about obtaining documents of that sort?
Where there was a credit report furnished by Navy Federal Credit Union when this application was received from Navy Federal Credit Union, I reviewed that document, and I also reviewed an Equifax credit report that the District Attorney's Office had obtained that was dated February 6th of 2002.
All right, now in looking at this particular information, what type of debt did you consider as far as the credit cards? And in conjunction with that, you may need to explain the difference between revolving and installment debt to the jury.
Right. Well, basically, what I looked at, if you have a mortgage, and they had several mortgages on they had mortgages on their rental property, mortgages on their personal residence. So I was trying to focus on what their credit card and installment debt was, not what they owed monthly in mortgages or what the outstanding mortgage balance was. The Equifax report will show what.
I just have a continuing objection to testimony about this report.
Yes.
So
The Equifax report will indicate the company name as far as if it's Bank of America, Navy Federal Credit Union, Chase Manhattan, if it's a credit card company, if it's First Citizens has a credit card, if it's USAA, MBNA, it designate what company name it is. Then besides that, the credit report will indicate the account number. And then it'll indicate if the account is jointly owned or individually owned. Is the account owned by both Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson, or is Michael Peterson the holder of that account and Kathleen Peterson is not a holder of that account? It would designate that. It'll also indicate what type of account it is, if it's a installment account, if it's a revolving account, if it's a mortgage account. And what I did was I went through that Equifax credit report and everything that I could designate that was not related to a mortgage, I listed as a separate item and totaled those.
Okay, did you prepare a diagram?
Yes, I did.
Matter of fact, witness. Now, the information on the diagram, did you take it from the credit report?
I took it from the Equifax credit report that was dated February 6, 2002.
I'll show you D10. Recognize it?
Yes, I do.
You did prepare it.
Yes, I did.
All right. Would this help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes, it would.
I move to introduce D10 into evidence for illustrative purposes. May he be allowed to step in?
Yes.
Would you would explain? All right, let's use this diagram, if you would, please, to explain your testimony to the jury about what you found in looking at credit reports.
What I was attempting to do here was determine the approximate balance of outstanding credit that was owed by Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson near the time of her death. So by looking at the Equifax credit report, I determined there were these accounts: Bank One Columbia, which was a credit card; First USA Bank, which was a credit card. You have Citi Cards, Universal Card, USA Federal Savings, First Citizens, American Express, and so on and so forth. In this column, I indicated, based on what the credit report stated, whose account it was. So the first accounts up to this place on the report show that they were Michael Peterson's. He was responsible for this credit card debt and installment debt. There are two accounts that were joint that both Kathleen Peterson and Michael Peterson were responsible for. And if you look further down, these accounts were solely the responsibility of Kathleen Peterson. And these were the account balances remaining at this date. This is the date of the last activity that was reported to Equifax. And it says January 2002. We have some in December 2001. There's some in October 2001. So like I said, this is an approximate amount owed on credit card and installment debt and credit line debt close to the time of Kathleen Peterson's death. And the amount is $142,728.
All right, go ahead and let's just take them one by one and tell us the company name, the type of account, or whose name the account was in, the date of last activity, and the account balance, please. Starting at the top, we're all the way through.
The first account is Bank One Columbia. This account was, the owner was Michael Peterson. The last date of activity was January 2002. That was reported to Equifax. And the balance at that time was approximately $14,000 for that credit card. The next is First USA Bank credit card. Michael Peterson was the owner of that account. The last date of reported activity to Equifax was January 2002. The amount of balance on that account was approximately $10,000. The next account was Marine Corps West Federal Credit Union credit card. Owner of that account was Michael Peterson. Last date of reported activity to Equifax was January 2002, and the balance on that account was $2,342. The next account was Citi Cards CBS DNA. Under that account was Michael Peterson. Last date of activity was December 2001, reported to Equifax, and the account balance on that was $14,000. Next account, Universal Card. Michael Peterson was the owner of the account. Last reported activity to Equifax was December 2001. The balance on that was $3,975. Next card was USAA, Universal Card. I think I did that one. Next one is USAA Federal Savings Account. Michael Peterson was the owner. Last date of activity reported to Equifax was December 2001, and the amount was $3,473. You go to USAA Federal Savings Account was the name of the company.
I don't.
Michael Peterson was the owner. Last date of activity was December 2001.
He testified.
The account balance on that was $11,000. Next card was First Citizens Bank credit card. Under the account was Michael Peterson. Last date of activity reported to Equifax was January 2002. And the amount outstanding balance on that was $6,186. Next account is American Express. Under the account is Michael Peterson. Last known activity reported to Equifax was October 2001. The account balance on that was $1,503. Next account is another American Express account. Under the account was Michael Peterson. Last reported date of activity to Equifax was October 2001. The amount, $12,000 balance. Next account was Bank of America credit card. Under the account was Michael Peterson. Last reported date of activity to Equifax was October 2001. The amount of balance at that time was $8,122. Next account is American Express card under Michael Peterson. Last reported date of activity is October 2001, and the amount owing at that time was $6,902. Next account is USA Federal Savings Credit Card. It was a joint account owned by Kathleen and Michael Peterson. Last reported date of activity was January 2002. The balance on that account was $2,197. Next account was an MBNA American credit card. It was a joint account also owned by Kathleen and Michael Peterson. Last date of activity was December 2001, and the balance on that account was $3,620. Next account is First USA Bank credit card. Owner of that account was Kathleen Peterson. Last date of reported activity was January 2002. The balance on that card was $6,550. Next account is First USA Bank. Owner of the account was Kathleen Peterson. Last reported date of activity was January 2002, and the balance on that account was $2,401. Next account is the Capital One credit card. Under the account was Kathleen Peterson. Last reported date of activity was January 2002, and the balance on that account was $14,000. Next account is Citi Cards. Under the account, Kathleen Peterson. Last reported date of activity, December 2001, and the balance on that account was $13,000. Next account was Bank of America. Owner was Kathleen Peterson. Last reported date of activity to Equifax was December 2001. The balance on that account was $4,914. And the last is Bank of America, Kathleen Peterson. Last reported activity to Equifax, October 2001. Amount $2,543 for a total of $142,728.
Now, Agent Young, you may have explained this, but let's go back to this particular portion of diagram. Date of last activity. What does that actually mean?
That's the date.
Go ahead.
That's the date that it was last reported. This balance was last reported to Equifax. So there could be activity on the account after that date, but Equifax had not gotten any other information from this company after October 2001 at the time of this report. That doesn't mean this account is more or less. It just says this is what the information is reported to Equifax at this time. That's the account balance. So this account could have been more. The October 2001 account could have been more. It could have been less.
Now, did you look into these accounts enough to determine whether any of them were actually maxed out? Or do you know what the limits were?
The Equifax report, I did not really check into that as far as that they were maxed out.
Okay. Now, did you also look closely into Ms. Peterson's situation at Nortel as far as her benefits?
Yes.
And did you actually do some research on the Nortel stock prices?
Yes, I did.
Over certain periods of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you prepare a diagram about that?
Yes, I did.
First of all, let me show you a diagram we've already used. D8. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And actually, Ms. Kaiser used it, but did you prepare it?
I prepared it.
All right, and this diagram reflects what?
What this diagram reflects is the money available to Michael Peterson after the death of Kathleen Peterson regarding her employment at Nortel.
And how did you come up with the figures on this diagram?
I looked at information furnished to me by Nortel. I looked at checks going into the bank accounts for Kathleen and Michael Peterson, and I looked at other employment documentation.
All right, and did you actually compute these numbers?
Yes.
And come up with the totals?
Yes, I prepared this.
And now the totals that you came up with that we've then placed on this diagram, first of all, the amount available before deductions, amount available to Mr. Peterson upon Ms. Peterson's death would have been what?
The total amount, $1,834,166.
All right, and how much has he already received?
Out of that amount, he's received $346,998.
And look at their checking accounts. Did you actually find that money coming into his accounts?
Yes, I found the $300,000 coming in.
I'll show you D11. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's basically a line indicating the Nortel stock prices at different periods in time, starting almost on a quarterly basis from 1999 up until the approximate time of Kathleen Peterson's death.
Would this help you illustrate your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
I move to introduce D11 into evidence for illustrative purposes.
Hello.
May he be allowed to step in? Come on down to you, please. Again. Now, first of all, to further explain this diagram, tell us, please, first of all, why did you start April 5th, 1999?
I was trying to get a quarterly time period here to show the stock price of Nortel stock on a quarterly basis. And based on the information provided, either off the internet or from other sources, you might not have an exact date of what that stock price is. At that date, you have a close time. So I used as close proximity as I could to get a quarterly 3-month period as to what the stock price was at the end of that 3 months. And the dates are down here.
And how did you come up with these specific dates? I noticed the last day is December 7th, 2001. Where did you come up with these?
Off of information I had available at the time showing what the stock price was at the close of that date.
All right, now tell us what these other numbers represent.
These are the numbers on the left are just a scale in the increments of $10 to show what the going from 0 to 140 to indicate what the stock price was at these specific times, what the closing stock price was for the Nortel stock.
Okay, and go ahead and further explain to us then what the different values of the stock were on the dates that you have documented here.
Well, on April 5th, 1999, Nortel stock closed at $74. And then approximately 3 months later, it closed at $90.56. After that period of time, there was a stock split. And a stock split basically is if you have one share of stock and it's worth $10, and there's a stock split 2-for-1, and that's what type of stock split this is. instead of having one share now, you have two shares, but they're worth $5. So you still have the same dollar value as you had in the one share. The one share was $10. Now you have two shares at $5 each, which totals $10. So that's why you see the stock all of a sudden go down, because now it has split and you have more shares, but the price has gone down. So on September 27th, 1999, the price is $50.06. And then again, it starts rising again on December 27th, 1999 to $101. It rises again to March 27th, 2000 to $126 per share. Then we have another stock split, same as the one before, 2 for 1. So there again, same scenario, the stock's going to go down because you got more shares. It goes down to $69, but you still have the same value in the stock. And it's $69 on June 30th, 2000. It starts going back up to $82.87, which is basically its peak on September 1st, 2000. Then
So that's the peak
That's the peak
for Nortel stock
Nortel stock
during this time
during
period.
this time period.
All right, go ahead.
It starts declining. You'll see in September 29th of 2000 is down to $60. December 29th, 2000 is down to $32.06 a share. March 30th, 2001, $14.05 a share.
Ever seen.
June 29th, 2001,
I don't think
$9.03 a share. And close to the time of Kathleen Peterson's death, it's at $8.84 a share.
So based on the peak and based on the stock prices on the date of Ms. Peterson's death, would it be fair to say that the stock was nearly worthless?
The value of it had decreased greatly, so it was not totally worthless, but it was close to being worthless.
Now, did you actually look into some the stock options that she had and how much her personal stock would be worth during these different time periods?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell us about that, please.
Based on the options that she was granted and the number of shares of options that she was granted, and she's given a price. Nortel will sit there and say, we're going to give you these stock options. Now, if you want them or not, that's up to you, but there's a number of stock options sitting out there that you have available to you. And if you never do anything with them, then they just go away after a period of time. But if you decide you want some or all of those stock options, at the time you make that decision, then you have to pay the price that they are going to give you those options. And the price varied for the options that were granted to Kathleen Peterson. But based on that, and based on the number of shares of options that she had available to her, and the cost of those options, on December 27th, 1999, which is this date right here, on this date right here, her net value of those options, if she had exercised them and cashed them in, would have been $1,322,614. That's what the price of the stock was selling for, less her cost of the option was $1,322,614.
All right, now, sometime during this time frame, did she actually, according to what you've learned, purchase the Nortel stock for Caitlin's education? Or use some of the stock for that purpose, or invest money in for that purpose?
Yes, she did.
All right, do you remember approximately when that was?
It would have been around August the 31st of 2000.
Okay, so it'll be the next year.
Right.
Okay. So now if we've got this figure for December of 1999, what's the next?
The amount it was worth at the peak, when the stock was at its peak,
and the peak date is going to be approximately when?
September 1st, 2000. Kathleen Peterson's net value in this stock was $2,439,630. That's the price of the stock based on the number of options that she had available to her at that time that she could exercise, less her cost in those options.
All right, how about December of 2000? Actually, the date you've got there is December 29th of 2000. What is that figure?
$871,802.
Okay, now did you calculate to see actually what the value was on December 7th, 2001?
Right. If she would have cashed in the options that she would have had available to her at that time that were above this this price here, where she would have made a profit on it. It was $49,221.
Okay. Now, at what point in time did you say she made a decision to actually use some of the stock for purposes of educating Caitlin, or perhaps for that purpose?
Basically, the day before this, or in this time period right here, August 31st, right when it was near or at its peak.
So, well, first of all, have you looked at her personnel file from Nortel?
Yes.
And you were aware that in December of 99 that she chose to defer 80% of her income?
That's correct, for the year 2000.
Okay, for the upcoming
For the upcoming year.
All right, at that point in time, where are we on the chart when she makes that decision to defer a large portion of her income?
We're at this number here, where she's looking at her Nortel stock options being worth to her $1,322,614 at or about that time, close to that time.
All right, so then when she makes a decision the next year to defer only 10% of the income, she would be where on this chart?
Well, that would have been,
For the stock
that would have been
chart.
2 years, because she deferred 80% for the year 2000, she deferred 80% for the year 2001, and then for the upcoming 2002 year, she chose to defer only 10%, and that decision would have been made in this time period here, when the stock was plummeted.
I'll take your seat.
All right, Ms. Black, this may be a good time to
Yes.
break for lunch.
Took the lunch recess. We were talking about the Nortel stock prices, and we were using this diagram here. May he be allowed to step down and use the diagram a little bit further on? May he step down? Let's put this diagram back up briefly. This would be state's exhibit. The 11. All right, first of all, let me ask you this. When Ms. Peterson made her election for the year 2000 regarding deferred compensation, is it your understanding she would make the election the December of the year before?
That's correct. She had to make it within 15 days before the plan year started, which would be the following year.
All right, so December 1999, how was the stock going? Or the stock options? When she made the election for the year 2000? Did you have a figure there that represents that? December of 1999?
This would be this here, where her value in it was $1,322,614.
All right, and based on the information you've received from her personnel file, she chose to defer 80%. Is that correct?
Yeah, she chose to defer 80% of her income for the year 2000.
How about for the year 2001? Where are we on the chart?
It would be this time and date approximately. And it would show her value in the stock options as $871,802. And she also decided to defer 80% of her income for the year 2001.
How about the decision as far as elections regarding the calendar year 2002?
She would have made that decision, and I saw a Nortel document indicating that that decision was made in December of 2001 prior to her death to defer 10% of her income, not 80%. and the stock would have been valued, her value in it at that time, the stock option was $49,221.
All right, you may take your seat. Now, in looking at the information that was available to you, Agent Young, did you find any account where Ms. Peterson purchased Nortel stock for Caitlin?
I did see another account where Nortel stock had been purchased.
Tell us about that.
There was an account at First Colonial Securities Group in which 500 shares of Nortel stock was purchased in the account name of Caitlin D. Atwater and Kathleen Atwater Peterson. That stock was purchased on August 31st, the year 2000, in the amount of $41,000.
Now, you told us a little bit about monies that were available to Mr. Peterson after Ms. Peterson's death. In researching the checking accounts, did you find any large deposits that were placed into one or more of Mr. Peterson's accounts just a few days after Ms. Peterson's death?
Objection. Let me approach.
Tell us, please, you prepared a diagram for us that was entitled Net Asset Analysis for Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson that we referred to yesterday.
That's correct.
Years 1999, 2000, 2001.
That's correct.
In compiling that information, what did you mean when you say net asset analysis? Or what type of assets are reflected on that particular diagram?
What I was wanting to show in this diagram was basically the overall major assets that I was able to determine based on the information I had that were in the name of Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson. And there are assets on here that are liquid assets, which are assets like cash that's easily disposed of. Then you have other assets like like stock accounts, mutual funds, and like that are fairly liquid, but it still takes a little bit more time to turn those into cash. Then you have even harder assets, if you want to use that term, like land, which is much more time consuming and harder to turn that into cash as quickly as a liquid asset. So I wanted to show what assets were on hand at the time or near the time of her death and what assets were sold or purchased during that 3-year period.
All right, now in keeping with that portion of your analysis, were you able to determine based on the net asset analysis for the Petersons, as well as the review of the cash flow as reflected on the flip chart, basically how they were making up that difference, the negative amount?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may he be allowed to step before the jury, Ken? Let's use the flip chart, please, and this net asset analysis diagram. All right, in 1999, tell us, please, in comparing the flip chart with that particular diagram, what you were able to determine about this negative figure.
As I stated earlier, the money received was from income such as salary, from disability benefits, from rental income, and other sources like that. When you deduct all the money that was going out of the bank account for that year, it left a deficit amount or negative amount of $184,610. What I then did was to determine how they derived that making up that shortfall for the year 1999. And as you can see on this analysis, there was some stock sold by Michael Peterson. There was some stock sold, and this is the net coming into them by Kathleen Peterson, and the net sale proceeds of a residence owned by Kathleen Peterson totaled money in excess of the $184,610 which allowed them to be able to cover the expenses in this time frame.
All right, let's go to the year 2000. Am I flipping that over, please? What did you determine based on that information versus State's Exhibit D9?
As you see here, there's a deficit this year of $97,370, and I wanted to look at what they had sold or what they had done to be able to make up that difference. And in the year 2000, you can see where there was a Manulife annuity that was owned by Kathleen Peterson that was cashed in. There's also some stock options cashed in the year 2000. And between that and cash they already had on hand, that would cover the deficit for that year.
All right, then, look at 2001, please.
Again, you have a deficit this year of $107,520, and I wanted to determine what they had to sell or money they had to acquire to
I'm
make.
going to object to the term "had to sell." That assumes that they were selling things to cover expenses as opposed to buying things after they sold items because they wanted to buy them. And that's a conclusion I object to.
All right, overruled. You can cross-examine them about that.
Go ahead, please, sir.
So I determined, based on the information I reviewed, there again, for the year 2001, if you look at this chart here, there was some more stock options sold, which produced $23,580. There's also some lots sold, property that they owned, for $29,896. And there was a refinance of their primary residence at 1810 Cedar Street, in which they obtained funds that went into the bank account of $57,342.
Now, was that the information that we covered early this morning, the refinancing April 2001?
That's correct.
And that was how much?
The refinance amount of was $57,342 that came into their account.
All right, so in looking then at the year 2001 and the analysis that you made, could you tell us, please, what major assets did the Petersons have on December 8th, 2001 that you were able to determine?
Based on my analysis, I can move over here.
Okay, let's switch sides.
These are the assets that they had sold or liquidated during the period of time we talked about, so there's nothing remaining on those. This is a piece of property that is solely in the name of Michael Peterson, and as I indicated earlier, I used the tax value for 2001 less the remaining loan balance on that to come up with $120,000. You have other property that's owned by Kathleen Peterson and held by her and others with a net value of $276,000. You have the residence at 1810 Cedar Street, which is $547,000. You have a IRA account that was Kathleen Peterson's at this time worth approximately $49,000. You have an IRA account for Michael Peterson at this time worth approximately $145,000. Another IRA account from Michael Peterson worth approximately $51,000. You also have the Nortel retirement plan, 401k, and deferred comp that was Kathleen Peterson's during this period of time. Out of this, you can see that this is real estate, this $120,000. This is real estate, the $276,000. The $547,000, which is their main residence for living, that is real estate also. So based on the $1,618,000 in assets at this time that's shown on this chart, you've got over 900,000 of it in real estate, hard assets.
Lee, how much to be classified as liquid assets? Or liquid assets?
Approximately 700,000. And that's including her retirement at Nortel.
Thank you, sir. I don't have further questions at this time.
What are you doing, you stupid thing? Yes, continue watching. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Agent Young. Let's talk about the bottom line. You were asked to do all this financial analysis because it had something to do with whether Michael Peterson had a motive to kill his wife the weekend she died in December.
Yes.
This wasn't
Exactly. Why did
a financial crime other than the claim of motive based on money.
exactly why he was asked?
No.
And even with your analysis, if you add up the assets and you subtract the debts, Michael and Kathleen Peterson had well over $1 million in assets.
In different types of assets, yes.
Now, in fact, let's look at the bottom line here. If we could pull this up. What you've got in terms of rough characterizations of assets that you analyze is you've got real estate, correct?
Right.
So what property is real property. And then you've got cash, which is IRAs or bank accounts or other types of accounts, correct?
Correct.
And then you've got liabilities. And the liabilities you identified were the outstanding mortgages on the real estate, correct?
That is a liability.
Right, and that was one of the liabilities that you identified when you did your analysis.
I did not state what that amount was when I did my analysis.
Well, in reaching the numbers that you put on your chart, you in fact identified outstanding mortgage balance.
It's included in that number.
Correct. And then we've got this credit card debt that is contained on the other exhibit. That's another liability, assuming that that report is correct, that was in existence in December of 2001, correct?
Correct.
And if you add those up and subtract out the liabilities, what you have is a total net worth of approximately $1,475,000 in December of 2001. Isn't that correct?
Based on your chart, that's correct.
Well, you had 1,600,000 and was it 18,000?
That's correct.
And if you subtract the credit card debt, which is not reflected on your chart, that's what you end up with.
If that's the math, that's correct.
Okay. So as they sat there in December, that December weekend, even using your analysis, this couple was worth close to $1.5 million. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And they had, for example, I think you said it was what, 600,000 or 700,000 of that is in cash type of accounts, things that aren't real estate, things that are more liquid.
Right. They had that in IRAs and other accounts where it would be a penalty if they withdrew it, but it was in a more liquid account than it was real estate.
And so even accepting all of your figures is accurate, the situation in December of 2001 was a couple worth approximately $1.5 million after paying off their debts.
That's correct.
That doesn't include.
Now, your analysis doesn't include all the assets that they own, does it?
No.
For example, you actually had calculated the value of the Nortel options as of December 7th of 2001 is about $49,000.
That's correct.
But you didn't put it in your chart.
No, because it wasn't an asset to her.
On December 7th, if she wanted to exercise her options, she could have made a $49,000 profit.
If she wanted to exercise them, at that point in time, she didn't exercise them, so they were not actually her stock. She did not own stock at that time.
She owned the right to buy stock at a given price, did she not?
Yes, she had the right to do that.
In fact, people buy and sell options, don't they?
Yes.
So options are an asset.
Not in my scenario, they are not.
Well, you chose what people don't just kind of, an option has value, correct?
It does.
Well, it depends on what the stock's selling for at that time.
Yeah, an option that allows you to buy stock for less than the going price has value.
If she exercises that option, then she owns that stock, and then she can sell it and make a profit.
But the option itself is something that are traded. There are prices. You can buy and sell options, correct?
Correct. I don't know if she can buy and sell these options.
But options are a recognized asset. Are they not?
They are an asset in certain situations.
Okay, and you chose to take that asset, and even though you knew the value, and not put it into your chart.
I did not put it in my chart. That's correct.
You also did not put in things such as cars, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, you knew that one of the expenses was a lease for a Jaguar.
That's correct.
But there weren't payments for other cars coming out, were there? You didn't see regular monthly payments for the financing of other automobiles, did you?
I don't remember seeing regular monthly payments, but I did see some payments to some car dealerships.
Back like in 1999.
I'm not sure which year.
Well, you knew, for example, that they owned cars other than that Jaguar.
That's correct.
In fact, you knew if you would look at the refinancing application, do you have that in front of you? States Exhibit 134. Let me approach with my copy by now.
I got it.
There's actually a listing of some automobiles on that, wasn't there?
Yes, there was.
A 1998 Mitsubishi for worth $20,000.
That's what's stated here, right?
Right, and a 1999 Mitsubishi Montero for $15,000.
That's correct.
Presumably, that would have had likely to have been bought in 1999, or couldn't have been bought too much before 1999. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, and there's also a Jeep there that's worth $7,500, right?
That's what's listed here. That's correct.
Okay, and by the way, it also lists $12,000 in bonds.
That's correct. There's bonds on there also.
Now, you didn't list the value of any of those cars as assets in your chart. Did you, sir?
No, I did not.
Didn't investigate the status of those cars?
No, I did not.
Now, furniture can be an asset. It has value. Does it not?
I'm sure if someone's willing to pay money for it, it has value.
Right, and you assume that they had furniture in their house. Didn't you?
I didn't make an assumption.
What, did you even think about the issue of whether somebody who lived in this large house had furnished it?
No, that was not a focus of mine. No, sir.
So it never even crossed your mind that maybe there was furniture that they had bought during this time period?
I wasn't worried about the exact value of the furniture for my analysis, no.
Okay, so you didn't even think about some of these expenses, for example, that we will talk about, whether that was a purchase of furniture for the house?
No.
Okay, and you didn't list, for example, I take it then, antiques, did you?
I had no knowledge of antiques, no.
And you didn't investigate whether they purchased antiques either from 1999 through 2001 or earlier, did you?
Other than what I saw in the bank information, no.
Okay, and same with art or jewelry. You didn't have no information about whether they owned valuable art or valuable jewelry in December of 2001. Do you?
No.
So none of those assets would be listed when you have this net worth of 1.475. Correct?
Well, the one I had was 1.6. Right.
I'm talking about a final net, taking out the credit card debt. I mean, if they paid off the credit card, it would be $1,475,000.
That's right.
Now, talk a little bit about cash flow. By the way, you listed, I think you testified to these tax returns that Michael Peterson didn't have any income?
That's not what I stated.
Well, weren't you asked about taxable income and say, well, he didn't have any?
I said taxable income from a job or a salaried position.
Okay, well, once you get money, it has the same value whether you got it for writing or get it out of an IRA or get it from a disability, don't you?
She was referring to a job, his job as a writer or as a salary.
So didn't she
And
ask
that's
you,
what I was relating, and that's how I answered her question.
weren't you asked about taxable income?
And I responded by stating, based on a salary or self-employment or a job, he had none shown on the tax return.
Okay, but taxable income, he does show on his tax returns
Oh, yes,
because he gets IRA distributions each year, which are taxable income.
that's correct, $17,500 and some odd dollars.
And he also has non-taxable income because of his status being retired from the military.
That's correct.
And that income, he doesn't even have to pay taxes on. Does he?
No.
Now, of course, I think you said that you limited your investigation to 1999 primarily through 2001. You didn't go back further years?
Not from what I was looking at. No, I did not go back for
Okay, so you didn't do anything to investigate how much money Michael Peterson might have earned over the years before 1999. Did you?
No, I did not.
You knew he was an author, didn't you?
That's what I was told.
Right, and in fact, wouldn't be that hard to figure out the names of books he'd written, would it?
I guess not.
Well, for
I
example,
don't have any idea what books he wrote, but
so you
I'm sure I
never,
could find out.
I mean, as an SBI agent, you could probably access Amazon and type in Michael Peterson to see what books would come up, couldn't you?
We could be determined, yes.
Okay, and so you have no idea what he earned before 1999, do you?
No, I do not.
Or what he did with the money he earned, other than the fact he bought 1810 Cedar Street. Correct?
That's correct.
And was able to accumulate several $100,000 in the various accounts that you've listed. Correct?
That's correct.
Well, by the way, if you wanted information, you could ask the prosecution if they had documents reflecting certain information. Correct?
That's correct.
Nobody told you, oh, we can't tell you what Michael Peterson earned before 1999, did they?
No, they did not.
Let me start with this exhibit. Marking this exhibit as Defendant's Exhibit 26.
Does this appear to be a contract for Michael Peterson for the sale of a time of war?
Yes, it does.
Move the admission of Exhibit 26.
Objection.
Do you want to be heard?
Yes,
Mr. Deputy, he's going to take the jury to the deliberation room. Yes, Ms. Black.
I don't know if I have a complete copy or not. I'm looking at a document that begins pocketbooks that has a number of pages to it. It ends with paragraph 35. There's no signature on the document. The only date that's on the only date that's listed that I've thus far been able to find is October 19th, 1988. I don't know how in the world they're going to authenticate this document. This witness surely doesn't know probably doesn't even know what he's looking at. He's agreed with the lawyer that maybe that's what it is, although he's surely not going to know since he wasn't a party to this contract. And because of the fact it's dated 1988, we also would contend that it's not relevant.
Your Honor, we've heard a bunch from this witness for documents that weren't authenticated. We heard about investments in Caitlin Atwater's account. No indication those were authenticated. The document, in fact, is dated 1988 and then contains a payment schedule on the second page. And at the bottom of each page, there's an initial. We can tie it up later if need be, but I don't think we should have to call the witness back later if we need a witness to say this is, in fact, the contract for a time of war. I don't hear the district attorney saying that he didn't write a time of war. It clearly was published. I think we're entitled to show the jury, and this is something we provided to the state discovery, I think before Agent Young was doing his analysis. So, if they'd wanted to look into it or provide it to him, they could. The jury's entitled to know that these figures from 1999, the quote, over expenditures, that you've got somebody who has earned well over $1 million with just 2 of his books from 1988 up through the 1990s. We have a contract for a bid or piece. These are payments that come over time. And this suggestion that somehow they're overspending when in fact they'd accumulated assets in large part because Michael Peterson was a successful author. We're entitled to show that rather than having the jury left with this impression of these people digging themselves into a hole as opposed to using some of the assets they'd acquired.
All right, objections overruled. Bring the jury back. All right, objections overruled.
And if we could turn to the second page, and if you could put that up, Mr. Seberg. And that contains well, the last question was whether I moved to submission, and I believe the objection to that was overruled.
All right.
And I was now going to draw his attention to the second page, if I could do that.
Okay.
If we could pull up the second page there. You see the schedule of advances?
Yes.
Okay, and because they're even numbers, we could do the math in our head. You've got $600,000 in scheduled payments based on the publication of time of war. Correct? 5 times $120,000.
I'm just trying to read what the advance says, paragraph 3, so I can answer your question properly. It indicates here that the publisher shall pay the author as an advance these sums of money. That's correct.
Okay, and in fact, the various payments are scheduled over a period of time. Correct?
Yes, I don't see exact dates in here, but there's separate periods of time.
Is based upon publication of the book as opposed to a specific calendar date, correct?
That's correct.
And prior to today, you had never asked for or seen any contract about how much Michael Peterson was paid for writing that book.
Back in 1998, no, I have not.
Okay, and you don't know what he did with money he earned from writing that book.
Specifically, no, I do not.
Now, let me show you what's marked as Exhibit 27.
If I was on the jury, none of this would mean anything to me. None of it.
I should take a look at that and see if this appears to be a contract for a book that at that time was known as Peace and Reparations.
This would be nothing. Now, an insurance policy like Corey Richens, oh my.
Yes, it appears to be so.
Move the admission to Exhibit 27. Wow. Now, the first page on that shows that the due date for the manuscript was April 1st of 1992. Middle paragraph.
That's correct.
Okay, now let's turn to page 2 of the contract, which is 920. If we could put that up.
Insurance policy? 100%.
And you see, once again, an advance amount there set forth
this financial stuff.
of $450,000.
That's correct.
Okay, and just for those two books, adding those advances together, you have over $1 million in income as an author for Michael Peterson. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And before you came to testify today, you hadn't asked for or received any information indicating that Michael Peterson had earned over $1 million from those two books. Isn't that correct?
Well, back in 1998 and 1992, no, I had not.
And of course, with that kind of money, Michael Peterson could have acquired assets, correct?
And yes, and I believe he acquired Cedar Street for $600,000.
Yeah, and by the way, that house, if it's now, we'll talk about its value later, that was bought in, was it 1992 for $600,000?
I'm not sure if it was 92 or not, but it was early in the 1990s.
Right. And its value increased substantially. Did it not?
Based on the revised tax assessment for 2001, yes, it did.
I mean, just using the tax assessment that you used, it had gone from $600,000 to well over $900,000.
That's correct.
So his equity, just from that house, had gone up well over $300,000.
That's correct.
Now I want to talk some, if I can, about your flip chart and cash flow analysis, if I could put it up.
Sarah's going for a ride on my scooter.
Can you see?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What you did for each year was write down money received with a positive amount, correct?
That's correct.
And then expenses with a negative amount.
That's correct.
And then for each year, these brackets, that's what accountants use to indicate negative.
That's correct.
So if you look just at this flip chart, it would look like they spent more money than they actually had each and every year, wouldn't it?
Without my explanation when I did it, that's correct.
Right. And well, you were the one that chose to write down money received, didn't you?
That's right.
But in fact, they weren't bouncing checks all over town, were they?
I didn't see any indication of that, no.
They were able to pay all their bills.
Yes.
Because the money received included things that you chose not to term normal income. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that was a judgment call you made in preparing these charts.
That's correct.
And of course, if you can shift money they received out of the normal income, we get a bigger number down here, right?
That's correct.
Now, you also made choices about how you could treat certain money that came in and went out that Kathleen Peterson received from Nortel. I'm speaking specifically of reimbursable expenses.
I treated all of the income from Nortel as income coming in to the account.
But when you looked at the account statements, you could tell the difference between pay she had received and reimbursable expenses.
That's correct.
And so you knew that there was amounts that Kathleen Peterson was receiving that were reimbursing her for money she'd spent at work on trips or whatever.
Either money she had spent or there might be a per diem. I don't know how their expense reimbursement program worked.
And you didn't look into that, did you?
No, I did not.
So as far as you know, what she was getting from Nortel was money she'd actually spent out of pocket for business.
They were reimbursing her for business expenses, whatever they were.
And by putting those numbers in, you end up with both more money received, but also more expenses because it's a wash. Correct?
Well, I don't know what, I couldn't designate what exact expenses she paid that she was being reimbursed for. So I can't tell you if they were $1 coming in and $1 going out for those exact items. I can't say that.
You didn't look into that?
No.
But assuming that she was getting reimbursed for money she actually spent, by running that through these numbers, you increase both this number and this number.
It's a wash.
Right. We end up with the same number down here, but these are both larger.
Well, it's money that came into the account. That's correct.
And if you add up all those amounts just for those 3 years, it's about $55,000.
What now?
if by including the reimbursable expenses, it looks like they've got this much more expensive lifestyle, wonder how much effect that has? You didn't go down and do the math?
No, I saw it was coming from Nortel, and I loved all the Nortel money coming in into one classification.
So you lumped it all together, even though you knew some of it on its face appeared to be a reimbursement for expenses.
It was money coming from Nortel, that's correct.
Well, you didn't lump all the money coming from Nortel into this, did you?
I'm not sure what you...
Those stock options, those came from Nortel, didn't they?
They were paid out of Payne Weber, I believe, handled that sale.
She didn't buy those stock options, did she?
It was a cashless transaction.
And she got the options as part of her compensation for working.
Right, but she didn't exercise. She exercised them, and that's when she sold them.
Right. But what happened is she went to work and she performed her duties, correct?
That's correct.
Part of what she got paid was a paycheck,
That's correct.
Part of it was health insurance or other benefits, correct?
That's correct.
And then when she got high enough up in the organization, part of her pay was getting these stock options, correct?
They were granted to her. Whether she wanted to exercise them or not was her decision.
But they were granted as compensation for the work she was doing.
I just know they were granted to her. I don't know what level they were granted at.
Well, you didn't look into that then, did you?
No, I did not.
And when you exercise an option, by the way, if you do a cashless transaction, is that what you said happened here?
That's correct.
Basically, what you do is technically you buy and sell stock, but what happens is you just receive the spread or the profit from the exercise. Isn't that correct?
Right, and they also take out the taxes, the withholding taxes.
Right, so the amounts that actually came in are treated as income for tax purposes.
The bargain price, the amount between what the option cost and what she exercised, the fair market value was at that time, that amount is considered income on the W-2.
Because what's happened is she's been given something by the company that she works for, and she's made money off of it, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the standing question of the witness. I can't even see the witness.
Well,
it's not using the chart at this
So
time.
I am referring to the chart, and if she wants to move around just like I did, she's welcome to do so.
Oh.
So that was money that she received because of work she did for Nortel, wasn't it?
It's money she received because she cashed in her stock options.
She got those options because she worked at Nortel.
That's correct.
Okay, and you made a judgment call that that wasn't normal income, so that money isn't included in these money received amounts, is it?
No, it's not.
You also, for example, didn't include, I think this is 1999, and in this $276,790, you didn't include, I see here, the $11,000 that Mr. Peterson made selling stock.
No, it's not in that number.
Well, did you look into when he bought the stock?
Yes.
He bought it in 1999, didn't he?
Yes.
So, and in fact, he made a profit off it.
That's correct.
And so what he did was he took income he had, bought stock, and then sold it in the same year.
That's correct.
And I assume that the purchase price, if it went through the checking account, that shows up in the figure of how much he spent, correct?
If it came from the bank account, that's
Yeah, so
correct.
if you wrote, say, a check for $5,000 for the investment, that's in this figure, correct?
That's correct.
The time he turns around and sells it at a profit, that's not up in this figure, is it?
It's not up in that number. No, it's not.
And if they bought, for example, a lot and then sold it, that doesn't appear in these figures, does it?
I didn't see where they bought a lot and sold it during that period of time.
Well, certainly. They sold lots in 2001, didn't they?
They did. You asked about 1991.
Well, I'm sorry. Let me flip to that. On 2001, the money received, this doesn't include the lots they sold.
Not up at that part. No, it does not.
And by the way, you know how those lots were sold, or at least one of them, to a neighbor who wanted to keep a buffer around their house?
I don't know the purpose for why the lots were sold.
Well, you're aware at least one of those lots was on an 1800 Cedar or 1800 University?
Sycamore.
Was that in the neighborhood?
It was in that neighborhood somewhere, but I'm not familiar exactly where.
Okay, so you didn't go and look, see whether that lot maybe was sold to accommodate a neighbor who wanted a buffer.
No, I did not.
And I take it you didn't go back and determine how much had been paid for those lots.
I could tell those lots were paid for. Sycamore was bought prior to my 1999 analysis, so I did not.
Okay, so you don't know, for example, on Sycamore, whether that money was profit or simply a return of the money they put into the lot.
Well, I did not see on the tax return where that was shown as a profit or a loss. So if it was a profit, it should have been on the tax return. If it was a loss, it should have been on the tax return. It wasn't on the tax return, so no, I didn't have that information.
And you don't know, for example, whether Michael Peterson, with money he earned as a writer, had bought the lot and then later sold it.
That's correct.
Now, for all these figures, by the way, on the expenses, so you didn't break down the types of expenses that you were classifying, did you?
No, I was just showing money coming in and money coming out.
Okay, so when you say expenses, it's really money going out regardless of why it went out.
That's correct.
In fact, for example, the Bank of America account, a lot of those expenditures, checks, whatever, you couldn't determine where they went. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
You list a bunch, this is unknown.
Well, it depends on how many you mean by a bunch.
A number of the checks, you could not identify where they went.
There were some checks during the 1999 through 2001 period. I was unable to see who the payee was. That's correct.
And those payments still show up as expenses.
That's money coming out of the account. That's what that means, yes.
Okay, and put this down for right now. Let's talk a little bit about different types of expenses. As an accountant, you're familiar with the concept that there are different types of expenses when we categorize expenses.
That's correct.
Let's see if we can pull this up. Let's just run through the types of expenses that if you look into where money goes, you might be able to categorize. You start off with a fixed expense, correct? That's a type of expense.
That is a type of expense. That's correct.
And by that, you mean an expense that's going to come up time and time again. You have to pay a certain bill every month or every year, correct?
It's a recurring expense.
Yeah. And so, for example, you might include a mortgage up until it's paid off, at least, as a fixed expense, correct?
That's correct.
Or you might include credit card minimum payments because you have to keep making those payments unless you pay off the credit card. So that would be a recurring fixed expense, correct?
Or an installment, that's correct.
Okay. Now there's also non-recurring expenses, which are expenses that you make a payment for, but they don't have an ongoing obligation to keep making future payments, correct?
There are those types of expenses, that's correct.
For example, if you buy a car and you don't finance it or don't lease it, then you've made a non-recurring expense on the purchase, correct?
That's correct.
So, for example, cars that were purchased by the Petersons other than that Jaguar, assuming that they weren't financed, would be a non-recurring expense that they incurred.
If they paid for the cars, that's correct.
If you repay a loan, you've got a loan and you choose just to pay it off, once it's paid off, you don't have any continuing obligation to make future payments, correct?
If you paid off a loan and there's no outstanding balance due on it, I don't see any reason why you'd have to pay on it anymore.
And in fact, did you make any determination of whether some of the payments made during 1999 were loan repayments?
I saw that some of those were loan repayments when I was looking at the checks going out.
Well, for example, did you see about $35,000 being sent out to Eleanor Peterson?
Yes, I saw a check in there for that amount.
And do you know whether that was just repayment of a loan?
I had seen a promissory note prior to that in amount of $50,000 that they had with Miss Eleanor Peterson and I believe her husband, but I saw that go out. I don't know if that was repayment of that loan or not.
Okay, but if it was repayment of that loan, that would be a non-recurring expense incurred in 1999. Isn't that correct?
They would have paid off the loan. They wouldn't have to pay on it anymore if they paid off the balance. That's correct.
And in fact, when you look at net worth, you subtract liabilities from assets. So when you eliminate a liability, your net worth increases, doesn't it?
That's correct.
So if you pay off a loan, you've increased your net worth.
That's correct.
So although you wouldn't have an asset obtained in the asset column, you'd have a liability removed in the liability column, wouldn't you?
I don't have a liability column on there.
That's because you chose not to have a liability column, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, for example, on mortgages, each month, unless you've got some kind of balloon payment system, you pay interest and you pay principal, don't you?
That's correct.
And for example, on the rental properties, there was principal being paid down on those mortgages, wasn't there?
Yes.
And of course, property, one hopes and usually does, appreciates over time, doesn't it?
It can appreciate, yes.
But you don't have anything in your chart that shows how much the mortgages, for example, for the rental properties were reduced during those years. Do you?
No, I don't.
So when you have the net analysis, you chose not to put in liability columns that might show reductions in liabilities, didn't you?
All I showed was the net at the time of approximately death of Kathleen Peterson. So you have the asset value as far as the property based on the 2001 tax assessment, and you have it reduced by what the outstanding balance is on those loans at that time.
Now, home improvements, for example, can be a non-recurring expense. If you choose to paint your house or fix something that's not an ongoing problem, you could have that type of non-recurring expense.
That's correct.
And you didn't go through these expenses and determine whether there was money spent to improve any of the houses they owned, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, there's also discretionary expenses, which in a sense are like non-recurring, but they're things because you have the ability, you can choose to spend money, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, if somebody has successfully accumulated assets, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them choosing to use some of those to enjoy themselves, is there?
No, there's not.
For example, people who have the resources can decide to take a trip, can't they?
That's correct. People that have the resources can decide what they want to do with that money in any manner.
And of course, they're not required to only spend the money that is, quote, normal income that they got the year they decide to spend the money, are they?
No, if they have other assets they can sell or other resources, they can use those.
And are you aware, for example, of the fact that Kathleen and Michael had a number of children in the house that were approaching or entering college age during this time period?
Yes.
And there'd be nothing unusual, for example, if they decided before the kids leave, before they're fully adults and go off to college, we'd like to take a big trip, go to the Far East. There'd be nothing bad about that, would there?
Well, I'm not aware of a trip being taken, but they could do that if they had the funds.
Well, you didn't ask you didn't ask the prosecution, is there any evidence that they ever went on trips, did you?
The prosecution?
Right. You were contacted by the district attorney in this case to do your analysis, weren't you?
I was contacted with them to do a cash in, cash out overall general analysis. That's correct.
Right. But you knew that they could at least try to answer your questions if you had a question, correct?
They could answer the questions to the best of their ability, but what they wanted me to do was to show total money coming in and total money going out.
Okay, they didn't want you to show where the money going out was going, as far as you knew, correct?
That's not what they asked.
Right. And they weren't interested in determining whether money was spent, for example, to take kids on a big trip.
Objection, what we were interested
in terms of what was expressed to you. Wasn't that true?
Could you ask a question again, please?
Yeah. Nobody on the state side expressed any interest in having you determine whether there was discretionary spending on things like trips during this time period. Did they?
No.
You could also, for example, as discretionary spending, give gifts to people, couldn't you?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong, is there, for people who have assets choosing to share some of them as gifts to other people?
They can do what they want to with their assets. That's correct.
They could buy jewelry. That is.
Because if someone has a financial motive for murder, the jury isn't going to want to sit down with their finances and go through it with a fine-tooth comb and say, well, it looked on paper like they had money, but they really didn't. So because of this their company reimbursed them. They had to pay this money to do this, and their company reimbursed them, and they had these stocks. But next year she wouldn't have had these stocks. Like that's not going to happen. So now, like for instance, let's take Corey Richens' case, where she had all these bogus insurance policies out on her husband. That is something a jury gets. That is something a jury understands. Unless there's an accountant on the jury, this is going right over their heads. Like, insurance policy payout, that's a financial motive. This is just quagmire. This is, I would be checked out. This would mean nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. And I don't know why they're getting into this minutia of expenses. This is just crazy to me that they're getting into this. So jewelry and gifts and trips and home improvements and antique furniture, and it's insane. I don't know why they're going, like Marty said yesterday, and like now this is going to be the mantra through the whole trial. The defense is trying too hard. The defense is just trying too hard.
An acceptable thing to do with assets that you have, isn't it?
Objection.
If they're so inclined about jewelry, they can do that, yes.
And you didn't go through records or make inquiry to determine what jewelry, if any, was purchased during this time period. Did you?
No, I did not.
By the way, you did see that they were giving money to charity during this time period, didn't you?
I saw on the tax returns that there were some deductions for charities, and I believe there were some checks going to charities. That's correct.
We certainly, there's nothing wrong with people who have reached a certain level of wealth in their life sharing money with charities. Is there?
No, I think people of any status in life, be it unemployed or multimillionaires, have the right and should give to charities.
Okay, and those charitable deductions, those are included in the outflow numbers that you put up on your flip chart, aren't they?
That's correct. It was money paid out of the account. That's correct.
Now, you don't know whether, for example, money was spent to purchase art, do you?
No, I don't.
By the way, on things like jewelry, I mean, some jewelry actually has value as a collectible item, doesn't it?
I'm not an expert in that area. I don't know.
Well, for example, if a item of jewelry had belonged to a famous person. So, for example, if you had Lana Turner's pearls, there's probably a market for that type of jewelry, isn't there?
I don't deal in that. I can't answer that.
Okay. Antiques. Some people, for example, choose to buy and collect antiques, don't they?
That's true. Some people do.
And you made no determination of whether there were antiques or valuable art or jewelry in the Peterson household as of December of 2001, did you?
No, I did not.
Mr. Monroe?
Yep.
I'm going to take a 10-minute break.
All right, Mr. Deputy, we'll take 10 minutes. Members of the jury, remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Everyone else remain. Let the jury be excused.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I leave the issue of fixed and non-recurring and discretionary expenses, there's another expense that Peterson's had, college expense, wasn't there?
Yes, they were paying expenses for college.
You saw checks, for example, to Cornell, where Caitlin Atwater was a student.
That's correct.
Now, those are recurring in the sense that you don't get college done in 1 year, but hopefully children graduate from college in a few years, correct?
Well, I've seen where college was only paid for 1 year, but that's correct.
I mean, at some point, your child should finish college and go on and live as an adult, correct?
That would be your hope, yes.
Yeah, and not everybody, when they pay for college, can always do it out of their current earnings flow, can they?
No, they can't.
And there's nothing wrong if you've got an asset that you can liquidate to use it to pay for college, is there?
No, there's not.
Now, let me talk some about this credit situation. You put up this chart here. You weren't meaning to suggest to the jury that this was a debt that somehow built up over 2001 that they hadn't had previously, were you?
No, I was not.
In fact, in their refinance application, Equifax provided a report to the mortgage company back in early 2001. Did they not?
I don't know if it came from Equifax, but it came from the Navy Federal Credit Union computer system, which mirrored the Equifax information.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in just a second. But first, let's talk about the situation in December. All of those accounts were current, were they not? In December of 2000, let me approach. Let me ask you if you could look at Exhibit 28, and is this a printout of the Equifax report that you worked off of? This is the one from Michael Peterson?
It's just the one from Michael Peterson.
Okay, but this is the form that it comes in.
That's correct.
Okay, and it includes information about the status of the person who has the credit, correct?
Yes, it does.
For example, on the right-hand column, it has notation such as R1. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you're aware that that means those accounts were being paid, aren't you?
Yes, they're being paid.
So all the credit card companies were receiving the payments that they were due, weren't they?
Based on the information on this report at this time, that's correct.
Well, you say based on the information, you didn't go out and ask for the underlying credit card bills for any of these accounts, did you?
No, I did not.
So you don't even know whether there were payments that reduced this or further charges that increased it. All you've got is what Equifax sent, correct?
For this, that's correct.
Now, you were asked about whether they were maxing out their cards. Let me approach, we'll look at a few examples here at the page 2. Yeah, you actually have some of those highlighted. For example, the very first column for the Bank of America, you see where it says high credit 10K?
That's correct.
Right, and what it says to the left there, amount in high C column is credit limit, correct?
That's correct.
So it appeared they have a $10,000 credit limit, right?
That's correct.
But they had $8,000 or $8,100 outstanding.
At the time this was reported, that's correct.
So they hadn't maxed out on that, had they?
Not based on this at this time, no.
And this American Express, for example, says 18K high credit, HC column is credit limit, 6902 balance, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, if you look at the, I guess that's the MBNA America, a $10,000 high credit limit. See that once again, 1, 2 through 5 down.
That's correct.
And the outstanding balance on that was 0. Correct?
That's correct.
So they hadn't maxed out their credit cards, had they?
No, and I didn't say they had either.
But you were asked about it and we wanted to clarify.
Okay.
Now, if we were to go back, by the way, this refinance that produced this earlier credit report, they applied for that refinance in January of 2001, didn't they?
They applied for it in January and signed the loan application in April.
Okay, but the decision to apply for it was made in January of 2001.
Well, I don't know when they decided to apply for it, but
Well, it was by January of 2001, they had actually started the process.
that's correct.
And the proceeds were distributed in April, whatever the date was, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And part of what happened is that this was with the Navy Federal Credit Union, correct?
That's correct.
And Navy Federal Credit Union did the credit check, correct?
Based on the information, that's correct. They did a credit check.
And mark this. Exhibit 29. If I can approach and hand you what I've marked, first is Exhibit 29, which comes from the refinance. Ask if you've seen that.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and let me hand you Exhibit 30, which I know you haven't seen because I typed it up, but ask you if, in comparing them, it appears to be just as you had done for December 2001, a listing of the outstanding balances for the credit cards and the Jaguar in January of 2001.
That's what it appears to be, but I haven't had time to actually match the balances.
And I'm not going to ask you to do that in front of the jury, but assuming, well, did you ever add up all the balances?
Yes, I did.
And, well, according to my edition, it was about $151,000 outstanding on credit cards in January of 2001.
That's based on yours. That's correct,
Right,
on
and-
yours.
And is your number significantly different than that?
Mine came out to be 163,969.
So I'm on the low side. We'll stick with mine for now.
That's okay.
Okay, so it had actually gone down from January of 2001 to December of 2001, correct?
Correct.
In fact, well, your calculations have gone down by over $20,000, hadn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, back in January of 2001, one of the things that if the Petersons were feeling a financial crunch because they had all this credit card debt, that they could have done was exercise options for Nortel stock. Correct?
In 2001?
January of 2001.
Yes.
And when we talk about, the exercise of an option, it's not a terribly complicated process, isn't it? Don't you just kind of call up and say, I'd like to do exercise options for 100 shares or 500 shares, and then they calculate your profit withholdings and send you a check?
Objection.
Isn't that, in essence, the process?
I don't know the mechanisms. I work for the Department of the State Bureau of Investigation. I don't have stock options. So
Okay.
I
hope they don't have stock to give out options for. At any rate, you've done some calculations of options values. They, in fact, exercised some options back in January of 2001, correct? You recall that from the optionee statement?
Yes, they did exercise in January 2001.
Okay, and in fact, if I can remember the date, it's something like January 26th of 2001? Or 28th?
Around that date.
Okay.
That's correct.
And at that time, the option price, the stock price rather, if I'm reading this correctly, was $37.62. You see that at the exercise time? Let me approach and show you where I'm looking at. Might speed that up.
Okay.
We've got an exercise in early 2001, January 28th, and it's 37.62.
That's correct.
Okay, it's actually 62.5, but we'll just call it 62. Now, of course, with this outstanding credit card debt they had back when they were applying for this refinancing, or any other debts, one of the things they could have done was to exercise options and get cash that way, correct?
If that's what they wanted to, yes, they could exercise options.
Now let's go through and see what their options, how much they would have had to exercise to do that. By the way, did you ever calculate how many options you would have to exercise just to pay off the credit card debt?
No, not just for the credit card debt. I did not.
Okay, so for example, now in January of 2001, she had total vested options of 24,900 shares. They were at different prices, but if you add up the vested options, isn't that correct?
I have a little bit larger figure than that.
Well, let me ask you, are you aware that it takes 3 years for an option to be fully vested? I mean, in other words, you get a third each year for 3 years?
I've been told that, but I haven't seen them.
Okay, so assuming, for example, that some of the options that she got in 99 wouldn't have been fully vested in 2001, is it possible that this is a fully vested number?
That's correct.
Okay, so using this number, if she had exercised, she had some options where it would only cost $3.94 for her to buy the stock, correct?
That's correct.
And some where it was $4.20, correct?
That's correct.
So if we're just using round figures, she could be buying 7,200 shares plus or minus $4 a share. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what that would cost then is about $30,000. A little bit less, but for round figures, that's correct. Isn't that?
That's correct.
So she would at that point have 7,200 shares of Nortel that would be worth $37.62 per share. Correct?
If she exercised them, that's correct.
Right, and that would bring in $270,000, be worth $270,000, correct? I have a calculator if you want to double check the math.
I'd like to double check the math.
Do you have a calculator with you? Otherwise, I'll. So is the math correct that 7,200 shares at $37.60 would be worth $270,000?
To answer that question, yes. If
Okay, I haven't gotten to the profit yet.
Okay, that's okay.
So profit would be about $240,000, correct?
That's correct.
And that's just because you subtract what she had to pay from what the stock was worth. Correct?
That's what she would have to report on her tax
Right.
on her tax return. That would be in her W-2. That would be taxable.
Right, and on $240,000, you'd be paying some taxes. But even if you were to pay close to 40% in taxes, you'd have $150,000 left to pay bills, correct?
I'm not going to state that's correct or not.
Well, you haven't done the calculations to determine the after-tax amount, but clearly, obviously, you pay a higher marginal rate. But at the time, what the marginal highest rate was in the 38 or something %, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and going through all the math, but in the low 40s is the highest rate you pay between state and federal taxes typically, in percentage-wise.
The blend, that's correct.
Okay, so without going through the exact dollars, exercising those shares would have produced pretty close to an amount that would have wiped out, if they wanted to, credit card debt. Correct?
At that time, that's correct.
Now, that would have left her with 17,700 vested options still available for exercise at some later time, if she had exercised 7,200 options, correct?
There would have been a large number left over. That's correct.
Now, one moment. You have calculated the total option value at various points. I want to go through one more. I think you had the chart. So you calculated the various values of her stock at various points, correct?
That's correct.
And what you did in terms of this, you just picked certain dates and filled in and the prices?
That's correct.
Okay. And calculated at the time she was making her decisions to defer income, what her stock options were worth, correct?
I thought he was
Basically, that's right.
Okay, and for example, I think this shows that in December of 2000, her stock had gone down her value had gone down from a high of well over $2 million to about $870,000. Correct?
That's correct.
And yet she still chose to defer 80% of her salary and bonuses for the coming year. Correct?
That's correct.
And going back to January when they had all this credit card debt, let's just go through the calculation on that.
Linda Pearl.
She had, once again, assuming I'm right about the vesting rules, 24,900 vested options, correct?
That's correct.
And the market, in the option use statement, it shows what the cost is of exercising those options. You can redo the math if you want, but assuming those numbers add up to $197,000, that's what the cost of those options would be to exercise them, correct?
If you make that assumption, that's correct.
And the documents and evidence, if people want to add it up later, they can. And once again, we've got 3762, and that's at the time she exercised the option for 500 shares, correct?
And she exercised the 500 shares.
Yeah, wasn't that January 28th of 2001? Wasn't an exercise of 500 shares?
That's correct.
So she was choosing to exercise just a few percent of her options back then. Correct?
She was exercising a smaller portion of the options available. That's correct.
Right. I mean, she had almost 25,000 and she exercised 500, correct?
That's correct.
If she had exercised all of them, the stock would have been worth 938,738 cents, assuming that that's the math of 24,900 times the value of the stock, correct?
If your math is correct.
And that's why I got a calculator. And then she would have had a profit of almost $750,000, $738,000, correct?
If the math is correct.
Okay, and so at the time when they were applying for this refinance and had $150,000 or $160,000 worth of credit card debt, they had the ability, or she had the ability, if she wanted to pull out over $700,000 worth of income by the exercise of Nortel stock options. Correct?
Yes, if she wanted to do that and pay the income tax on it, that was her right to do so.
Right, and in fact, kind of looking back on it, it would have made sense to have done that given what hindsight shows happened to the stock price, correct? Correct?
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. That's correct.
People don't always know where stock prices are going. People sometimes buy on the dip, for example, correct? They think it's going to go back up. Isn't that correct?
People buy stock for whatever reason they buy it for.
By the way, if you think stock prices are going down and you've got options, it makes financial sense to exercise at least some of those options, doesn't it?
Why did you put the boring stuff at the beginning of the trial? That's stupid.
Doesn't it make sense, if you think the stock is going down, to exercise your options and lock in your profits?
If you don't think they're going to come back up, that's correct.
Okay, and if you thought you needed money and you had a concern that stock prices were going to go down, it would make sense to go ahead and exercise more of the options, wouldn't it?
It depends on what kind of money you're talking about. I mean, that's a very vague question.
You're supposed to stick the boring stuff in the middle, but they stuck that JS port in the middle.
Let's switch gears here for a little bit. I'm going to talk a bit about this refinance. This happened in January. The application process was January of 2001, correct? That's when an application was actually made.
I believe that's correct.
And I think the document that was put into evidence showed that a reason for this refinance was to get a lower interest rate, correct?
That's what's stated on the document. The purpose was to lower interest.
And in fact, that happened, didn't it?
I don't know what the other loan was, the rate for the other loan.
You didn't look to see what the prior loan cost?
No, I did not. I knew what the balance was, but I did not know what the interest rate was for that prior loan.
Well, you mean you've got an application that says we'd like to lower our interest rate, and you didn't look to see if, in fact, It accomplished that?
No,
Well, did you at least look to see what the new interest rate was?
it states it on the form.
Was it about 7.5%?
That's correct.
And so without knowing the prior interest rate, you wouldn't know whether they were paying more in interest for the new loan or less, correct?
No, I didn't know what the prior interest rate was. I did not know.
Well, sir, you knew that there was an outstanding balance of what, about $314,000 at the time of the refinance?
That's close, yes.
And they took out about 380, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew the interest rate for the 380, correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't know the interest rate for the 314.
I wasn't concerned with that, no.
Well, sir, if the interest rate for the $314,000 was high enough, then it was costing them about as much in interest to have $314,000 under the old mortgage as opposed to taking out 380 at a lower interest rate. Wouldn't that be relevant to why they might have decided to refinance?
They stated they wanted to refinance for a lower interest rate, and that's what it stated on the application.
Well, sorry, for example, they were paying 8.8% or 8.87% on the prior. Would you be interested in doing the math to see, well, how much is this additional refinancing going to cost them?
Well, basically, if you look at the second page of the loan application, it says what the present cost of the loan is and what the proposed is for the refinance.
Okay, and that in fact showed monthly payments going down.
Yes.
So what they were
I
able
was
to
not
do-
concerned with the interest rate.
I didn't mean to cut him off. I'm sorry, sir.
So I wasn't concerned with what the interest rate was
Well, in
of the
other
prior
words,
loan.
you were aware that when they took this $57,000 out, they were now paying less per month for that larger principal than they'd been paying previously, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, if you don't pay taxes on money that you borrow in terms of income taxes, correct? If I borrow $50,000 from the bank, that's not income to me for tax purposes.
No, unless you don't repay the debt.
And so, but if I exercise a stock option, for example, and there's a profit to it, I have to pay income taxes on that.
So refinancing your home is motive for murder? Like, why is he going into the refinancing of the home? Didn't he get into enough details with the jewelry and the gifts and the vacations and the college funds and the antiques? Like, can we move it along? This is getting tedious.
Correct?
That's correct.
And so what they chose to do when they had over $700,000 worth of potential profit in stock options was borrow money tax-free and pay less per month.
For crying out loud. I hate this website.
And didn't have to pay any taxes to get that money.
Yeah.
Correct?
That's correct.
And they still had a mortgage ratio to the value of their house that was what they owed. If it was $1 million house, they owed 38% of the value of the house.
Yes, he does. He acts like refinancing your home is suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. No, don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Come to take his standards up. Come to take his standards up. To take his standards up.
Correct?
Based on the new mortgage that they had on it.
Yeah. Yes.
Was $388,000, so it'd be about 38%.
Right. So there were still hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity left in the Cedar Street property.
That's correct. If they wanted to sell that Cedar Street property, they could have gotten that equity out of it.
Now, I'm about to start another section that would take some time. If this is a good breaking point, that's fine, or I can go forward, but the next section will take a little while.
Are you really?
All right, members of the jury, we'll take our
Cool.
afternoon recess at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the witnesses, the parties here. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't do any independent research. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. 9:30.
Part 4. What more?
How and when you got involved in this case. It is true, is it not, that you were not contacted before the decision was made to present a case to the grand jury to indict Michael Peterson?
Objection.
I'm gonna ask if he knows the answer.
I don't know when the indictment was presented to the grand jury.
If the indictment was presented on December 20th of 2001, it would be true that you had not been contacted prior to that date.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, you weren't contacted until April of 2003.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
April 2nd of 2003 when I was contacted.
Okay, and so that was approximately a month before jury selection began in this case.
Objection relevance.
Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room. Mr. Maher, I think the objection is to relevance.
I gathered that, Your Honor, and it's relevant for a number of reasons. Through direct and through cross-examination and through continued cross-examination, we're going into things that weren't done, analysis that wasn't done. It's relevant to show that the analysis that was done under a certain amount of time pressure, that things weren't done because he wasn't even contacted until a month before jury selection. In addition, it goes to bias. I mean, we've got a situation where he's contacted. A decision has been made to indict Mr. Peterson almost a year and a half ago. Trial's coming up, and he's given this financial information, said, look, we've got this trial coming up. We need to put something together. The jury's entitled to know that this apparent financial motive, this analysis, didn't drive the prosecution of Michael Peterson, that it is the tail wagging the dog, that what happened here is faced with an imminent trial, the state had somebody come in and put together what we contend is an incomplete and misleading presentation on the finances. The jury is clearly entitled to know that and not be left with the impression of, oh, the state did this thorough analysis and then made a decision as to what they were doing. So it's directly relevant both to the time and effort that this agent had and was allowed to put into the case and to the bias in how the investigation itself has been conducted.
Ms. Black.
Your Honor, when Mr. Peterson was indicted, when jury selection began, none of that has anything to do with the testimony that this witness has given us. It's absolutely irrelevant when he got involved in the case. If they want to try to impeach his credibility in some fashion that is appropriate, that's another matter. But this has nothing to do with the matters at hand.
All right, court determines that it is relevant. Objection is overruled.
When they can do that at sidebar, they have to have jury.
All right, the objection is overruled. Further questions?
Yes. So it was a month before jury selection that you were given the assignment of putting this financial motive together, correct?
I think it was 6 weeks before jury selection that I was asked to come in and review some of the documentation the DA's office had already obtained and to gather other information.
Okay. And so at that point, with jury selection coming up, you were given the assignment of putting together information to support a financial motive for the murder of Kathleen Peterson, weren't you?
Objection.
What I was asked to do was review the information they already had because they believed they had information available at that time to show a financial motive, and for me to review that and determine if there was any other information that I thought was appropriate to gather and place in the file.
Well, sir, to your knowledge, you were the first agent to actually go through, for example, and do analysis of bank records, weren't you?
I was the first SBI agent to my knowledge, that's correct.
And you were the first agent to go through and do an analysis of the net worth of the Petersons. Wasn't that true?
Well, I didn't do a net worth analysis for them.
The chart you showed the jury, that you were the one that created that chart, correct?
That's correct.
And you were the first one to do that analysis.
That's correct.
And this was all being done beginning in April of this year.
Objection asked.
Isn't that true?
Overruled.
That's correct.
Now, in fact, in reviewing the information that you've been given, you learned
that the underlying financial records had not been collected prior to December 20th of 2001. Isn't that true?
Which underlying financial records are you referring to?
For example, the bank records that you looked at. You're aware that those weren't collected prior to December 20th of 2001, aren't you?
December 2001?
Right.
I believe they were collected sometime shortly thereafter.
Okay. In fact, what happened is the state had gone through and filed a number of motions to collect various documents that you were then provided with. Isn't that true?
Right. Those documents, I believe, were collected in December or January of 2001.
Well, let's go through these if we could.
Object to this.
Can we be heard on this?
All right, Mr. Deputy, you take us to the deliberation room. All right, Ms. Black, you objected?
Your Honor, it looks like to me he's got a stack of motions and orders, most of which I signed. This witness would not really have any cause to know anything about these documents, and basically I signed them. This would basically make me a witness in the case.
Okay.
And I believe that they're irrelevant, and this witness knows nothing about them.
All right.
There are, in fact, motions and orders. I think they're probably self-authenticating, given that they have been filed with the court. And the question is whether they're relevant to show that documentation that's been relied on was collected after the die was cast, after the state had committed itself to the prosecution. The jury is entitled to know under Kyles versus Whitley, not just credibility of a given witness, but whether there's a biased investigation. The investigation itself can be examined. And what we have here is documents, some of which, quite frankly, weren't collected until 2003, and the jury's entitled to know that, to not think that some kind of analysis was done and then a reasoned decision was made, but rather that in examining the contentions of whether there's a financial motive, that this was something that was developed, so to speak, after the decision was made to charge Mr. Peterson with first-degree murder. The documents are clearly admissible as admissions of a party opponent if one needs to get into technical rules. Hearsay, they're court documents.
Let me just see the documents.
Sure, I'll just. There's a series of them. This is the first one. They're all the same. Well, what I've done is I've highlighted the top copy. The rest are the same documents.
No, I was looking at the order, actually.
I'm enjoying listening to the witnesses argue, to the lawyers arguing about this witness more than
That's
the
right. All right.
witness is boring. The arguing about the witness is entertaining.
All right, Ms. Black, it appears that from the motions and the orders, and I'm not sure he's trying to introduce the order, but he may be. The defense is attacking the credibility, any bias of this witness, and also of the prosecution. I mean, these are issues clearly for the jury to determine. I don't see the legal basis for your objection. Objection is overruled. Objection is overruled.
Thank you. If I may approach with what I've marked as defendant Exhibit 31, and hand that to you. I would move the admission of defendant Exhibit 31, Your Honor. Now, sir, this motion here reflects that it was filed on January 9th of 2002, does it not?
Yes, it does.
And what this is seeking is access to life insurance policies for Kathleen Peterson, correct? On the second and third paragraph?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and at this point, to your knowledge, nobody from the state had come to you or to another STI agent and asked, how do we do a financial analysis in a case like this, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know if anyone did or did not.
And if in fact Mr. Peterson had been indicted on December 20th of 2001, this information was being obtained after a public indictment had already been obtained. correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, and by the way, when you were looking through the various information you were given, did you even look at when it was gathered?
No.
You were given, you did not. Okay.
I knew it was gathered before I got there.
You also, I take it, knew when you were given your assignment that there was a trial coming up, correct?
That's correct.
Is it typical to be contacted a month or 6 weeks before a trial to begin doing the type of financial analysis you did? Is that typical in your work?
Objection.
It all depends on the different circumstances. There's been times where I've been contacted a week before a trial starts to render an opinion or to look at financial information that the district attorney's office deems they want further analysis done or an explanation of. Sometimes I'm in it at the very beginning, sometimes near the beginning of the trial, sometimes during the trial.
Now, let me hand you, we'll do these as a series so I don't have to keep walking up there if we could. Let's start with this series right here. Let me hand you Exhibit 36, which is dated the 21st of February of 2002.
Hi, Cooper.
Exhibit 35, which is dated the 4th of February of 2002. Exhibit 34, which is dated the 23rd of January 2002. Exhibit 33, also January 23rd, 2002. And Exhibit 32, also dated January 23rd, 2002. Now, I would move the admission of Exhibits 32 through 36 here. Now, what these are, I'll give you a moment to look through them. Are motions being filed by the state between January and January 23rd of 2002 through February of 2002, seeking a variety of documents that relate to Kathleen Peterson's work in the finances of the Peterson family. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so, for example, it was only in January of 23rd of 2002, let me approach to show you, so that the investigators were getting banking records. For example, in this motion. Correct? Like in Exhibit 33, that's when they started getting banking records for Michael Peterson.
That's correct.
Right. And on the same date, with Exhibit 34, getting banking records for Kathleen.
Well, he's an SBI agent, so I guess he can, I mean, he can't interpret legal documents, but he can say what he can do as an SBI agent. I'm done with this witness. I'm ready to be done with this guy.
Peterson, correct?
Over.
That's correct.
Okay, and same day, getting personnel file, Exhibit 32, for Kathleen Peterson from Nortel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So all this information was being collected a month after Michael Peterson had already been arrested and placed in jail for Christmas.
Objection.
Overruled.
Isn't that correct?
I don't know when he was in jail or not in jail, but it was after his indictment and arrest.
Now, that wasn't all the information that the state gathered. So let me show you some additional exhibits.
No, I'm going to object to his commentary.
What are you talking about?
Primarily that wasn't an informal question, it's just commentary.
Well, I was indicating I was about to show him some additional exhibits, Your Honor.
Overruled.
supposed to make commentary. That poor guy.
Okay, let's go if we could. Here's Exhibit 37. I would move the admission of Exhibit 37, Your Honor. Okay, and if I could just stand here for a moment so I could question the witness about these. This was a motion that sought tax records that was filed March 20th of 2003, correct?
Well, they didn't find the owl evidence until right before closing arguments. They couldn't use the owl evidence, the microscopic feathers that they found, or whatever.
Sir?
I'm still
sorry.
reading it. I want to make sure that's correct.
So it had been a whole year now since the last series of motions when the state asked for these tax records. A little bit more than a year between February of 2002 and now we're in March of 2003. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit 40.
Gonna need to just put out
I move the admission of Exhibit 4, Your Honor. And now it's April of 2003, where they're seeking Payne-Weber documentation for the Petersons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, the motion shows that the trial was scheduled to begin May 5th, only a few weeks after this motion was filed.
What?
Correct?
That's correct.
And let me hand you Exhibits 38 and 39. I'd move the admissions of Exhibits 38 and 39. Now, both of these, again, are motions that seek information about the financial situation of Kathleen and Michael Peterson. For example, on Exhibit 39, seeks information about stock prices and options, correct?
Give me a minute, please.
Sure.
That's correct.
And about Kathleen Peterson's salary?
That's correct.
And once again, this was filed April 1st of 2003, correct?
That's correct.
And Exhibit 38 was seeking Kathleen Peterson's personnel file, correct?
That's correct.
And that was March 20th of 2003, correct?
Right.
So a month or two before this trial was to begin, the state actually went and got a number of categories of documents relating to the finances of the Petersons, correct?
That's correct.
And then they came to you and contacted you about doing an analysis to come up with information to support a financial motive, correct?
That's right.
Now, even given the time that you were permitted
that darn owl.
to prepare for this, you would agree that when somebody is facing life imprisonment without parole, it's important to be fair in your analysis, wouldn't you?
I always try to be fair in my analysis.
And complete in your analysis, wouldn't you?
And what I'm asked to do, that's correct.
So, for example, it wouldn't be fair to create exhibits that might mislead a jury about the financial situation of the Petersons.
Did it have that on purpose?
Would it?
No.
It wouldn't be fair, for example, to write cash received in a bank account and then not include all the cash that was received, would it?
If, are you giving a specific situation?
Yes. That would not be fair, would it?
No.
It wouldn't be fair to suggest that credit card debt was increasing
It doesn't.
through 2001 when you knew that it was decreasing,
They're
would it?
trying too hard again.
Well, if it was decreasing, then that would be decreasing, but I don't remember stating that it was increasing or decreasing.
In fact, what you presented was simply the credit card debt in December of 2001 during your direct testimony, didn't you?
That's correct.
But you knew as you sat there that that debt was less than it had been in January of 2001, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a bit on this, if I could. Get these for a moment here. Now, on this chart, which is D10, you've got a number put here at the bottom, $142,728, and you put that in red, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, in kind of accounting vernacular or common vernacular, if somebody is in the red, they're in debt, correct?
That's correct.
And so if I told you in December of 2001, the Petersons were $1.6 million in the red, that would at least suggest that they had negative worth, correct?
No.
The term in the red doesn't mean to you a liability as opposed to an asset?
If I said that they were in the red, then that would be what I referred to, but I did not say they were in the red.
Okay, well, by the way, you created these various diagrams, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you chose to put the credit card debt in the red, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you also chose to put their net assets in the red, didn't you?
That's correct. And his purpose was to show that number stand out above the other numbers.
Of course, you could have chosen green or some other color, couldn't you?
Yes, I could have. I like red.
Red when it wasn't actually in the red.
Now,
Or was it now?
talk a little bit about the specifics of this chart.
Okay.
No, this is not going to hold. This is not going to hold. Just hold up here. Now, what you set out was columns for the various years for assets obtained, correct?
That's correct.
And then assets sold, correct?
That's correct.
I don't see any assets obtained for 2000 or 2001. Is that the way this chart should be read?
That's how I've got it there.
Okay, well, I mean, anybody reading it would say, hey, Peterson's didn't obtain any assets during 2000 or 2001, correct?
What I stated to the jury was this was based on the information I had available at the time and the major assets that I showed on here.
Okay, well, you listed the major assets held for December 9th, 2001 in the final column, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of the major assets they held was $223,000 in deferred income, correct?
That's correct.
And when was that obtained? Sir?
During this time period.
It was obtained during 2000 and 2001, correct?
That's correct.
But this chart doesn't reflect that this asset was acquired during those 2 years, does it?
Because it was salary, and I wanted to sit there and show what the net effect was at the end of the time period.
It was salary that they deferred into a special account, correct?
That's correct.
And that's an asset, isn't it?
That's correct.
And you could have listed it as an asset that they obtained during those years, couldn't you?
I could have, but I didn't.
By the way, that $223,000,
None of this matters.
if we add up, what you have is the negative figures for those years. You had a $97,000 figure for the year 2000, didn't you?
That's correct.
And $107,500 for the 2001.
That's correct.
If you add those up, that's less than the $223,000 that was being put into the deferred salary account, correct?
That's correct. And they chose to defer it.
Now, of course, that was a decision they made on an annual basis, the deferral of income, correct?
Yes, that decision had to be made approximately 15 days prior to the upcoming plan year.
So even at the end of 2000, you were aware that Kathleen Peterson, if she felt the need for money, could have chosen not to defer any income for 2001. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. It was her choice.
And there's some tax advantages to deferring income, aren't there?
Yes, that's why you defer it usually.
Yeah, in fact, it's better to pay taxes later rather than sooner, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, if you've got a high enough income, the higher income may reduce your ability to take deductions in a given year. Is that correct?
deductions on.
There are certain deductions, for example, that phase out or are limited if you have a high income.
Are you talking about on the tax return?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, would you agree that fairness is more important than consistency?
It depends on the circumstances. If I've got information that can be consistent, and I explain that to the jury that I'm using this for a consistency basis, and these numbers could be higher based on other information, then I think that's fair and consistent.
Well, we're talking about, just to get everybody oriented, the real estate values, aren't we?
Right.
Now, you did not ask that anybody go out and get an appraisal of any of the real estate. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, I think you said during direct that wasn't your job.
I don't recall saying that. I don't remember if I said that or not.
Okay. Well, you didn't view it as your job, did you?
No.
But you're aware, for example, that there are people whose job it is to do appraisals of real estate, aren't you?
Yes, there's people who make a living doing that, yes.
And if you need an appraisal of a piece of real estate, you can call them up and say, can you please get me an appraisal of the value of this real estate, correct?
People do that every day, that's correct.
And the way they do appraisals is they look at things like comparable sales at the same time period, don't they?
I believe that's correct. I don't do appraisals.
Right, but you have seen appraisals in your work before, haven't you?
That's correct.
Or they may look at the income that a given piece of property produces, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, you're aware that they don't simply go to the tax office and find out what the tax value is and say, oh, well, that's the value of the property, aren't you?
Yes, they don't do that.
And in fact, many times the fair market value of property is higher than the tax value. Isn't that true?
There are occasions that's correct.
Now, the state didn't get a single appraisal of any of these pieces of property, did they?
Not that I'm aware of.
And it's not all that expensive to get an appraisal, is it?
I don't know what it costs.
Well, for example, I'm looking through the application for the refinance. Did you see that the appraisal fee for 1810 Cedar Street, which is this large house, was $500?
I don't recall.
Okay, but at any rate, you didn't investigate whether it was too expensive to get appraisals.
No, I did not.
Now, in fact, of course, you didn't even have to get appraisals for all the pieces of property because you were provided appraisals, weren't you?
Yes, there were some appraisals given.
Right, and those have been provided by the defense to the state, correct?
That's correct.
And the state gave those to you.
Yes.
And so you had those appraisals when you prepared your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And to be consistent, you simply ignored those values in your analysis, didn't you?
Yes, in this analysis, I did not use the appraised value.
Okay, and those appraisals would have been a high.
I'm cutting him off.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You have something to say?
I was just stating that I recall telling the jury when I was presenting this analysis that there were appraised values that I did not use it that would make these numbers higher.
And in fact, all those appraisals would have made the value of those specific pieces of property higher, correct?
Oh, the ones that I had the appraisals for, yes, the appraisal was higher than the tax value.
Okay, and you understood that the higher the value, the less of a financial motive there might be for Michael Peterson, correct?
Not necessarily.
You didn't understand that the larger the final number was, that the less persuasive a financial motive would be for Michael Peterson?
In hard assets, if he has hard assets that are more difficult to sell, we were showing that he had over $1 million.
I heard hard ass and wondered where he was going with that.
I was looking at the cash flow, so I did not see where that would be what I was focusing on as far as the financial motive, whether he had $1 million or $1.3 million in hard assets of real estate.
Well, sir, you prepared a net asset analysis for Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson to present to the jury, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you understood that that number in the lower right-hand corner, that the higher it was, that the less financial motive there would be to kill Kathleen Peterson, didn't you?
No.
It never occurred to you that if that number was $2 million instead of $1.6 million, the jury might think, well, why would he kill his wife if they had all this money at the time she died? That didn't ever cross your mind?
What I was focusing on that analysis was the assets that they had on hand at that time, close to the time of her death, There were major assets. I was also trying to show what assets were being sold that were soft assets that belonged to Kathleen Peterson and what was remaining. And I also told the jury that that number could be higher, and it could be, and I'm not disputing that.
Well, sir, my question was whether you realized that the final number, which you put in red so it would stand out,
That's correct.
that the higher it was, that the less motive a jury might find that Michael Peterson had to kill his wife. That was my question.
I was looking at the cash flow as the motive.
Well, sir, if people have significant assets that they can liquidate or borrow if they need to, then they have less financial pressure in a given situation, don't they?
If they're willing to sell those assets, that's correct.
Or, for example, refinance or take a mortgage against property.
Well, if they refinance or take a mortgage, then their cash flow decreases because they have to pay off the more outstanding balance on those properties.
Well, sir, for example, if you sell real estate, you just get money, correct? You don't have any future financial obligation, do you?
Ask that one more time, please.
If you sell a piece of real estate, you have cash with no change in your cash flow situation, do you?
Except you're going to have to pay income taxes on it if you do report it on your income tax return if there's a gain. That's correct.
And if it's a gain, it's probably a capital gain, which is taxed at a much lower rate. Isn't that correct?
Depending on how long they hold the property, that's correct.
Yeah, so for example, if somebody has rental properties that are not producing an immediate profit and they feel financial pressure, they could sell that property and take their equity out, couldn't they?
If that's what they wanted to do, that's correct.
Now, in going through your analysis, you didn't find any record that in the fall or winter of 2001, up to the time that Kathleen Peterson died, that there was any effort to try to sell the various pieces of real estate that Michael and Kathleen Peterson owned, did you?
In what time period again?
Say the summer of 2001 up through the death of Kathleen Peterson in December of 2001.
They didn't attempt to do what?
Sell the real estate that they owned.
They did sell 2 lots.
That was in March of 2001, wasn't it, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so from that time on, there wasn't any effort to liquidate any of that real estate by selling any of it, was there?
I don't know if they were thinking about it or making an effort. I didn't see where they sold it.
You didn't see any documents suggesting they were trying to sell it, did you?
No, I did not.
Now, let's go through and talk about the values that you've assigned the various pieces of property. Let me approach you with what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41 and ask if this is the deed to the Cedar Street property that you've included in your analysis.
It appears to be that.
Okay, and you see in the Your Honor, I would move the admission of Exhibit 41. Wow. Now you see in the upper left-hand corner where there's a real estate excise tax stamp.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what that number, which is $1,200, reflects is a $600,000 purchase price.
That's correct.
Because when you buy a piece of property, you pay an excise tax that they have a formula for computing the value of the property, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a property that was acquired. Does it show the date as being August of 1992? Is that correct? Upper right-hand corner.
Well, the deed itself says June 26, 1992, but I think it was filed in August of 92 at the clerk's office or the Register of Deeds office.
Now, to determine the value of a given piece of property, the equity in it, you basically need 2 numbers, don't you? You would need to know if there's a loan, the outstanding loan amount, and then you would need to know the fair market value of the piece of property. Is that correct?
With the value of the property, that's correct.
Because you would subtract the loan from the value of the property, and what's the difference is your equity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and let me mark this as Exhibit 42.
That's not even the motive. So I don't know why.
And ask you if this is a statement from the Navy Federal Credit Union where the property was financed, showing the principal balance in approximately December or November of 2001.
That's what it appears to be.
And I move the admission of Exhibit 42, Your Honor.
Wow.
And that shows that at that time, what was owed on the loan was approximately $378,000.
That's correct.
Now, let me show you what I've marked as Exhibit 43. And see if you recognize this as being a notice that was sent in the fall of 2001 to Mr. Peterson about the value and the taxes on 1810 Cedar Street.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, move the admission of Exhibit 43, Your Honor. Now, when taxes are computed, they're computed as a percentage of the tax assessed value of the property, correct?
That's correct.
So this notice includes notice of what the assessed value is of 1810 Cedar Street as of the fall of 2001, correct?
That's correct.
And the assessed value, according to this notice sent to Mr. Peterson, was $1,183,198, wasn't it?
That's what this notice says.
Right. And so just using that value and subtracting the outstanding loan amount, let's see if we can. Got 1870 Cedar Street. You've got about $804,000 in equity, don't you?
Based on this documentation, that's correct.
Right. So, and if in fact there was an appraisal at a higher value, you'd have even more equity, correct?
That's correct. And the tax value that I was able to obtain from the database was $9,242 and $924,653, which is fair market value. And this comes from the Durham County Tax Department off their website.
Okay, sir. The document that I showed you, had the state ever provided that to you? The assessed value of $1.183 million?
I don't recall seeing that.
So if state provided this to us in discovery, they just chose not to give it to you when you were doing your computation,
I
sir?
stated I did not recall seeing that.
Okay, and in fact, of course, one of the things you want to look at in motive is what information was being given to Michael Peterson in 2001 about the value of his house, correct?
I'm not sure what Michael Peterson was thinking in 2001.
Motive is all about what Michael Peterson was thinking, isn't it?
That's correct, but I don't know what he was thinking.
Right, well, if he was sent a notice by Durham County saying, we think your house is worth $1,183,000, that might affect his thinking about the equity he had, wouldn't it?
I think
Sir, it would be reasonable to assume, would it not, that somebody who received a notice from the tax collector that their house is worth $1,183,000 would have reason to think that that was the value of their property.
Objection.
Isn't that true?
if they thought they could sell it for that, that's correct.
Now, that would leave, just using this number, over $800,000 in equity in the Cedar Street property, correct?
Using these numbers, that's correct.
Now, by the way, I think we talked yesterday about whether you'd ever done or were aware of any analysis of the value of various items that the Petersons owned in the home, such as furniture, antiques, art, things of that nature. Correct?
That's correct.
And one thing that would at least be relevant in looking at that issue might be what an insurance company was willing to insure the value of the personal property in the dwelling for. Correct?
I can see that there's a number here for personal property.
Right, and that would at least give you a starting point to do some analysis of what all the personal property in a house was worth, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Well, sir, insurance companies make decisions about how much insurance they're willing to write, don't they?
That's right. They're willing to write insurance on suits, on shoes, on underwear, socks. And that was not my focus on the cash flow analysis.
Okay, well, they also insure things like antiques and art and furniture, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what is it?
44.
Your Honor, we move the admission of Exhibit 44. And what this shows was that the personal property at 1810 Cedar Street was insured for just over $700,000, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay, let's talk about another piece of property. You did you ever look at, you were aware, were you not, that there were photographs taken of the inside of Mr. Peterson's house during the investigation by the police?
I believe I've seen some photographs in the conference room up there, but I've not really looked through them.
Okay, but you knew that there were photographs of the inside of the house, correct?
There were some photographs, that's correct.
And in fact, were you aware there was a videotape taken of the interior of the house by the police?
I wasn't aware of a videotape.
Well, did you think to look at any of those photographs to see what kind of art or antiques or other items were in the house as depicted in the photographs?
Well, I can tell an antique or artwork from a video, whether it's a $5 piece of artwork or a $50,000 piece of artwork. I couldn't make that determination and was not going to make that determination.
So you didn't even look at the photos to see what was shown in them in terms of the type of furniture or artwork that was in the house?
I did not look at those photos, no.
Okay, now, another piece of property that was owned by Michael Peterson was a piece of property on 2601 Stewart Drive, correct?
That's correct.
Let me approach with what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 45 and ask whether this reflects that in July of '97, Michael Peterson became the sole grantee of the property at 2601 Stewart Drive.
That's correct.
Okay, in fact, what happened is his prior wife, Patricia Peterson, granted him sole ownership of 2601 Stewart Drive, correct?
Based on the information I reviewed, that's correct.
And he remained the sole owner of that property up through December of 2001. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Now, once again, to look at the equity in that property, you would need to know the outstanding loan balance. Correct?
Correct.
Let me approach with what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit 46 and ask if this is a equity loan statement from, once again, Navy Federal Credit Union to Michael Peterson relating to 2601 Stewart Drive.
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, and what that shows was that there was a principal balance owing of $93,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and in fact, move the admission of this exhibit, Your Honor.
Wow.
It shows, for example, you can look down in the activity section in the middle of the document, correct?
I'm looking at that.
Yeah, and it shows, for example, how much the total payment was, but also how much of that was interest and how much of that was principal.
Yes, it does.
Okay, and the principal component of the payment at that time was $747, correct?
Yes, that's what this statement shows.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's what the statement shows.
Yeah, and what that would mean is that every month when a check was written, that balance was lowered by about $740. Correct?
Right.
And let me hand you what I've marked as Exhibit 47. And I ask if this appears to be a similar notice from the Durham County tax authorities to Mr. Peterson as he got for 1810 Cedar, but this one is for 2601 Stewart Drive.
That's what it appears to be.
Move the admission of this exhibit, Your Honor. Now, what this shows for the assessed value of Stewart Drive was $354,000 approximately. The tax value, you see where I'm looking at?
That's correct.
Now, were you provided this by the state?
I don't recall seeing this document.
Okay, well, and I realize this is the tax value, the actual values can vary, but using the outstanding loan balance and the value that the Durham County taxing authorities sent out at that time, the difference for 2601 Stewart Drive would be $260,000.
261,000. That's correct.
And I'm trying to round numbers so I can.
I understand.
Now let's talk about another piece of property, 910 Ward Street. You're aware that in December of 2001, Kathleen and Michael Peterson jointly owned a piece of property which we'll call 1910 Ward Street.
I was aware of that. I was aware of that.
Okay, let's mark this as the next exhibit, if we will.
48.
And hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. Ask you to take a second to look at that. And does this appear to be an offer to purchase the property at the time they purchased the property? You see on where they've signed the second page?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Move the admission of Exhibit 48.
Wow.
Now, what this reflects in paragraph 4 on the first page is that the purchase price of that property at the time they bought it was $62,500.
That's correct.
Okay, and they took out a loan in part to finance the purchase of that property, correct?
Right, they took out a $50,000 loan.
Okay, in fact, let me. Let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 49 and see if that document reflects the $50,000 amount of the initial loan. You see that that's a reflection of the financing terms for 1910 Ward Street?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, and in fact, the loan was a 10-year mortgage, correct? If you add up, you see where it says number of payments on the left-hand side?
10 years, that's correct.
Okay, so which is shorter. I mean, some people, for example, when they finance a piece of property, finance it over 30 years, correct?
Some people finance it 30, 15, 10, whatever they want to do.
And so payments being made on this, that whole piece of property would be totally paid off within 10 years, correct?
If they made the payments on time and the amounts, that's correct.
Okay, and by the time of December 2001, the outstanding mortgage balance on that was approximately $32,000. Isn't that correct?
That's what I was able to determine.
Yeah, in fact, one way to determine that is to look at the credit report where the mortgage balances are reported.
That's where I obtained that information. That's
Okay.
correct.
Now, this was a piece of property that you were actually given an appraisal on, correct?
That's correct.
And let me.
In fact, I think the appraisal amount was roughly $93,000.
Okay.
50, yes.
Prosecution is trying to prove the motive. The other motive is a better motive.
You approach with Exhibit 50 and ask if this is a copy of the appraisal that you were provided.
Cover all their bases. The other motive is
It reflects the $93,000 value for that piece of property.
Yes,
It might be because some of the kids said, well, not the daughters, but the sons, because they knew that their dad was bisexual, apparently. So I think that the son said that Kathleen knew. So I guess maybe the prosecution figured that they would do financial as well as the bisexual motive in case the jury believed that Kathleen knew about it already. I don't know if any of the kids testified either. So I guess that would make sense. If they wanted to also bring up the financials in order, just as an extra safeguard, because if anybody believed that she did know that he was having relations with escorts, then there would be another motive, I guess.
Appears to be a copy of what I was provided.
Okay, so if we subtract, I moved the admission of Exhibit 50. If we subtract the $32,000 that was owed from the $93,000 appraisal value, we get $61,000 in equity for that piece of property. Correct?
That would be correct for that number.
But you did not use the appraised value in your analysis, did you?
No, as I stated before, I used the tax value.
Let me move on. Next piece of property. They also, Kathleen and Michael owned a piece of property at 2352 Huron.
That's correct.
And this one will be a little bit simpler to do the computation because there was no mortgage on that, was there?
No, there was no mortgage.
So all you need to know is some figure to assign the value to for that property, correct?
That's correct.
And even using the tax value, you have about $93,000 value on that?
Yes.
So equity in that would be $93,000, correct?
Right. They have no other outstanding debt on it. That's correct.
And they had no other outstanding debt, to your knowledge, in December of 2001.
None that was filed that I could see, no.
Now, there were three other pieces of property I'm going to go through that Kathleen Peterson owned along with either Todd or Clayton Peterson, correct?
She owned property with those individuals. That's correct.
And you've included those three properties with your analysis on the exhibit we've seen, correct?
That's correct.
So when you say Kathleen Peterson, and it says in parentheses, held with others, those others were Todd and Clayton Peterson, Michael Peterson's son.
That's correct.
Let's see if we can go through these reasonably quickly. The next one I think I've got up is 1908 Ward Street, correct? Now, this property was bought in the name of Kathleen and Todd Peterson. correct, back in 1996?
June 28th, 1996. That's
Okay,
correct.
and once again, money was borrowed to pay for that purchase?
$46,800 was borrowed from Nations Bank.
Okay, now let me have this marked as Exhibit 51. And in fact, Exhibit 51 is the note for that 46,000 some odd mortgage, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay, and that mortgage continued to be paid down over the years, correct?
That'd be correct.
And by December of 2001, approximately $35,000 owed on that piece of property?
Based on the Equifax report, that was the balance.
Okay, and once again, you were given an appraisal of that piece of property for the value in December of 2001.
That's correct. The appraisal value that y'all furnished the district attorney's office was $85,000 approximately.
So let me make sure we got that.
Exhibit 52.
The approach with Exhibit 52. Ask if that's the appraisal you were provided.
It appears to be so.
Okay, and taking that appraised value of $85,000, subtracting the $35,000 that was owed, we'd have $50,000 in equity.
That's correct. And I did not divide that equity between Kathleen Peterson and Todd Peterson. I used the full amount on my analysis.
Right, and you don't know whether, for example, Todd Peterson had actually invested any money in that property, do you?
No, I just saw his name on the deed.
Right, and in fact, it appeared that that property had been rented out through Apple Realty Company.
I know there was some property rented through Apple Realty Company.
Okay, and Apple would then collect the rent and pay money that went into Kathleen Peterson's bank account?
It either went into her bank account or a joint account at CCB for Michael Peterson also.
Okay. And the mortgage payments for these jointly owned properties were coming out of either Kathleen Peterson's account or the joint CCB account, correct?
That's correct.
So it appeared that the money for this property payments during the time you looked at were coming from either Michael Peterson or Kathleen Peterson.
The payments were coming out of their account. That's correct.
And you were also provided a appraisal for this piece of property, correct?
I think we've already spoke about that.
I'm sorry, maybe I'm skipping ahead. I may well be. We've already done that. I'm sorry, let's move on to Lakewood, if I could. They owned property at 1406 Lakewood.
Kathleen Peterson and Todd Peterson jointly owned property there.
Okay, and once again, they borrowed, some money was borrowed by Kathleen Peterson to finance that purchase.
Well, I think Kathleen Peterson and Todd Peterson both signed the deed of trust and borrowed the money on June 27th, 1996 for $57,375. Both names appear on the deed of trust.
53.
Of course, a deed of trust would have to have the names of the title owners to be much good to the bank, correct?
That's what's on the deed of trust.
And let me show you what's marked as defendant exhibit 53.
You're gonna have to start making these a little bit larger for me.
Well, I find if I lower my glasses, it helps. But if you look in the upper right-hand corner, does it show the $57,375 loan amount?
That's on this document. That's correct.
Okay, and this one has a 15-year payout period, correct? If you add up the number of payments?
That's correct.
Okay, and the outstanding mortgage value for that piece of property was approximately $43,000.
Based on the Equifax report for December of 2001, that's correct.
Okay, you were also given an appraisal for that piece of property, were you not?
Yes, I was. The appraisal that I was given was approximately $90,000.
Let me mark that appraisal as an exhibit. The approach with exhibit 54. And ask if that's the appraisal that you were provided before you did your analysis and during the time you did your analysis.
It appears to be so, that's correct.
Okay, and what that reflects, and I think you've said this, is a $90,000 appraised value.
I stated that, that's correct.
Okay, and if I've done my math correctly, that's $47,000 in equity?
$47,000 based on those numbers.
Okay, we have one more piece of property, 1008 Sycamore, correct?
If you want, yes,
And that was owned in the name of Kathleen and Clayton Peterson, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and that one at the time of her death, the outstanding loan value was $60,000?
That's correct.
And once again, you were provided an appraisal for that piece of property. Which I will hand to you as Exhibit 55.
Right, you provided an appraisal which was for approximately $205,000.
And subtracting, I moved the omission of that exhibit, Your Honor.
So,
Subtracting the outstanding loan balance from the appraised value, we have $145,000 in equity, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we add up the equities that we've got listed up here, the total is $1,460,000 as of December of 2001.
That's the math.
And two of those pieces of property were titled solely in the name of Michael Peterson, correct?
That's correct. 1810 Cedar Street, which was the main residence, and also the 2601 Stewart Drive was solely in Michael Peterson's name.
And using the values that we've just gone through, that's over $1 million in equity just in Michael Peterson's name, correct?
Based on that information, that's correct.
And one of the pieces of property that he and his wife owned jointly, they owned free and clear of any mortgage, correct?
Of any mortgages that I could determine, that's correct.
Well, sir, mortgages are normally filed at the court with a deed of trust to secure them, correct?
That's correct, but if they have a promissory note with someone where they borrowed money on it, they might owe those individuals money for that property that I wouldn't know about. But I did not see anything, a mortgage on it.
Okay. I'm about to switch topics. I don't know if you want to take a short break or keep flowing yet.
yes, Mr. Deputy, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me just briefly return to the question of the value of the 1810 Cedar Street property and approach with Exhibit 56. Let's take a look at that.
56.
Now, you've on your chart here broken the real estate down into three different categories in terms of actually listing the value of property, correct?
That's correct.
And the numbers, just so we're clear here, that appear are the equity in the property, correct?
Right, the the tax value less the outstanding mortgages on those properties.
Okay, and so what you came up with for 1810 Cedar Street was equity of $547,000 approximately.
Based on the information I use, that's correct.
And did anybody from the state tell you that at the time Mr. Peterson was granted bond, that an appraisal was accepted by the court as to the value of 1810 Cedar Street?
I did not see that information, no.
As you look at Exhibit 56 and see if you've ever seen that document before.
Well, I've seen some of the documents in here because you showed them to me earlier today.
For example, the second page, which
That's
is the
correct.
mortgage balance.
That's correct.
But the remaining documents you have not seen before.
I do not recall seeing these documents, no.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Exhibit 56, which is a document from the court file. And what this is, sir, looking at it, is an appraisal report that was given to the court at the time Mr. Peterson was granted bond, correct?
I don't know if it was given to the court or not. It appears to be something that the clerk of Superior Court has signed.
Right. In fact, on the third page, the clerk of court signed this document reflecting how much equity there was to secure the release of Michael Peterson, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
And the equity in that document was $870,000, correct?
That's correct, using a appraised value of $1,250,000.
Right, and that was the appraised value that was presented and accepted by the clerk of court back in January of 2002, correct?
January 14th, 2002, the clerk signed it.
Right. So if we use that value, we'd actually raise the equity in 1810 Cedar Street, wouldn't we?
Yes, if you use these documents, right.
But without going back and redoing the math on that, let's try to figure out where this difference is. We have equity of $1,460,000. And if I've done the math right on your categories, you have $945,190 for the real estate.
$945,190.
Okay. Significant difference, correct?
Yes.
So let's go through the properties and figure out which ones we disagree on. 1810 Cedar. $804 based on the tax documents that were presented to the clerk of court, which I showed you earlier. You have, was it $547,653?
$547,653, that's correct.
And you reach that without being given the appraisal that has been given to the clerk of court in this very case, correct?
I use the assessed tax value, which is fair market value from the Durham County Government Tax Record Search. That's the document I use.
And you hadn't even been given the document that had been filed with the clerk of court showing a higher value, had you?
I don't recall seeing that document.
In that 2601 Stewart Drive, we had $260,000. Now, you can't tell the exact amount you have from the chart, so why don't you tell us what you assigned to that?
I stated that the 2001 tax value for 2601 Stewart Drive was $211,599.
And the equity?
$91,000 per the Equifax report.
Subtracting, no, I meant the final equity.
For the final equity, excuse me, $120,599.
And once again, you hadn't been given the document I showed you that had been sent to Mr. Peterson with the assessed value of over $300,000, correct?
Which document was that?
There was a statement that was sent to Mr. Peterson, just like for 1810 Cedar, for Stewart Drive that had, from the Durham County tax assessors, with a tax assessed value of over $300,000.
I don't believe you showed me that document.
Do you have the exhibits?
You might have.
Exhibit 47.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was thinking about the clerk's office. Right, I've seen this document. That's correct.
You had not been given that at the time you were doing your analysis, correct?
I don't recall seeing this document.
Okay. Next piece of property, 1910 Ward. We have $61,000 in equity How much did you have in equity?
I had $48,758.
758?
Yes, sir.
And you were basing yours, as you said, on the tax value, although you've been provided an appraisal of a higher fair market value, correct?
That's correct. I used the tax value.
2352, Huron will actually agree on this one, correct?
I'll wait for you to put it up there.
You got my number up there, but I'll write it before I ask you to agree. $93,000.
That's correct.
And that one, there was no mortgage on at all.
No, sir.
Then we go to 1908 board. And we put 50,000 in equity. And how much did you have in equity for that property?
$22,290.
And the difference again is because you used the tax value instead of the appraisal that you've been provided.
That's correct.
1406 Lakewood. We had $47,000 in equity, and you had?
I had $17,396.
17,396. And once again, although you had an appraisal, you used the tax value, and that explains the difference.
That's correct.
And finally, 1008 Sycamore. $145,000 in equity. You had
$95,368.
368.
That's correct.
And once again, you had been given an appraisal that used the tax value.
I used the property tax value. That's correct.
So for each of these situations where there's a difference, either there were documents you had not been provided that reflected higher values, or you chose to use tax values even though you had documents that reflected higher values.
Objections asked and answered.
Isn't that correct?
I chose to use, be consistent and use the property tax values for 2001.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, you either didn't have the documents that reflected the higher values, or you actually had documents that reflected higher values and chose to use the tax values, didn't
I chose to use the tax values to be consistent. That's correct.
Okay. By the way, when you look at the actual dollar figures, the biggest differences are on these first two properties, are they not, in terms of absolute dollar amounts? I'm sorry, let me show it to you. We have 804 versus 547 for 1810 Cedar, correct?
That's what you have up.
Yeah, that's about $250, almost $260,000 difference. So,
that's correct.
and then on Cedar Street, $140,000 difference.
There's a $140,000 difference there. That's correct.
So right there, that's about $400,000 difference in the values for the two properties that were solely in Mr. Peterson's name.
That's correct. Those properties were only in his name. And he would have to sell them if he wanted to.
And of course, as the sole owner, he had the power to sell them if he wanted to, correct?
Is this prior to the death or after the death?
If he was the sole owner of property, he had the right to sell it, didn't he?
I believe, and
Before
I'm not a lawyer, never said I was, but I believe if it's joint tenancy by the entirety under marriage, that she would have to sign off for him to sell that property, even though his name was on the deed solely.
Well, sir, they would only own it in joint tenancy if she was on the deed. Isn't that true, sir?
I think being married.
Yeah, he's not a lawyer, and he just said.
Well, he just offered an opinion. I'm entitled to ask him about it.
Objection called to the
It's my belief and my understanding that if they were married, even though the property was only in his name, she had to give permission to sell it. But I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
Okay, now let's go to the next item. You have calculated some values for some accounts that were held either by Kathleen Peterson or by Michael Peterson or joint, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what you've got, and let me put your chart up, if I may. Now let me. Yeah. Now what we've got here, and sometimes it may be a little hard for the jury to read, we've got $145,241. That was in a IRA account that was held in Mr. Peterson's name, correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask, if anybody cannot see the board because of this, they should raise their hand. We have to try to move it. So let's put that balance up. That was from a USAA account?
That's correct. A USAA SEP IRA account. That's correct.
And $145,241 is actually reflected on this chart, correct?
That's correct.
Now, there's another account though there that you don't have on your chart. Are you aware of another account that's not on your chart?
You'd have to tell me what account it is.
Exhibit, let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 57. Ask if you ever provided this in your analysis. Have you been provided this document previously?
I'm not sure what this document is.
Well, does it appear to be a contract statement for 2001 for Michael Peterson, as you see in the upper left-hand corner?
It has a contract number and insured's name on it, Michael Peterson, and it has the dates on it, including 2001 and 2002 dates.
And has cash value in the right-hand corner?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to reject this document. I'm looking here on the right-hand, the top right-hand corner. It says page 2 of 4. Unless he could mark a complete document, I would object to him just showing a portion of a document to this witness who does not recognize it.
Your Honor, I'm not required to put in any more than they're required to put in the entire bank statements, other pages, as long as the page that I'm showing him is relevant. Determine whether he's seen it. The jury then can decide what weight they wish to give to it. It's overruled. I would move the introduction of Exhibit 57.
Objection.
Now, what this reflects is that in December of 2001, or actually in November 2001, there was a $90,101 cash value in that account.
At what time, sir?
Let me approach and show you where I'm. If you look here, the date of November 28th, 2001, $90,101, correct?
That's what this piece of paper indicates.
Okay, and you don't have that value reflected in your totaling of accounts.
No, I do not. I don't recall ever seeing this document. I'm not sure what this document is.
So no one from the state informed you that they've been given this document in discovery by the defense, did they?
I don't recall seeing this document.
And so it's possible that there was an account that you just didn't know about when you were doing your analysis.
Oh, they're possible. There are accounts out there that I did not know about. Yes, sir, they're possible.
Okay, now.
I don't know if this is one of those accounts.
Now, there is another USAA account that you actually have on your chart, correct?
That's correct.
And the balance in that was about $50,000?
$51,000, that's correct.
Okay. Now there's another account here. To show you, it's marked as Exhibit 58. Ask whether you provided a copy of this when you were doing your analysis?
I do recall seeing this account.
Okay, and is this account included? You have a number of accounts together in an approximately $42,000 figure?
It's in that number.
Okay, so you do have that. It's just not broken out as being an account that's in Michael Peterson's name specifically.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll move the admission of Exhibit 58. So that account is part of your calculation on your chart.
Yes, it's in the last number on the chart, the $42,900. That amount's included in there.
Okay, so when we talk about the approximately $42,000, that includes the about $10,000 that's reflected on this document.
It includes approximately $9,000.
Though the current balance reflected on the bottom of that is in fact $10,077.
That's correct, but I was trying to get it close to the time frame that I have on my analysis, which is December the 9th, and the closest balance there would be approximately $9,100.
Okay, now you also have, let's mark this as Exhibit 59. Kathleen Peterson had a IRA account at Solomon Smith Barney at the time she died.
Yes, she did.
And you have reflected a balance of $49,986 for that account.
That's correct.
Chart. And what I just handed you is exhibit, I'm sorry, which exhibit number is this?
59.
59 is a statement from that account.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I move the admission of exhibit 59. And you've picked the value in the shaded area on the left-hand side?
That's correct.
Okay, but also then later says that the fair market value on the last day of December was $54,450.
On the last day of December, that might be the value. That's correct.
Okay, so it may have fluctuated some during that time period.
Right, and I was trying to use a date closer to the date for my assessment.
Okay, and if we add these numbers up, we would have 392, but we should actually take that 10 back out because you've actually already included it, correct?
That's correct.
And there may be some difference on the IRA, but we're still talking about in the neighborhood of $380,000 in the various accounts.
Based on the information you have up there.
Okay. Now, the other items you looked at were the benefits take us down, from Nortel that were in place and the value they had at the time of Kathleen Peterson's death, correct?
Close to that time.
Unless, if we can go through those, I think we probably are in agreement on the amounts. First, we had the deferred income, correct?
On the chart?
Well, it doesn't, well,
there is, yes, she had deferred income. That's correct.
And what you've got on the chart there is $223,182.
That's correct.
And that had all been accumulated during the years 2000 and 2001, correct?
That were the years that she was in the deferred comp plan. That's correct.
And there was a pension that had value of gross value of $124,283.
That's correct.
Okay. And there was a 401k that had about $36,000 in value.
That's correct.
And there was also, although you didn't include it in your chart, stock options that were worth $49,220 if they'd been exercised on December 7th.
If she had exercised them, that's correct.
And that all adds up to $433,386. Correct?
That appears to be the number.
Okay, so let's look at, you can take that down. Gross values of the assets they had at the time of Kathleen Peterson's death. We've got a net real estate value, we've gone through all the calculations. It could be worth $1.46 million, correct?
Depending on what information you're using, that's correct.
And of course, the information may make that value higher if the real estate was in fact worth more than a tax value.
And it can make it lower if the real estate was worth less. That's correct.
And we have accounts, which, and I've got 10,000 too much in there, but it'll be about 380,000, correct?
Based on the information showed.
Okay, and we had Nortel benefits, which were 433,000.
If you're adding in the stock option in that amount,
right,
then that's right.
Okay, and if you add those all up, oh, we have debts. Before you look at net worth, you have to subtract debts, correct?
If you're doing a net worth analysis, that's
Right.
correct.
And we've already subtracted out the debts on the real estate because that's an equity figure that's reflected up there. But we had about $142,000 in credit card debt.
That's what I showed. That's correct.
By the way, do you know whether those credit cards were used by family members such as the children living at the house in addition to Mike and Kathleen Peterson themselves?
I just know who was paying the bills.
It's not uncommon, for example, for a parent to allow an older child to use a credit card to make purchases or whatever, is it?
I'm sure someone can allow anyone to use their credit card if they want to.
Okay.
I just saw where the money was being paid for the credit card bills.
So, for example, if a child's off at college, some parents will allow or provide a credit card to their child so they have the ability to make purchases when they need to.
Right, and the parent pays for those purchases.
And if we add up
that's an expense that the parent is going to incur on behalf of that.
until the child becomes a full-fledged adult and pays their own bills, correct?
We can only hope so. That's correct.
And if we subtract the debts from those values, we get a total of about $2,100,000. We'll take the 10,000 out. $2,130,000.
If that math is correct, then that's correct.
Okay, you can take that down. Now, you talked some about the fact that during 1999 through 2001, Michael Peterson wasn't reporting taxable income as a writer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and were you aware that in 1999, Michael Peterson ran for political office here in Durham?
I'm not much aware of what was happening in Durham in 1999 or 2000, so I knew he, from being involved in this investigation, at some point in time he ran for political office, but I'm not sure which year.
Okay, in fact, you looked at, and I think you said you didn't look at it very carefully, just scanned the fact that he had a Citizens to Elect Michael Peterson or some such organization account.
That's correct.
Okay, and were you aware that, for example, during the fall of 2001, he was running for political office again up till about the beginning of November?
Jackie said it, no?
Well, he's looked at bank records. I'm asking if he knew the time period.
Overruled. I don't know when he was running for political office.
Well, you would agree that if Kathleen Peterson was supportive of Michael Peterson's efforts to get involved in politics and run for office, there'd be nothing wrong with one spouse being a primary breadwinner for a period of time while another spouse pursued other activities that didn't pay.
Objection.
Wouldn't you?
Whatever family decision they can make is up to them. Whoever decides who wants to earn the income is up to that individual.
And you're aware that writers, for example, who write novels or other larger pieces, generally get paid when all the work is done and the book is sold or whatever happens to the piece, correct?
I don't know any writers personally. I've not investigated any writers up in my criminal investigations up to this point. So I know that sometimes they get royalties that come after the sale of a book, but as far as what the situation is here, I don't know.
And you don't know from your investigation whether Michael Peterson was working on other books or projects during any of this time period that we've talked about, do you?
No, I do not, and that was not involved in my cash flow analysis as to what might be down the road. It was only what was happening at that time period.
Of course, what might be down the road might be relevant to motive, wouldn't it?
Well, he might have a lottery ticket from Virginia. I don't know.
Now, in December, the weekend of December 8th, 9th of 2001, it is fair to say that even taking into account the credit card debt and the mortgages, that the Petersons had a net worth that could be as high as over $2 million.
I agree with that. That could be that.
And Kathleen Peterson had a job that she was going to return to on Monday that was paying her $145,000 a year.
Objection, formal question.
Overruled. Her salary was $145,000 a year, and on December 7th, she was still employed at that time. That's correct.
And even with Nortel's hard times during 2001, she received, for example, a $10,000 success bonus.
I knew she received a bonus. I wasn't sure exactly how much.
And you were aware that she received a merit raise in September of 2001?
I remember a $5,000 raise, I believe. I don't know if that was for the bonus or what purpose.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Deputy, can you take the chart down? Right here, I want to address the jury. All right, members of the jury, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this case. Keep an open mind. Don't talk about the case, even among yourselves. Stay clear of the parties, the witnesses that have been identified to you. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television about the case. Don't investigate independently. And I'll need to have you back at 12:45. If everyone else remain, let the jury be excused. Redirect, Ms. Black.
Yes, sir. Now, Agent Young, let me ask you a couple of specific things. First of all, in regards to stock that was purchased for Caitlin for her college education, tell us about what you found in regards to the purchase of stock in August of 2000.
Your Honor, I don't believe I covered that on cross. I'm going to object to be on the scope of cross.
Maybe approach for a moment. Yes.
All right, objection's over.
Now, during cross-examination, you were asked some questions about Nortel stock.
That's correct.
Could you tell me whether in your analysis of the Nortel benefits and the Peterson's accounts, whether you were able to determine whether stock was purchased for Caitlin Atwater's college education?
Yes, I could.
All right. Tell us about that, please.
There was an account called First Colonial Securities, which I believe I spoke about on Tuesday morning, that was set up in the joint name of Caitlin V. Atwater and Kathleen Atwater Peterson. And on August 31st, 2000, there was 500 shares of Nortel stock purchased and placed in that account at a cost of $41,000. I was able to determine that $9,000 of that initial $41,000 came from the bank account of Kathleen Peterson. Several months later, on October 12th, 2000, there was another 400 shares of Nortel stock purchased in the same account. But that stock was not purchased from funds coming from someone's bank account. It was purchased on what they call margin, which means they borrowed the money from the company.
Well, object to they, unless we establish who purchased the stock. I believe they would be inappropriate.
I think that's a term of art, but
He probably needs to be more specific as well.
Please.
400 shares of stock was purchased on margin in the joint account of Caitlin Atwater and Kathleen Peterson. The cost of that money stock was $25,700. And the way that works is now that same account shows the stock value, what's been purchased, and it also subtracts from that this outstanding balance that's owed. And there's a finance charge every month on that account that has to be paid on this margin or this borrowed money that was purchasing the 400 shares of stock in October 12th, 2000. The value of the Nortel stock continued to decline, and the value of this mutual fund or this stock, Nortel stock in this fund, continued to decline. And on March 19th of 2001, there were 200 shares of this stock sold, leaving 700 shares remaining in the account. At the time the 200 shares were sold, the value of the stock was $15.57. So that equated to $3,056 that went to reduce this outstanding debt. And that debt had also been reduced during these months by checks coming out of either bank accounts for Kathleen Peterson or Michael Peterson to also reduce that outstanding debt. There were 700 shares left on December 31st, 2001, and the value of those 700 shares was $5,220, but you had to subtract out from that the remaining balance of this loan or this margin that was used to buy those 400 shares, which was $2,291. So the net value remaining in this account was $2,930. So basically they lost, the account lost the $41,000 that were initially put in there, and the large majority of the $25,000 that was also put in there.
So you've come up with the net value as of what date?
As of December 31st, 2001, according to the statement, the net value was $2,930.40.
All right. Let me turn your attention back to State's Exhibit number 134. Now, when you talked previously about the loan application there, you mentioned something about it listing Mr. Peterson's income. Is that right?
That's correct. On the second page, there's a listing saying monthly income for the borrower and also the co-borrower.
That was how much?
The monthly income that Michael Peterson reported that he was receiving at this time was $4,167, and that's monthly income stated as business or employment.
All right. Now, based on your analysis of these records and the different assets you've looked at, were you able to determine from what source he might have derived that income?
Yes, I did not see any business source that he derived this income from that was described or noted here, but I did see income that was coming in, whether it be taxable or non-taxable. And in the year 2001, he had disability from the VA, monthly disability checks coming in for approximately $488 a month. He also had military disability of $846 a month, and also allotments of $150 a month from the military. He had an individual retirement account that money was coming in at a one time in the year, but if you divide that by 12, that would equate to $1,496 a month. Based on those numbers, I showed that he was receiving for a year $35,600 in the year 2001, and was receiving less than $4,000 a month in income from whatever source.
Let me ask you this. If you had been called into this case...
Objection. May we approach? Objection. May we approach? Yes.
All right, objections overruled.
Now, Agent Young, you were asked on cross-examination about having been called into the case in April of this year.
That's correct.
If you had been called and asked if Mr. Harden or myself had called you in December of 2001 or January 2002 and presented you the same documents that you ultimately looked at in this case, would your testimony before the jury be any different than it was having been called into the case in April this year?
No, it would not. The results would have been the same. The same amount of money would have come into Michael and Kathleen Peterson's bank accounts, and the same amount of money would have flowed out of those bank accounts for the purposes.
Now, in regards to the documents that you looked at in order to formulate the information you've given the jury, about how many pages of documents would you say that you have reviewed in order to be prepared to testify as best you could in this case?
Thousands.
And have you done your very best to try to give an accurate accounting as far as the testimony you've given this jury?
Yes, I have.
As best you know how, have you given truthful information to this jury?
Yes, I have.
I don't have any further questions.
For the cross. Yes, right. And before I do, and I neglected, I think, to do this before, if I could move the admissions of exhibits 45, 49, 51, and 52, I think I may have neglected to move the admission of those documents during my cross-examination. Do I understand what you just said, that even if given time, you would not have asked that appraisals be done of the real estate?
I think I answered that question.
Well, in other words, you wouldn't have done, even with more time, you would not have gone and gotten appraisals for the real estate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And even if you'd had all the time in the world, you wouldn't have gone and gotten the underlying credit card statements to see where the expenses were going. Isn't that correct?
Not based on what I was asked to do, no.
And with the time you had, you came up with a net asset value that we've already gone over of well over $1 million, close to $1.5 million, correct? Even if you take out the credit card, correct?
It should be about 1.6 million.
Taking out the credit card debt, it's more like 1.45.
You mean adding in the credit card debt?
Well, subtracting it as a
Taking it.
liability from the assets.
Correct.
And even if given all the time in the world, you wouldn't have investigated what other assets such as cars, or furniture, or art, or antiques that the Petersons owned, correct?
No, I would not have, because I'm not concerned with what they might be able to sell a car for or what someone values a car for. I don't know what assets. I was not going to be able to get into their house to see their artwork or value that based on my experience. And that was not something that I was concerned about, no.
So even if there was $700,000 worth of those types of assets in the house, you wouldn't have added that back in on your chart.
No, not based on what that chart, the purpose of that chart, no.
And for example, it didn't concern you, I take it, that if they owned a car outright, that they didn't have any recurring payments to make on a car, correct?
And they have payments on a car. You got gas, you got insurance, you got repairs, and that flows out of their bank statements. And that was part of the analysis of money going out. Money goes out to pay living expenses.
But the only car that they were making payments on in terms of the acquisition was the lease of the Jaguar, correct?
I'm not sure of that because I saw about a $4,200 payment to a car dealership during this time period.
And that was in 1999.
I'm not sure what year it was.
And sir, you were asked some questions about this investment in Nortel stock. It was an account in Caitlin Atwater's name along with her mother, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware that at least $9,000 had come out of the bank account of Kathleen Peterson in 1999 to buy stock, correct?
That's correct. I saw where she received a cash in of a Pacific life insurance policy that was hers. That was part of the agreement between her and Fred Atwater to divide the college assets for Caitlin Atwater. And that $9,000 was cashed in, and within a couple of days, the $9,000 flowed in to buy some of the stock.
Okay, so they actually acquired some stock in August of 2000 with a check that she wrote. Kathleen Peterson invested $9,000 in Nortel stock in August of 2000.
For Caitlin's education, an account with Caitlin's name on it. That's correct.
And over the following period, further investments were made both out of Michael Peterson's account and Kathleen Peterson's account into that First Colonial Securities account, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by further investments.
Well, didn't you indicate that further checks were written into that account because they bought on margin?
To pay off the debt, that's correct.
And so this stock was being paid for by both Michael and Kathleen Peterson from August of 2000 through sometime in 2001, correct?
For Caitlin's college, that's right.
And that money that went out of the account, that's reflected on your analysis of money being spent on the account.
Money came out of their bank account, that's correct.
Right, so the numbers we saw earlier included that money, correct?
That's correct. They would include any money that they spent out of that account.
No further questions.
Any further questions from the state? All right, you can come down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh my God. Thank you, my diehards that are still here. I wanted to get through him in one day. That's why I kept going, because I wanted to get through. That was the most ridiculous cross I have ever heard. Because I don't believe the motive was money at all. Not at all. I think I have heard this in so many documentaries and news programs and everything I've ever heard about this case. That she had to use his computer for a work thing because she had left her computer at work. So she used his computer and she found the emails, and I think also found some pictures, some gay porn on his computer, and that would they fought, and that was how she, I don't know if he beat her or pushed her or what, but that was how she died. That was the fight that they had money. Money was nothing. That was not anything to do with her death. So I wanted to get through that So he's done. So tomorrow we're going to do, it just says the 911 call. So I guess it's going to be the 911 operator. We're going to get to hear the 911 call, which whoever mentioned yesterday, I don't remember who it was. Yes, the behavior panel did do they did 2 episodes with Michael Peterson. And they said that is the phoniest 911 call they've ever heard in their life. Because, well, the way he's talking and breathing is wrong. And he says, my wife's had an accident. Get someone here. And the behavior panel says that's not how you would do that. You would say what had happened. You wouldn't say an accident. You would say, like, I need an ambulance. My wife fell down the stairs. You wouldn't say, my wife had an accident. Get someone. You would be specific. And other thing. It's good. I watched it. There's 2 episodes. I watched one of them yesterday, and it's really, really good. And of course, they always start off by saying, we're not here to say whether they're guilty or innocent. But of course, as it goes along, you can tell they think he's guilty. And then there's also, it was only a little snippet of it, but he sat down with Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil was like, well, I saw the documentary, and you have lie behavior when you're not lying. I was like, he just said that to his face. I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, were you performing for the camera, or did the cameras affect you or something like that? And he's like, no, it didn't affect me at all. So, like I said, I've heard about this case through the years, and I've casually watched stuff about it. This is the first time I've done like a deep dive into it. And the layers of this case, like, I'm learning. So I thought I knew pretty much all about it, but the more I dig in, the more I'm learning. And so that's why I wanted to watch it. But yeah, today has been a snooze fest. Today is we kept each other entertained though. We've had a fun day. But yeah, this has been a snooze fest. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. And it should be good when the male escort, I don't know if it was the one he used a lot, or if it's just one that they picked out of a hat, or I don't know. But he was pretty funny on the stand in the little clip that they showed on the documentary. But he's in the middle, which they should have put him at the beginning or the end. You don't put you stick the boring part in the middle. You don't put it at the beginning. Like, all the cops are going to be next. Like, the 911 call, and then you've got all the cops and stuff after. So we've seen the first responders, we've seen the paramedics and the firefighters, and that guy. I mean, I guess technically he's one of the cops, but boring. And then we won't get to Deaver, the guy that screwed everything up. Darn Deaver. If it wasn't for Deaver, this guy would still be in prison. Oh, 2 things I don't think I told you guys. One, when he ran for mayor, he told everybody that he had been injured in the war, which, I mean, he was injured in the service. He wasn't injured in the war. It's not like a war injury. He got in a Jeep accident. That's why he gets disability from the service. It wasn't in the war. He was just in a Jeep accident. And the other thing, what's the other thing? Darn it, I forgot what the other thing was. I'll remember it tomorrow. Maybe. But yeah, this dude he's sketchy. He's got a lot of sketchy things in his past. Oh, I remember what it was. The editor of the documentary, I'm sorry if I already told you this, I can't remember. She visited him while he was in prison. And then when he got out of prison, he moved in with her. So he moved along kind of quickly, I guess, because they were there doing the documentary about the trial. So it's, it starts not long after she dies. And the editor of the documentary, he shacked up with. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, he's a weird one. Still alive. He's 82. I don't know if the kids still talk to him or anything. I know. Well, as of 4 years ago, Todd was blaming him for his mother's death because he said that she had a heart attack and that Michael Peterson was with her and didn't call 911 until hours later. And then Todd got there and gave her CPR and revived her, but it was too late. She was brain dead. I don't know. Oh, and that he stole all of her belongings that he had wanted in the divorce, but that she got. That he stole everything. I believe it, but I don't know if he was just, making a video for YouTube to get back at his dad, or who knows. But okay, guys, so I will see you tomorrow at 8:00. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Hopefully tomorrow will be more interesting, but thank you for keeping me company during the boring part. And I'm not going to promise there won't be another boring part, but hopefully tomorrow will be more interesting. So love you guys. I'll see you in the morning. Have a great evening. Bye. I will see you when I see you, Nichelle.